Boy, I'm one, boy, I'm two, boy, I'm three, boy, I'm four, boy, I'm 500 miles from the land where I was born. Boy, I'm one, boy, I'm two, boy, I'm three, boy, I'm four, boy, I'm 500 miles away from home. Whoever you are, wherever you're from, whatever you've done, whatever you see, get off that high horse when you see me. Oh, honey, they come. Yeah. Hello? Yeah. Oh.
Alo.
Hello?
Alo. Dạ alo.
Okay. I go to get or...
At 7-Eleven here.
Oh, they put it at the 7-Eleven.
Huh?
They put it at the 7-Eleven. He waiting or they put it at the 7-Eleven?
They were here. But if I need buy the cigarettes,
Oh, yeah, but they don't have it there.
the 7-Eleven here have.
Well, look, I don't smoke cigarettes. I'm glad you're all here. I'm glad that we have this chance to be together, to practice together. And it's a part of our practice, I don't know what you'd call them. I don't know what kind of names you'd put for them, but look at us. Think about you. You're not the sharpest needle in the haystack either, are you? So we just have to keep that in mind, and when we know that we're on a high horse, get off. Don't get off on a high horse, but get off of the high horse, and yeah. He waiting or he put in to 7-Eleven? All right, I've got to go, everybody. Thank you so much for having me on this live stream. Take care. I'll see you again soon. Do you have any monies?
Hello everyone. Ooh. Tonight, welcome everybody in Lighting Dr. Love. Wait, Dr. Love go down. Tap the library. Long time not see everyone. I am very good. Just a few days I take care the doctor of go to the take care the children. So long time not see anybody. How about everyone? One is very good. I fasting finished I fasted 7 days. After 7 days I finish. So because Dr. Dog need go to work, so cannot 10 days. I think maybe we try 10 days. After we try 10 days. No, Dr. Rob, very good husband, very kind, very kind. Welcome, Dr. Rob. I'm not talking anything.
I have it at the store now. We get the new. So just something to keep in mind, and I mean, look. I got into a fight with my wife today a little bit because so getting off the high horse. I don't want to wax poetically. The high horse of a thought, or the high horse of the thinking mind, or a thinking mind, such as your thinking mind. What would you like to learn about? I mean, that's how I'm always justifying things, and I don't really, you go around justifying things to random people. You need help. You need some kind of mental help. So I don't mean to do that. But the recent video is a big hit. Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you watched the recent video, the recent update, setting the standard, setting a new standard, drawing a line. Who saw that? Raise your hand. Okay. Unethical blood strike. You need mental health. You need mental help. Okay? So be quiet when you're here. I met my wife when we were both monks and nuns. That's when I met my wife. Oh, did you listen to that guided meditation? I'm not very. But what I'm saying is that we should know how to not think. But that should not, it doesn't mean that we become non-thinkers. We already do know how to think, but to know how to think properly, we have to know how to not think. And people say this can't be valuable because you're just giving it away. Well, isn't that not inherently true? Not at the same time, no, riddle light. They're female monks. That's all. We don't need to get into the details of it. I don't think that's in your purview, Solid Owl. Sure it is. Ride the Lightning. It's totally incomparable. Well, that's a ridiculous thing to say, isn't it? Thinking. Because think about this. If you think about yesterday, how's that going to help you tomorrow? How is it going to help you tomorrow if you think about yesterday now? In this practice of not thinking. I'm not here to teach you to be a better thinker, but I realize something. If we don't have meditation, if we don't have a relationship with meditation, you're useless. You're just not really there. You're not reachable. The phone's on, it's ringing, but there's nobody there to pick it up. So somehow it's this practice of self-renunciation, right? Or the cultivating of thoughts, the culling of thoughts, that allows our thoughts to be realistic, practical, for us to be accessible, to be reachable, to be eloquent. To emphasize meditation is to emphasize communication between you and everything else, as a tool, as a practice, as a paradigm, as a dynamic. And for people who don't meditate, it's just like it's like someone who you can't tell them that your home is not their home. Now we can say, we're all in this together, as Barney says, right? I love you, you love me. But the reality is I need to continue doing my work. And if it comes down to it, we're having spine for dinner, if you know what I mean. Meditation allows us to get real. And when we don't have a relationship with meditation, our relationship with the real is always in all these conditions, these scenarios, these situations. Most of the time, situations that we're trying to avoid and get rid of. Realistic. This is the garden of reality. This is the garden of your mind. And we have to, our meditation practice is going to lead us to a place, and I hope that many people have found this place. It's a horrible thing to experience. I don't know what Ajahn Brahm's talking about, what his team and his group are talking about, but meditation is horrible. Being with your mind without beer and coffee and cigarettes and entertainment and movies, and it's horrible. It's a horrible experience for me sometimes. So Ride the Lightning says, how often should I meditate? Do you think that one can learn by him or herself? regularly. We should meditate regularly. Okay? You should have such a consistent relationship with meditation that you're constantly trying to avoid being with yourself, because if you're being with yourself, you're going to be meditating. And it's going to probably be very unpleasant and disappointing. That's very good, Makya Mari. Half and half, okay? Half and half. Don't go on the other side of the half, okay? Let's keep it half and half. I'm already giving a lot. Now people are saying, well, let's go 60%, let's go 70%. I'm going to take a little bit more. How about we do half and half? YouTube's already taken 30% from me, and now I got people in the chat saying, well, what's another 10% to you? Let's keep it half and half. So Makya Marie is somebody who's quite a good. Says, for myself, separating from the constant storytelling that I do has been eye-opening. Anybody hear that? Eye-opening. And anybody who knows Makya Marie knows that she's quite a good person, a good appearance here. I don't know that much about him. It's like realizing I was pushing myself to some weird main character psychosis. You got it. And that happens, right? So it's developing this de-identifying, just like Donnie Boy said here, from what's happening. Not about certain things don't happen anymore. Thich Nhat Hanh had a stroke. They say Ajahn Brahm is fat. Seattle Ashinotamatara doesn't seem to be enjoying his life most of the time. Venerable Panyavati just died. Master Puha Sunim, he lives on a mountain somewhere. I'd probably be lonely up there. Maybe not if I was him. Go ahead, Ari, raising your hand for a question. And how's the energy, everybody? How does my energy look? How does my energy feel? We have any Reiki-ers out there? Any readers out there? Any chakra readers out there? How's my energy looking? Are you soaking me in? Do you feel me radiating into you? Does this feel thermodynamic to you? All right, well, look, everybody. You don't chase it. You don't chase that unpleasantness. When you stop chasing, you become more aware of this unpleasantness. You learn to face it. Anybody ever lied down and tried to go to sleep? Feels like shit. When you're not really tired, when you don't want to go to sleep. You don't need to go to sleep. Your body doesn't need to go to sleep. It's very fucking unpleasant, isn't it? Excuse me. It's unpleasant. Then you get up, you drink Coke, you smoke cigarettes, Take a couple hits off the old whipped cream container. Nothing works. Then eventually you tinker yourself out. So this suffering is life, is real life. And the reason that people that don't meditate are so functionally stupid in a non-offensive way, which is even more offensive, right? So not even non-offensive, in a more, the most offensive thing, that the way that you could see it being presented to you, like you being tied up in front of people that were supposed to protect you and supposed to be your community, and then fucking just look at them sit around you in a circle while all of your resources are divided, and I stand there and I say, should have listened. Without disrespect, you know what I mean? So people live in a fantasy world because they've developed these advanced mechanisms for distraction and disassociation. Okay, is that clear? So when we lay down and meditate, I rarely ever formally sit and cross my legs and meditate. Usually I lay down or meditation in daily life, which is very problematic in itself. Relax your anus, watch your anus. And so when you do that, you reassociate. You reassociate with the reality of the suffering. We call it boredom. We call it, I don't want to do this. We call it, this situation isn't the way that I want it to be. Right? Well, guess what? Unless you become God, and that's the very nature of God. Okay, Jordan, please be quiet. Okay, I'm talking. I don't know what you're doing. That's the very idea of God, isn't it? Okay, ride the light, you're done too. You need to take a time out. You're being very rude and very disrespectful. That is the idea of God, isn't it? The idea of God is that he gets to have it the way that he likes. Even Satan, even his angels didn't really get to have it the way that they wanted most of the time. So it's never going to be the way that you want it to be. You're not in control, period. And you're never going to be in control. Now, why is that? Well, we can talk about a lot of reasons why that is. But the fundamental situation is that this body and you, unless you're looking from a religious point of view, which I don't know why we'd want to do that or why we'd need to do that, right? Being here in this kind of situation. This isn't really a place for people's religious views. This is a meditation camp, or a meditation encampment, as you may call it. That this sense of you is paramount on UFC. If you get Paramount Plus, you'll get the UFC White House event for free, apparently. Is considered to be a hallucination, and is in fact meditation in daily life is seeing that sense of self as a hallucination again and again and again and again and again. The fundamental reason that we need to work with a teacher, or we need to work with a group, or we need to work with a community is not because of the hunger of cults, but because if the problem that we have is our own hallucination, how are we going to help ourselves with that? When we might not even believe that it's a hallucination, and then we believe that it's a hallucination, it becomes a part of our hallucination. So rather we lean on our elders We lean on people who have more experience in the field practically than we do. And then we don't show up with our nose inside of our own asses, sniffing around saying, do I smell shit? But in fact, we show up with reverence, respect, curiosity. We relax and reduce our biases. And if we want to get more information, especially in this kind of field, we have to give. We have to give our bodies and minds to go show up and meet that teacher and experience that situation. If you think that you're in any way insightful, but you're just kind of doing drive-by judgments, that's nonsense. Especially when you compare the experience basis. But when our egos are at play, when this hallucinatory field is at play, everything somehow magically aligns with our predisposition of what's easiest. That's another reason why we need a teacher, we need a community. Because you're much more likely to convince yourself that you're spiritually advanced, developed, insightful, awakened, whatever it might be, than to actually be that way. Why? Why is that? Why is that? Because that's the easier route. So that is naturally the route that the incessantly sensual mind would take. Okay? People talk about this a lot. I hear them talking about it a lot. Who do you think you are positioning yourself as a teacher? Well, who here is more experienced in the subject matter that we're all gathering around to look at than me? Your ego's out of control. And the problem in our normal way of kind of interacting with people, which is something that I've noticed, is that they're not there. These people are, to call them a box of rocks would be doing a disservice to rocks. You know, these people's skulls need to be used for soup. It'd be a much healthier and safer alternative than what they're currently being used for. There's no discussing with these people. Now, should we have a war against these people? Maybe, if it came down to it. If it came down to it, that's exactly what I'd do. I'd kill them. I was talking with a group of young people recently, and they said, what can you do when you have a serious problem with someone and, you know, the answer isn't so clear and you've either got to keep it a secret and deal with it or somehow, you know, solve the situation? I said, well, you can always kill them. People kill themselves every day. I mean, relax the anus. Be aware of your anus when you're here with me, okay? Relax, be aware of your anus, your sphincter, and relax it when you're here, okay? So, attempting to communicate in the normal way or the established way is not that important. And it's not very reliable either. So here we're not learning to do that or to continue that or perpetuate that. We're learning to relax and remove that tension in the anus fully, forever. Yes, gondola, exactly. And to forgo sensuality is to embrace and accept suffering. And so that is exactly what we're doing when we practice meditation deeply. We are foregoing sensuality. And the reason that the Buddha and the meditation retreats and all these kinds of things are so important, because they give us a context to relax sensuality. So when your waking life is kind of shitty and horrible with the meditation, your spiritual life, then when you do get into that good way of meditation, you get the motivation, you get the right concentration, all that jazz that they talk about, you're going to go right into it. So it's going to be less painful. The more pain that you willingly endure through renunciation, the more that you're going to experience a blissful state, right? So I have a lot of sensuality in my life. So that's probably why my meditation fucking sucks. But if I meditated more, then it's going to be a little bit better. You understand? More relaxed, more peaceful. I currently just don't have that much motivation to meditate. And so but this is an aspect of that, and this is sharing and giving people that motivation to meditate. I mean, what I would really prefer, just to be clear with everybody, is not constantly fighting off people who, the last generation to receive prefrontal lobe lobotomies and trying to talk to them about how they don't know anything about Buddhism, right? And that I'm in my house, not in their house, right? That's probably the least thing that I'd like to do. I'd like to have people that really do have some experience, and this is one of those things. I wouldn't consider Shiva to be one of those people, right? Shiva is like a friend or whatever. But people who have serious views and experience in Buddhism or meditation or non-duality or whatever it might be, that want to come up and say, hey, we got to have a conversation. Okay? Want you to calm down, Chris. You seem to be having a little bit of an episode, so go and take a time out, buddy, okay? You know, 8 years is enough to get a doctorate degree, right? So I would imagine that 8 years would be a fairly decent amount of experience to consider myself knowledgeable about Buddhism. And we're looking at some different approaches. But this is very accessible and raw. And this accessible rawness, not accessible robness, is what's, being invited and being reminded about here. To not think. If you're here, I want you to practice not thinking. Practice culling thoughts. What does it mean? And we're about to have prefrontal lobe lobotomied paratroopers fall down from the helicopters in the sky, if you know what I mean, literally. If it was their world, literally. 911, what's your emergency? Dr. Rob's talking about the Dharma in a way that we can understand it again. To bring thoughts. I'm not speaking in tongues here. I'm not using special language. I'm not some kind of Asian fairy coming out of the forest to give you a kiss on your bum, right? There they are. There they come. There they come. The frontal lobotomy paratroopers are flying in. Bring thinking down to zero and prevent further thoughts from arising. And if we were to do a camp, or if we were to do a meditation retreat, what that would look like is, let's say that we set up a meditation retreat here in Vietnam. We're looking to raise about $300,000 to $400,000 for this meditation retreat property that we're looking at. And let's say that we set up a intimate 10-person retreat for 2 weeks. It's a 2-week 10-person retreat. Now, let's say because of our accessibility, one of these troll kind of people come along. And so they're sneaky and they're da-da-da-da-da, so they infiltrate the retreat, right? So now there's 11. What would happen how long can we keep track of that thought? People talk to me about, well, you just didn't finish that. Okay, well, how long can you keep not finishing that and hold it? Somebody wanted to explain Zen to some little twat who was trying to learn. They said, look, why don't you take this cup of coffee, hold it out in front of you. Everything doesn't have to be lobotomized. Everything doesn't have to be shallow, unless it's something. This idea that if we could understand everything, which we can't. If we couldn't understand something, can we allow that thing to not be understood? That's a good way to say it, Evan. That's nice. Good one. Hold your breath. Try holding your breath. Goodbye, Hung. Oh, you're coming in here, huh? Hold your breath and don't think. And look, it's not going to turn out nicely, everybody. It's not going to turn out nicely. Don't be disrespectful here. You're going to die. Everyone you know is going to die. All of your possessions are going to be lost. Your whole body's going to melt. And most likely, you're going to have to deal with an exceeding amount of pain and suffering and horribleness before that even happens, before the worst case scenario happens. Does beer help your meditation? I was thinking about that. Beer probably helps me be a better teacher. Because the current circumstances for teaching are obscene. Just ridiculously obscene. And if it was even more accessible, if somehow the same thing was happening, but then I stopped talking and didn't think about anything, and didn't try to remember anything, So consistency of thought is a trick for cult artists and scam artists, okay? Consistency of appearance, consistency of thought it just means they're absolutely insane. It means they're freaks, is what it means. But this takes a certain quality of perceptivity. That's not like when you go to the gas station and you feel like you're going to come in your pants because you're filling up your big stupid truck with gasoline. You see what I'm saying? And my heart goes out. My heart goes out to people who are working 9 to 5. Oh my God. I can't imagine that. I can't imagine living that way. Working 9 to 5, no spirituality, no real spirituality, job you don't like, pay that's not good, a home that is not that great. And I was thinking about that. I think that's what, we're all kind of cope artists. Anybody here know the word cope? We're cope artists. So we make up some way of coping with our total fallibility and just reprehensibleness as a human race. Right? There's fucking plastic in the clouds. Education's bad. Fucking people live in shitholes. Fucking genocide in Israel's fucking killing a bunch of people. All this fucking stuff. All this fucking stuff, right? So we're total failures as a human race. We're the biggest failures of a race ever, right? We can destroy the planet if accident happens. And so these billionaires these billionaires, yeah, they cope. They're the best of the worst. They're better than the worst. So it better be them than other people. Because most people are not experienced or equipped to have any kind of authority or power at all. Their egos are out of control. Not to speak of the fact that they don't have any taste, which, what are we going to live in a tasteless society? Monks don't teach that, I'll tell you that. Monks don't teach not having taste, all right? Except for the taste of tastelessness, which is accessible to all of us. So I don't know what they think, but something, they're gonna fix it. They're gonna help it. They're gonna figure out the problems that we're all dealing with. Oh my God, unbelievable, absolutely and that's what people do every single day. These people are working themselves to the bone every single day, basically. They're barely making enough money to pay their bills. Right? I can't believe it. Absolutely cannot believe it. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I mean, it's one thing if you love your job or something like that. Boredom is the essence of meditation. Boredom is at the root, is at the core of meditation. If you can sit there and look at your boredom and face your boredom and just breathe with it, that's real meditation. That's like true meditation. So if you have any interest at all in meditation, when you feel boredom, you're in the money. Okay. So if you're schizophrenic, be quiet and listen. That's something about schizophrenia is they don't have any it's ego. I mean, schizophrenia is ego. It's ego and pride. You know what I mean? Like they don't fucking listen. These crazy people, they don't listen to anybody. It's like you tell them, stop fucking thinking about that. And they don't listen. That's not true. And they don't listen. Okay. Riddle, ride the lightning. You need to take a little break, okay? I'll see you next time. Sure, the whole kids thing, I think it's dark. I think it's like, okay, so I think that children are functionally enlightened. I mean, we're talking about a primordial state as like an infant like an oceanic state. But the moment that a child comes into like individuality, I think they're functionally seeing nibbana. They're seeing the unconditioned. But their bodies and minds, their brains are being conditioned to see conditionality, basically. Unbelievable. Well, we love it, Makya. You've got all our support here. You've got your spirituality to be there with you, so you go and enjoy it. You go and do the hard work and you enjoy it, okay? And that is good work. It's just how much can we really bring spirituality to that, because that environment and that work is not concerned with the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, if you get what I'm saying. So it's kind of... It's kind of, you're also being a good person for yourself. I mean, that's more valid than being a good person for others in terms of yourself. So how are we on time, everybody? We're coming up on 1 hour. So I guess no, I don't guess. I never guess. I'm always right there, right on the line. I don't guess anything. Let's get that straight, first of all. I'm always telling my wife that. If I do something, it's right. I told her today, I said, you must never sow seeds of doubt. And for all my disciples, and I consider my wife my most faithful disciple, okay, and devotee, you never sow the seeds of doubt, lest you receive the hearthstone of my wrath. Most people do need that second job. How do you not need a second job? You can barely afford the bad rent, at the bad place that you live. I mean, what are we going to do? I mean, what do you really need that money for to begin with? Nice, Thomas. That's a Buddhist environment. Tell them that you listen to a guy online who is a Buddhist monk. They'll wet their pants. Thai people love people like me, or more so, people who were like I was like before when I was a monk. What do you guys think about Donald Trump? You like him or you hate him? Or what's the deal? Hey, this is great. Look, we're might as well be paratrooper free. Frontal lobotomy paratrooper free. The real question is, how do they train those people who were given frontal lobotomies to give them to other people? And who started the whole thing to begin with? That's my question. Scary puppet. Yes, that's a good way to say it, Jordanus. Oh, nice, Thomas. That's very Thai. That's very Asian. They love that kind of stuff. No need to form opinions. Everybody's talking about what's your opinion on this? What's your opinion on that? What's your opinion on not thinking? Ask him that. What's your opinion on practicing non-thought? I'm telling you guys, this stuff is real, and I've been to the House of Representatives. I was working with an organization that was a nonprofit organization, advocacy organization, run by people with disabilities for people with disabilities. You hear what I'm saying? And we went there, and the people were just yapping fucking bullshit. They're not smart people. That's one of the biggest ideas that people need to take out of their head that was ingrained in you when you were a child. That the adults are functionally deeply more intelligent than you are. And it's a total fucking lie. 100% lie. Who am I? Who tell me who I am?
The rocket is the rocket. We're gonna go to the moon.
I'm a fucking retard. That's who I am. Called Elon Musk. You know, people talk about right speech. Don't put me in that boat. I've got nothing to do with it. I don't believe in right and wrong. I get what you're trying to say, but don't come and LARP on me. The Buddha didn't send his monks out to go and fucking piss in people's wash and fucking piss in their laundry because they weren't practicing in the way that he thought that it was supposed to be. It's not what it's all about. Now, here's an interesting idea. Morality is immoral if reliant upon stories. If your morality, your being right or being wrong, is reliant upon a story, a situation out there, that's not morality. That's your ego justifying some kind of fucking probably vile and disgusting response. No, people have zero taste. And it's one thing to have zero taste with innocence because there's a curiosity, there's an openness, there's an exploration, there's a malleability. When you're matured in some way, you know, you're older in some way, and you've functionally, you know, factually should be your dispositions and your discernments should at all costs be removed. That's inexcusable. And so we've all got to work hard to lift ourselves up and to raise up our level. You know what I mean? There's a lot of people like that. Now, it's not absolutely like that, but it's not absolutely like that either, okay? So I can do either. And who are you to tell me what to do to begin with? This isn't a fucking game. This is my YouTube channel. I do what I want to do here. You understand that? You're not the boss here. You say that to people, but the brain explosion, right? The brain explosion of this is that when you say that to those people, it's actually news to them. It's literally news to them. Like when I say that this is my house and my live stream, this is where I am. That's news to them. We don't need to focus too much on that, but that is a reality. That is a reality here with these lobotomized paratroopers flying in from the sky, falling in. All right, everybody. Well, I've done my best. We're at the 1 hour mark. Does anyone have any questions or would like to share any experience? How you've been going lately? What's going on? Or you have a question about our talk today? Oh, fast is over, everybody. Fast is over. But I want to do it again sometime soon. Excuse me? What? Whatever you've been thinking about, let go of that, okay? If you ask me, children have to intentionally dumb themselves down to deal with adults. Because the adults that work with them are so disassociated, so stupid, right? That the children literally have to go into a state of disassociation to receive and to bear the weight of that stupidity that's being imposed upon them by this adult in superficial authority. Oh, we've got a call here. We got a message here. We might see if we can call somebody in here. Hello. Hello. Hello? Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hold on 1 second. Something's going on with the
Okay.
audio.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Were you driving a forklift?
I just got. Am I doing what?
Are you driving a forklift?
No. This car has like a beeping sound when it's in reverse.
Oh.
Yeah. It's got a beeping sound when it's in reverse. So no, I'm not driving a forklift. No, the sound is gone.
Are you just pulling in or are you pulling out?
You there?
Yeah. Well, I got your message, so I thought we could talk about it a little bit. I get more when I hear the the voice, the energy in the voice box. So
Yeah. Voice box energy. Yeah. Yes. Okay, so I guess you read what I wrote there then.
yeah, I mean, I looked at it. I thought the basic idea was, that it's archaic language, but I think it was for a different time. I think we don't know how different of a time it was back then. Like even communism and stuff, and like how it changed China or Vietnam. There's so much that was removed and gotten rid of. So looking back at like these records, these Advaita Vedanta and these Buddhist records, I don't think we really can understand how different of a people it was, and then that maybe it just was maintained more than it was updated,
Right. Well, also, you don't know, you probably can't tell the difference between the updates and the maintenance in the first place, because somebody can tell me that something represents maintenance when actually it's something that was updated and the original thing is lost. So there's also no way to tell that either. I mean, you can have some historian speculate, but that's all you're going to get.
Well, I primarily like the Chan guys. I mean, the non-duality stuff, I more go towards like Tibetan Dzogchen, because I don't like those Indian guys that are just like saying I am, or it just seems like they're repeating the same thing over and over again. And I connect more with the, especially the Chan or the Dzogchen. You kind of teach it because they seem to go into like very subtle principles and practices, especially in Chan, in Zen, not Japanese Zen, that I really enjoy, but don't fully understand all of it. But then I've seen some people who make this claim like they fully understand all of it, but I don't really think that they do. Because even if it was right there on the paper, that wouldn't mean that you inherently had the karmic affinity to be able to pick that up, right? So the very idea that you've unified with the understanding of Zen, so you pick up everything up because it's written on a paper, I think that's nonsense. But I've seen some people do that as well.
When I first started working with Henry, I asked him questions about why I should let him be my teacher. Because I was like sort of anti-having a teacher, and I like to fuck with people.
And he answered you?
So,
he gave you answers?
over time, but at first I felt strange about it. But then after a while, I started to really appreciate what he says.
Well, don't leave me in suspense.
Well, he said that he thought that he would be a really good teacher for me because he was a permanent student
Oh.
and a permanent beginner and a permanent sort of beginner at this stuff.
Huh.
And at first I found that answer actually kind of off-putting, but then sort of in light of seeing these people like Angelo and Jim Newman, and Jim Newman in particular for this example, I feel like when you see Jim Newman, you see sort of exactly what happens when you're no longer a student. So if you're no longer a student, you wind up like a kind of like old style like chat bot. Like Jim Newman reminds me of like the chat bots that existed before AI. Like, so he's like an earlier version of a chat bot before large language models existed.
That's really great. That's a great way to say it.
Yeah, he's just like he's an old style chat bot, and it's like I feel like that comes out of the feeling that you're no longer a beginner. So you go, I'm not a beginner. Like I know exactly what my script is.
Jim, hold on. I've got Jim on the. Jim, are you there?
Yeah.
Jim, I've got a guy here that I'm in a call with, and we've been talking about you, and we just wanted to run some questions by you because we had some pretty serious concerns.
Okay.
Yeah. So you go ahead, Jacquez. He's Jim. Jim's here. Jim's on the line. Jim's on the line right now. You can hear him, Jim, right?
I can't hear him. I can't hear Jim.
No, he's here. He's on the line.
Hey.
Yeah. He's on the line. You should be able to hear him now.
Can you hear me?
He's on the line. I can just. I'm on a car phone, so it's very hard.
Here, I'm gonna turn it up. I got a technique here to turn it up. Hold on one sec. I'm sorry. Yeah. But Jim, you can hear him, right?
I heard that he was in a car, I think.
Yeah, so he can hear you, Jacquez, so...
Okay. Yeah. So, like, I just wonder, I love the radical approach and the whole starving you starve the seeker thing, but isn't it, like in terms of a starving, what's that? I can't hear him.
Sorry, go back just a little bit.
Enjoy the radical approach and
Yeah.
Can he hear me?
Yeah, he can. You're both back on now. He can hear you now.
Okay. Well, I was just gonna say that I love the radical starve the seeker stuff, which is the Tony Parsons, Jim Newman style. I think is great, but I feel like wouldn't the starvation be more thorough if you got rid of talk of seemings and illusion and apparentness, because that language seems to sort of give permission to the me or the individual to think that there is an illusion, a seeming, or an apparent thing going on in the first place. So I think it is actually still giving them kind of food a little bit, and you're saying, yeah, well, there's an illusion of the me, but there's not even the illusion. There's no apparent seeming, illusion, anything. There's nothing.
No, but you can't tell the me that.
Yeah, but if you tell the me that, you're still indulging it. And so if you're indulging it in any sense whatsoever,
In a
it's kind of
sense, but
slippery
really
slope.
in the end, it's
He said in a sense, but in the end, it's not really acknowledged as real.
Right, but if
obviously
there's any-
sometimes an experience.
Wait, is there?
Yeah, people tell me all the time. Someone.
But
that's obviously the result of some sort.
Any playing into that it's just strikingly like a kind of olive branch that then sort of seems like a slippery
Oh, there's
slope
no
into
olive branch. It's not there as an olive branch. It's a response to an illusion. The illusion says, I am real. The response is, there isn't anyone. But that illusion does have particular sort of structure to it. They all seem to be the same. And that's that.
I mean, do you see that this kind of seems dangerously close to like a kind of technique or a reading into? I mean, it sounds like a sort of description of an event, but there aren't any events.
Oh, well, there are apparent events. An apparent event of speaking?
No.
Oh, okay. No. Well, then I guess that'll do it then. Nice to talk to you, man.
Okay,
Take care.
Thank you so much, Jim. I love you. Okay, he's gone. Wow, he hung up. There you go. That was interesting. I didn't expect it to turn out that way. You still there, Jack Wes?
He hung up?
Yeah, he hung up. He hung up quick.
Well, I don't see what his response was to anything that I said.
Well, once you said that this is not apparent speaking, then he hung up.
Well, yeah, that's because his whole chatbot thing is based on just trying to be as logical as possible. So if he's met with like this completely like no logic whatsoever, he has nothing to do with it. I think Neo Advaita is actually like deeply committed to some kind of weird like logic, like behaviorism logic thing, where you're saying like, look, I mean, I'm consistent, where all these other people recommending methods are. And can you still hear me?
Yeah, you
Hello?
sound much better now. You sound much more clear now.
Okay, that's because I got out of the car. I just think it's like, you look at Dogen, right?
Yeah.
And Dogen will say that this isn't speaking. So Dogen will say, what's going on right now is not speech. And this creates a kind of like really dark, kind of paradoxical tone. And I think the Neo Advaita guys are all like really, really hooked into some kind of like classical logic. Like they're very anti anything contradictory because their message is strikingly consistent with what you would expect.
All right.
Non-duality would say.
Well, so Jim was there, right? So he said he was propositioning you for apparent dualism, right? For practical apparent dualism. And so you responded to that and said, can you go to your settings? There should be something for noise suppression, because you get like these strange sounds, these powerful sounds.
Is this better now?
It's still if you go to your settings, your voice settings on Discord, there should be a noise suppression button, and I think it's off.
I'm gonna be out of here, out of this noisy setting very soon.
Okay.
So just it'll be faster for me to leave here than to fiddle with the settings.
Yeah. So
one second, just don't. Because like, it's hard for me to hear also. Second.
Okay, yeah.
Just give me 30.
So he's going to come back. He's going to call me back. Oh, it's guys, it's This is a human. I mean, look at it scientifically. What are we talking about here?
I'm the retard. I like Donald Trump good. I'm the smart retard. I like Donald Trump very good.
And it's like, look at the great mathematicians, the great scientists, the great astrologers. This state of wonder that we're missing out on with this weird ego. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Well, I was just saying that Jim seemed to proposition you for a common ground of a dualistic appearance, and you said no. So, of course, I don't know what Jim's logic was and then hanging up, but it would seem to be that in you saying no, that's like, it's the same thing as you're saying you're the absolute, so maybe there's no point in him talking to you about it. So, but I don't know why he hung up. He hung up quick. He's like that. He's got a little bit of a sharpness to him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really understand. Like, the idea, I guess, is that. Sorry, it's gonna switch you again.
Yeah.
To be someplace where it's easier. Are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really understand because the point, what he didn't want to hear. What I was saying is, like, there's an argument that can be made that what he's doing is a slippery slope that obviously just leads to all the technique talk that he doesn't like. Because what he's doing is, if you acknowledge the other person in any way whatsoever, you're giving them acknowledgement. And that's all the traditional teachers are arguing for is that people come to them and they cry out for help and that they acknowledge their cries for help. But I'm saying that Jim, in recognizing somebody as an apparent individual, he's already moving a little bit in that direction. And if he was really radical, he wouldn't move anywhere in that direction.
Yeah.
I mean, my critique is not like the others that he's going to have heard, because my critique is that he's not radical enough. And that if he was really radical, he would drop all talk of apparentness, illusion, and seeming. You just get rid of all that talk. All that talk is dualistic. That's dualistic talk. It's also individual acknowledgement talk. So if you're going to say that you're not giving the person anything, then you got to not give them anything. I mean, you could argue somebody like Ramana Maharishi or whatever, however you pronounce his name. He gave a lot of people less because he wouldn't even fucking talk to you.
Yeah, he was shitting in himself. He was shitting on himself, right?
Is it because he always looks like he's wearing a diaper?
No. There's a story. I think it's him. I don't think it's Ramakrishna. But there's a story of him, he was meditating so deeply and then he like crawled into a cellar or something and he was just shitting on himself.
Yeah, that's Ramana. Yeah, he was just like a corpse.
Yeah, and they dragged him out of there and I thought he was an adult at that time. I imagine an Indian man at that time.
No, when that story happened, he was 17 years old. So he was 17. I
think I've probably shit myself, not including infancy. I've shit myself more as an adult than I did in adolescence.
Well, I'm not really sure what explains that, but
I think it's just Asian food, Thai food, and Burmese food and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah, I could see. I've not been exposed to that kind of food, so I don't have these adult incidents of shitting myself. I had teenage incidents of shitting myself, but not adult ones.
Really? Well, we've lived different lives then. What do you think about coming out here sometime, or coming out to meet my teacher sometime, checking him out? He's got a retreat coming up in Myanmar, which is the Vasa, the rains retreat. But also he's going to be doing a little bit of a road trip in America, and they could come to your place. They could probably bring a bunch of homeless people to your place, if you'd be interested in that.
Well, I'm not. I have a house now in North Carolina. Not really sure that I have like the accommodations that I used to when I was with my partner that I did the restaurant with. So it might be like slightly more difficult. I've also been sort of more skeptical about how much that process actually helps people. But it sounds interesting. I would definitely be up to meet these people. I mean, whether I want to fly to another country right now, I have to look at what I'm doing. I'm in the middle actually now of trying to create a series for YouTube, which is a meditation of the video series of meditation techniques that are quite extensive in the sense that each video is a kind of
You're working
like
on it now.
an hour long. Yes. Yeah, it's being filmed now. But I mean, it's like a really, it has very high production quality.
How are you doing
And
it?
these are all, well, over the years I worked in the film business when I was younger, and so I accumulated a lot of pretty nice like equipment for movie making.
Wow, that's
And
cool.
so I built a set, and I'm going to be creating sort of in the process of creating a series of, it's 9 one-hour-long videos each. Each video is an hour long, but they're very, the techniques that are elaborated in them are all completely new. They're not things that you find anywhere else. It's more like the Douglas Harding stuff in the sense that these are all completely new takes on the stuff that we're talking about.
Well, use some of that money, get it out. You know, if you do want to make sure that it gets out there, because that kind of content is not usually picked up. You can do the thumbnails, but also you can just pay YouTube to show it to more people. You know, if you got that kind of
Yeah, I was
extra
thinking
money,
about that.
that'd be sick.
Through the YouTube ads.
Yeah, that'd
Through
be
the
sick,
YouTube
man.
ad, yeah.
You just got to make sure it's a good YouTube thumbnail. You know,
Yeah.
like something believable.
I know. I've been doing a lot of research. I also know I've got friends who are in marketing style jobs, and I've been picking their brains and getting them to help me. It's just a matter of doing it. I'm not doing this to, it's not like a thing about trying to draw attention on myself. Like, I'm trying to make a really high quality meditation course that is extremely unique and different than what is being offered currently.
Yeah.
I was always a really big fan of Harding because, I mean, he was kind of like a one-hit wonder in the sense that he just had that kind of headless thing. But I did really like that he was a kind of meditation inventor. Like, he sat there and created a new way of getting into this space.
Right. Yeah, that is a good idea. I'd like to consider myself that way, but I've got no idea. I mean, I don't know how to put what I do into a book, but I do like that. I never thought about it that way, but yeah, that's a really maybe you should send him an email or something. Tell him that you thought about it like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I was kind of surprised by Jim's reaction.
It's maybe just that you broke, because I think he was putting out an olive branch when he said that. I mean, that's how I took it. Because I was even listening. I say, well, what's going on here? Because sometimes he will deny that. You know, he will deny that apparent aspect. When I've talked to him before, like he won't go down that road. So, in that way, it was like he was putting out an olive branch, and then you said, no, there is no apparency in what's happening here. And so he said, oh, you know, so then what's maybe what's the point in speaking with you? Because it's all in terms of who's actually more advanced, it's a little bit of a gaffe, you know, it's a little bit of of course it's very practically true, but also, you know, in the absolute, there's not really any higher or lower. That's why I have some difficulties sometimes, because you want to talk about certain things, but then you know that that's not absolutely true. You know, these people aren't absolutely good or bad. You know, this situation isn't absolutely good or bad. But that's, you know, sometimes it's so difficult to not. I don't think you have to not go into that ways of speaking, but there's a lack of wisdom in that mind, you know.
There's also a really weird thing where there's strains of Buddhism that people ignore, like the Tiante school of Buddhism, which has they have the three truths instead of the two truths, and I actually think that they're right, because the point is that, like, there are an infinite number of different relatively true worlds.
Yeah.
They're all and like, they're not just the human one is just one of those infinitely many relatively true worlds. And if you come to understand the absolute, you don't always have to get spit back into the human relative worlds. You can also be spit back into these other stranger ones that are not like they're not like what we normally experience. So, like, you could have what it is to exist as like a couch. That's a kind of meditative state that can happen. So it's like the existing as a couch state, and it's a different relative truth to the relative truth that says you're a human being. But I feel like because of the two truths, what people think is it's either the absolute or it's I'm a human being. But then there's also all these other relative truths, and the question is, why would the human relative truths have like any kind of privileging over all of the other relative style experiences?
Well, I've thought about doing that. I'd really like, you know, because, you know, there's all these fucking crazy people that think they're star seeds, or they're talking about their, you know, Michelangelo, Marcelo, and stuff, crazy stuff like that. I'd love to just like do a propaganda campaign to get a bunch of those people to like believe me or something, or believe like I was like a messenger or something. You know what I mean? Like that fucking guy that talks to aliens. He's such a loser. Have you ever seen that guy?
Yeah.
He's such a fucking loser.
Yeah.
And so I would love to do something like that, and then just slowly transition back into, like, you know, basic mindfulness and detachment and non-duality and Zen and Chan, you know, and just, that would be an interesting project to do something like that. But these communities, it's this like non-duality community, it's so difficult to work with them because you have to be very, very creative to infiltrate that space without having your head explode by how fucking stupid those people are and how unwilling they are to communicate. and like put their cards on the table and share and listen and explore. And it's like the access is there, but it's in this bubble of full on disassociation and stupidity. And I got what you meant about the you said like you felt some of those people are literally have different abilities mentally, that aren't don't have certain common abilities. Because I also found that, you try to invoke a conversation, you try to challenge, you try to create a bridge of any kind, and it's just nobody wants anything to do with it. It's just we want these aphorisms, we want these little snippets, these little shit dumplings to easily eat, rather than an olive branch being put out. And I think that is so stupid. There's something so stupid about that. And then even if there is like a real olive branch put out, that they'd say, "Oh wow, this is real." They're just gonna take it on. Most of them are just gonna take it on a superficial level, as like a little curiosity. And I don't know what that is, where people are just so they're so fixated on revolving around themselves, like they're in a revolving door system of their self-fixation and self-focus, and anything that's not in line with that is totally off limits, unless it's like fucking eating food or unless you're trying to scam them. If you're trying to scam them, then it's okay. But if you're actually like saying, "Hey, what's up? Would you like to talk about this?" or anything in line with these opportunities, you're now breaking a taboo somehow.
Yeah, well, I want, sort of in line with what you just said, I had just brought up Tiante Buddhism, right? And I think that what these people are doing is they want absolute non-dual consciousness to the extent that it always remains tethered to their little self. So what they really want is an absolute non-dual consciousness that always is connected via some kind of gel to their personality. And the reason I brought up the Tiante Buddhism thing is because what that forces you to realize is that there's meditations where you have to take relative point of views that completely obliterate your personality and then connect something completely unrelated to you to the absolute instead of you to the absolute. So it's just, but that stuff never gets talked about, because it really actually means that you don't get this direct feeling of the absolute aggrandizing you, the personality. And that's really what they're after. They're after the absolute being a kind of fuel to make them like a super version of their personality. And that's what you're encountering with these people. At least in my opinion.
Yeah.
It's also why, like, it's always licensed in a lot of these non-dual cliques that you don't have to actually do selfless service. Like, you don't have to actually take homeless people in. You don't have to actually work for the poor or anything. Like, the reason that that's never brought up is because that's not a way of aggrandizing the ego in terms of it being connected to the absolute. If you have to take care of a homeless guy who's got like a weird lesion on his foot, you just disappear. Like, your concerns are just eradicated. So it's just, but that can't happen, because the point is not to get to the absolute. The point is to have a connection between the personality and the absolute for these people.
Yeah.
Right? They want a rocket fuel version of themselves. That's really what it is.
Well, if you took the normal logical mind that most Westerners have, and then you showed them the lack of self in the midst of everything, and then how their current system of morality and logic applied to that, they'd want to end their own lives, or their life wouldn't work anymore. Like the
Right.
shame, the reprehensibleness of the society, and when it comes to people in need, when it comes to children, when it comes to the elderly, when it comes to the sick, all these things, is just undeniably broken. And so when you've actually gone through that process of renunciation and self-sacrifice, that's fine. But if you haven't gone through, because you see you have to detach, you have to abandon. So there's like a truth in both sides of it. Like there's a truth that they're like appropriating, that they don't actually have real experience with. And if they were brought into an environment that wasn't contrived and formalized and were put to the test of that practice, they'd all their marbles would all fall over the floor, or they'd be like these self-referential, disassociated egomaniacs that just, try to create their own little bubble to keep perpetuating their sense of self-view as being right in the midst of whatever's happening, and being totally illiquid. So it's a lot of interesting dynamics.
I think. By the way, have you ever done any of these kind of meditations where you, like, instead of feeling sensations in the body, for example, you'll feel them in the wall across the room?
I'm doing one of those now. I think that's a good way to practice.
Yeah, because the idea is like to sever this assumption that like the entrenched personality is what is the benefactor of these meditations. Because as long as you carry that belief around, then the absolute is really just in service of this person, which is like just completely missing the point.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't work very well to do that. Especially when people have bigger self-focused egos than ever before. It doesn't turn people into bodhisattvas. It turns them into meditating zombies in a particular place at a particular time, and makes them very ineffective in the real embodiment of the bodhisattva view. And then it's like you're not even allowed to discuss that unless it's contrived into the form that they believe in. But that belief is just as empty as your or my belief. And so it's like saying, if you try to have a conversation with me about this, and you try to tell me to remove my biases and my worldview and my current operating principle, then that's wrong. But that would also mean that it's wrong for them to keep perpetuating that. It's not like I'm trying to tell somebody what to do, but I'm saying, well, why don't you let down your barrier walls enough for us to have a discussion about this, because this might be beneficial at minimum to me and you, and it might actually be beneficial to everybody, or much more people than that.
Have you ever asked Jim Newman about like charity? Like, does he do charity work? Does he help anybody?
Well, I know that he goes and hangs out by the stream, and I offered to mow his lawn. He does some retreats. He does like a few retreats every year where he, where he like hangs out with people for a week.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen. Also, what's really funny is that Jim Newman lives very close to me.
You gotta go to his house, man.
Go to his house.
Yeah, man, that'd be sick.
Yeah, maybe when I put these videos up, I'll go. Maybe him and I can do a talk in person. I mean, maybe he doesn't like me now.
No, he's very, because I've gotten into it with him multiple times, and he still picks up. So he's a pretty forgiving guy from my experience.
Interesting.
Because I've multiple times had situations where I thought that he wouldn't pick up anymore.
And then he did.
Yeah, he picked right up, just like that when I just called him.
Yeah, also, too, I guess, like, it would be... I feel like there's something funny, too, about being in person, right? Where it wouldn't be good I don't think for Jim to just walk up and leave off of camera if that repeated in person.
Sure.
Because it would look bad. That would not be good. I don't think that would be a good, like, politically, it would be a bad look. Because it would almost be like if he walked away on camera, then it would look like he was out radicalized, which was the point of what I was doing with him. It's just like, I don't understand really when you try to take a radical position to not sort of think through how, like, obviously any radical position that you create, you can just think through a way to make it even crazier. Like, everything's on a continuum. So, like, his worldview has to be based on some sort of, like, binary way of thinking where there's the radical on one end and then there's the non-radical on the other end, and it's just one or the other. But I think that the phone call that we had actually illustrates that there's a continuum, and anytime things exist on a continuum, there's always something to the left of where you are. And so then you're in a weird situation, because then it also shows that he's not much different than, like, the people who give techniques. I wonder, I mean, have you ever talked to him about, like, your ideas about, because I remember the first time we talked, you said this thing where I was like, yeah, that's really right. It's like, there's a kind of, he likes to talk about radical freedom, but if you really understand radical freedom, then, like, all the teachers who actually give you a technique, they're just existing in radical freedom. Like, there's nothing they're doing that is, like, less is less wrong than what Jim is doing from the perspective of radical freedom. I mean, where you're free to do anything. So I don't really know. Did you talk to him about that?
Well, he seems to have certain lines that he is, talking with, talking from. Maybe in reference, kind of like how Henry, like you said, doesn't give a lot of space for extra conversation or, anything outside of the practice. So maybe I think Jim probably is doing something in line with that as well, just in this more accessible, seemingly kind of spontaneous way. That I don't know any other teacher that really that has anything worthwhile to say that I've seen at all that actually puts their number out there. I'm not familiar with anybody else, and I've tried to search these guys, try to find these guys, and Jim will pick up a lot of the time. I've had Jim pick up my call like 10 or 15 times just out of the blue, and sit there and talk to me for a while.
Well, have you ever seen what he does? I haven't watched enough of his content, right? But, like, what does he do if somebody, I mean, does anyone ever call him up crying or saying, like, that they're suicidal or that they are, like, in deep pain and, like, I kind of
called him like that one time. I had an interesting experience. This is when I was in India, when I was kind of having that kundalini and that, like, spiritual psychic break and leading to that cessation. And I called him up during that time because it was like I was being pushed into the hell realms, like I was in the hell realms and I couldn't get out of it. So I called him up and I was trying to ask him about it, and the one thing that stood out to me that he said was, it can't be that bad. It can't be that bad. And then, because I was trying to do anything to get out of hell, so I was doing, like, mantra recitation with Guan Yin Bodhisattva of compassion. And after I had that call with Jim, and then, like, I was, it was like his energy was in my head when I was doing that practice, and I would think about him, and his face would kind of become, like, morphed, morphed into, like, insanity. Like an insane morphing face kind of thing. And
Right.
I think that's a part of Jim's position as well. It's like he's really destroyed his psychology in a lot of ways, and now what he's doing is more, um, just to try and work with people and guide people if there's a link there to do that. But if there's not a link there to do that, I don't think that he's interested to have any like conversations where he doesn't think that it's going to be beneficial, to that party at that time. Like, I don't think that he'd be willing to have a conversation like this, like me and you are having, even if he could. I just don't
Right.
think that's his interest.
Have you ever asked him what his relationship with his wife is like?
Yeah, he said it's really nice. He said she's the most beautiful woman in the world.
Interesting. Interesting. That's like cool. That's really cool to hear that he said it like that, but it's also like, obviously it's puzzling. It's puzzling because if he's allowing himself to speak that way in any context, you wonder what the reason is to be so hard on the sort of method-giving teachers and helpers that exist out there.
Well, in some ways, like my putting myself out there and my attempt to work with people, it seems like a very untenable situation. And unless you're working in this already created structure or lineage that, as we talked about before, can be very shallow and like off the mark and not have a lot of efficacy seemingly, it's not, you're not gonna these people are not gonna step out and reach out to you and say, hey, I trained a few years here and there, I've worked with this teacher, I appreciate your work, let's have a conversation sometime. I was thinking about, it's just not going to happen in the general public, and I would be surprised if that wasn't the case for just the large majority of the Western world and Western community. I mean, I had a guy when I was in India. This is before I started kind of getting deep into that Kundalini phase. But it was this guy who was he was a monk, and he trained in like the very formal and like rigid and intensive one of these meditation monasteries in Thailand. He was a very skinny guy and intelligent guy. He's like from Romania or something. And
Right.
so I don't know, I'd connected with him a little bit before, but then out of the blue, I saw this guy in the streets of India, kind of walking around. And so I went up to him and I connected with him, and his samadhi was very, very strong. Very, very strong. So his mind was very sharp, very concentrated. He was a monk, and he was living up in the Himalayas, but he wasn't like getting food, and he was losing a bunch of weight. So he came back down to, the Indian city, Bodh Gaya, to like eat some food and put some weight back on. And so I like, his samadhi was so strong, his presence was so strong like that. It was giving me some of that crazy energy, and he was like,
Right.
your teacher's not an Arya, your teacher's not a Sotapanna, Sakya, about that, right? It doesn't have realization, and you
Yeah,
also
I
don't
know
have
about all
it
this.
yet. And now and he's like, now I've been deep in the Theravada, and there was a bunch, these guys, there's a Sotapanna, there's a bunch of enlightened people at this temple, but now I decided to go out on my own. And so he went from that position. So you'd think like, hey, maybe this guy's right. And he went from that position to disrobing, and in the process of that, like, getting this insane idea that he had to go and talk with Tibetan lamas because he was going to reunify the Buddhist Sangha and all this fucking wacky shit. And now he's just took off his robes and he's gone back home. So it's like the wisdom is a weird thing. It's a very weird thing that you can't really place down. And I've found that this idealism about any accessibility when it comes to teachers with wisdom or finding people that can really connect with it and empathize with it is it's not a pretty picture. It's not a pretty world. You know what I mean? And even after those years, like, you know, I spent 8 years living as a monk. I was on good behavior. I presented myself well. I was doing all this stuff, and the amount of like students or followers or connections or reaching out points that were made to me during that time, it's just a handful of people. You know, so it's the Western world, I feel, is still not really ready for what Buddhism has to offer and what these teachings have to offer. And so, because like psychologically and socially we don't have the education or the background in like generosity or morality, it's almost like these guys, not so much Jim, but especially like Angelo DeLulu, they're filling in this space where people can continue their Western egocentric lives, but also be quote unquote enlightened. And they don't need to think past that.
Well, yeah, I mean, it has a perfect parallel to that kind of wealth-oriented Christianity where they say, like, yeah, you're a Christian following Jesus, but you have a big mansion, and that's what Jesus wants for you. You know, there's a non-dual version of that that's become prominent. There's also this. Here, I'll tell you an inside story. I'm sure you'll enjoy this. So, you know, like I almost stopped being Henry's student because I had like problems with his. I had problems with his what the fuck do you call it? The abbot of Sambo Zen.
Do you know?
I didn't like him.
Well, wait, the Sambo Zen in New Mexico, or is that
Sambo Zen in New Mexico used to be headed by Henry. And then now some other woman has taken over it who's like an idiot.
He's the spiritual director emeritus. But my friend Kieran, who's the vegan bodybuilder, I think I've probably mentioned him to you before. But he works there.
You definitely told me.
Yeah, he works there. He's still working there, as far as I know.
Yeah, I mean the other people who are involved there to me seem like they're like brain dead.
I went there.
So
I went there before, and it's just there's not a dynamic. It's like the more resources you get, the more dynamic of an aspect I think should come into that. And if you're not doing that, what are you doing? You're just sitting around. We live around here. We come here and we wax poetic and we hang out and we do little things. I mean, that's not very inspirational to me.
Well, right. I mean, I remember I had Henry and I were having this issue where I was saying that I really didn't like the abbot of Sambo Zen, who's like the head guy of all of it.
Why don't you like him?
And that's because he's an extremely rich capitalist. So I was like, I said, how can, like, I'm supposed to believe that this dude's like on a high horse when he can't even give away all of his shit? So this was, and because Henry would always talk him up, and I would be like, I don't buy it. So it's just easy, like, because I've just had multiple times in my life where I've just sold all my shit, and I just think like, how, like, this guy hasn't done that once, and he's the abbot. I mean, it's like, it's just, I don't know. It just seems like you should be acquainted with that experience of like losing all your worldly things. Like you should do that a few times. Like, even if you don't do it all the time, you should do it a few times just to get the feel for it, to see if your realizations hold up when you don't have anything to support you materially. Anyway, So Henry was saying, no, that's like a different. Henry had like this kind of like compartmentalized view of it, that like the realization, awakening stuff is totally different than goodness in your heart. Like that, those are actually just not. They don't really overlap, and that's just a kind of myth, right? So we talked about that, and then I was talking about having certain issues with like the way that Henry's never charged me $1 for anything. But I think it's because at least the way he's trying to like prop me up as like he thinks that I'm special or something. So, I mean, which I don't really give a shit about at all that he says that, but I'm just saying he's never charged me money to work with him. But like, he charges other people a lot of money. And I took issue with it and was saying that it bothered me that he did that. But then he said that he has one of his sons has like some sort of severe illness that costs an incredibly large amount of money to manage, and that like all of his money goes to his child's medical care. So then I kind of was like, all right, well, whatever. I'm not going to get into an argument with him about that. But yeah, so even with him, I had like issues to do with like the materialism that's sort of involved in all this garbage. And we still never got into an agreement about how his teacher, was Ryun Cohen? I forget what his name is. He's Yamada Cohen's son. But he's like some ultra wealthy guy. I mean, I'm talking about like he's worth like almost $100 million.
Why is he worth all that? Because he got a bunch of rich donors, or what?
No. He was a businessman. He worked for the big car company, Mitsubishi, the motorcycle company.
Well, that's the get up, right? It's like if you're walking around with millions of dollars, it's easy to be Zen. It's easy to be a spiritual master. As long as if you've done a little bit of training, if you've had a little bit of research, I mean, it's easy. So it's not
right.
You walk the walk when you're covered in driving your Bugatti around. Well, that's easy. I can do that too. I'll be the fucking king of the planet Earth when I've got $100 million around my feet. I'll be floating on in the sky.
I knew a woman once whose family was worth like about $500 million, and she had this really beautiful, nice, like Mac laptop, which at the time cost something like $7,000 or $8,000 because it was souped up in every way possible. And she put it on my desk in a way where it was like teetering. And I was like, you should probably keep that like further towards the center of the desk and not like on the edge of it, because it's like there's vibrations in the floor, that thing's gonna fall off the desk. She was like, she just didn't really listen to what I said. And so we were walking around the room, and then just like the vibration of one of us like stepping on the floor, because where I was living was kind of creaky, it actually just knocked the $7,000 laptop off the desk, and it like shattered. And it just shattered. And I was like, oh my God, like I'm so sorry, like your laptop. And she had no reaction at all. And then she started talking about how like, well, isn't she kind of like an enlightened Buddha, because she has no reaction to the laptop shattering. And I was like, yeah, well, let's see what your reaction to this is if you have no way to easily replace it. And then we'll do the experiment again where you saved up for this for 4 years and then you can't replace it after it shatters into a million pieces. That would be the relevant test. Not, can you stand there and look at a $7,000 laptop shatter? Well, your family's worth $500 million. Like, of course you can look at it shatter and not care. I mean, like, obviously. Like, why would you think that was an achievement in any way whatsoever? It's just what you were saying reminded me of that story.
Yeah.
But she really was proud of herself. Like, it was a deep pride too. Like, she was proud that she did not get upset about the thing shattering. And I was just thinking, like, yeah, but like it's just in your head that this can be replaced at any time.
Well, the way that it goes, right, is that there's not any inherent or essential right or wrong, especially not in like being a good person. But the reason that I really love my teacher, that I really like my teacher and what he's doing, is because of how engaged it is and how radical it is. But relying on this power of the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. Relying on forms to help others and to give others the chance to meet the formless. And I think that's a lot more commendable than sitting back on your chair because you did a lot of retreats at a meditation center, and now you're smart and you're old and you're a good meditator, and now you're the king of the castle. It's just not impressive to me, and I believe that some of these guys are very effective, but it doesn't inspire much interest in me. I'm looking for somebody that has an entirely dynamic point of view and is inviting people to come and get involved and participate and to reach out and collaborate and communicate. And it seems like that dynamic, and of course you can't force people to do that, right? You can't force people to communicate, but you can facilitate it. You can certainly invite people. And when I see these masters that seem to be, it's like they fell out of Bodhidharma's ass or something like that. It's like Bodhidharma birthed these people into the ethereal world, and now we're supposed to be pissing our pants because we have access to them. And I think that's so much nonsense. I don't really believe that these people are that busy or that their time is that reverent and resonant. I think even if their time was that reverent and resonant, then that's their selfishness applying itself. So they should be Theravada monks or something. This lack of accessibility, to me, it seems to be a cope. And my position is that my presence and my accessibility should be so much that people are intimidated by that. Not that people are intimidated because I'm standing so far back behind a screen, behind an appearance, behind a persona, behind an outfit of some kind, that they don't feel able to just reach out. I want people to feel unable to reach out because of how much I'm reaching out to them.
Right.
Or welcoming
I
them or
think that's all
accepting
really,
them.
I think that's all really commendable. I think there's a little interesting paradox in your approach. I think it's fun. Maybe, I don't know if it's a problem that needs to be solved or if it's not a problem at all. Like, I don't really have a judgment on it, but I would say your approach has like two elements to it that might be in like conflict, right? So you've got what you just said, so like just taking everything that you just said, and then you've also got your kind of Andy Kaufman, like no fear of embarrassing yourself kind of persona, right? Yeah. And it's just like, the question is whether somebody's going to have the critique that persona, that like no fear of embarrassing yourself kind of crazy wisdom thing is like, that can be so off-putting that like the extended hand to everyone kind of gets canceled because nobody wants to touch that hand because they don't know where it's been. So it's like the hand's extended, but it's covered in dog shit. So people go, well, I don't want to touch that hand. And then the point is basically what the critique would be is that it does not result in the same thing as not extending the hand at all. So meaning like if you extend an unclean hand, that's basically like the equivalent of not extending it because you get the same result. People won't grab onto it, so it doesn't matter really that it's extended.
Yeah, but so, in a society, in a culture where everything is reversed, and that's one of the things that always stuck out to me was about how unless you have the insight, unless they call MAGA fruit. I can't go in for all that stuff. I don't know what they're talking about, but like Sotapanna or access to insight kind of deal, then everything is in reverse. So this, I almost see it. I see it as a bodhisattva protest.
Right. I like it. I mean, I don't actually have the criticism of it that I just said. I'm just saying that I could see somebody trying to make the point that like being totally non-political has a result of being completely like ineffective, which is to say it's just kind of like critique of like third-party candidates or whatever, which is to say that they're correct, but they can't actually change anything because the system is rigged.
Well, it's
So
an
the only
American.
change-
It's an American protest. So this is a protest in America, energetically about America, from America. So like if Vietnamese people, for example, were to see my work, their brains wouldn't explode. They'd see somebody being funny or being a clown or something, right? And so I don't like ultimately apply this work to like this is what I send out to everybody, but for my American audience, this is something that I want to be said. And I believe as well that if that potency is there, then that is actually affecting people in the way that I want it to affect them. Because like in the, I mean, sometimes we can maybe get a little bit tipsy-turvy, but in the midst of a lot of the nonsense that's very starkly appearing as insane, there's nothing but mindfulness and detachment behind that. With, of course, all the other, dynamics that come from a not fully purified, like non-reactivity, in the seed consciousness, which is, of course, not the situation. But it's definitely not what it appears to be. And I think that's important for people to experience that on that level, because most people are never going to have that kind of experience. They might have somebody that's an entertainer or an actor that's doing something like that, but they're not going to be, and that has its own effect, right? Like, regardless of how convinced you are of, in the ether, in the 5D realm or whatever, regardless of how convinced you are that Matthew McConaughey is the next James Bond, and I'd love to see that. That'd be a great pick for the next James Bond. He's not actually James Bond. So there's something else being shared there that I feel like is connected with that wisdom element that's very potent and very powerful and can, change dynamics for people,
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's very disturbing. So, like, I mean, actually, over the past couple of days, because of you bringing my attention to him again, actually, like, I have a friend who has Angelo's book called Awaken. It's Your Turn, right? So I borrowed this book, and now I've been kind of just like looking through it, and it's shocking how ignorant that D'Angelo guy is, or Delulu, or who is it, Angelo Delulu? Like he's shockingly ignorant. It's amazing. But like what's disturbing is I then look at his book and how it's like obviously bullshit, and then I go on his YouTube channel and there's basically nothing but praise in his comments. Like you don't, in fact, I couldn't even find dissenting voices anywhere in Angelo's comment.
Well, like I said,
section. Like there are no people
like I said, Jacquez, when you reached out to me because you saw the video, the Angelo video, and then you wanted to talk with me. Like you were, other than like my followers or my supporters, and I don't really trust them. They're kind of an inconvenient truth, right? So we try to work together, but outside of that, I really didn't have any faith or any experience that anybody really understood or was able to pick up on what I was sharing or pointing to. So like your call to me, It did. It, like I told you, it woke something up in me, appreciation that, I'm not totally just off the mark and rambling, but in this kind of case, I think that the picture of spirituality, the lack of communication, the lack of dialogue, the lack of cross-cultural and real practical self-sacrifice that's not in towards with the being convinced, because people are convinced to do these retreats, and so they go through them and that, but they're not really breaking out of that dynamic of their ego, actually, and you can get used to sitting. There's tons of people that get used to sitting, but I think that the spiritual scene is that it is totally vapid in America and with Western people, totally fundamentally vacuous in so many levels, to the point where you saw my Discord server, right? You had your Discord server that I had spent some time in. There's no places online where real practitioners are coming together, where it's able to be public in any sense and actually have real dialogues and intimate dialogues, where you have these, even anybody that can individuate themselves as having a unique practice experience and being a part of the community. So I think that the spiritual scene is that starkly empty, and not in the good way. That's my impression of it.
Right. I mean, I also feel like it's the way that non-duality is presented a lot of times in a Western context is so watered down and easy that it basically gives you kind of carte blanche from the very outset to basically put no work whatsoever into thinking things through, put no work whatsoever into like meditative practice. And even if you do put work into meditative practice, you're like a guy who kind of works out his legs and not his arms. So you got like these big legs and skinny arms because you didn't really realize that there's like a lot of thought process behind all of these techniques and like what their implications are. And if you don't really know how to cognize all of the implications, then you wind up in a really strange spot where you're good at meditating, but you have like all sorts of bizarro conclusions about like what those meditative experiences even mean. So, but what actually needs to happen is, people need to learn how to be critical thinkers as well as get really good at meditating. Like, you have to have
that's the
meditative
thing.
skill and
That's the thing I try to do with that contrast and with that art, is I'm saying, okay, we just experienced all that. That was ridiculous. That's unbelievable. That's very interesting. That's very curious. Okay, now let's have a conversation. You know what I mean? But it seems like people are so disassociated that nothing stands out to them. And if something does stand out to them, and it's not specifically there to manipulate them in a particular way or to feed their egos, then it has to be discarded, or it has to be this kind of just slop. You know what I mean? It has to just be someone's miserable, barren life that they have nothing to do but to be on here and ask for somebody to give them attention. That might be the case, but that's not necessarily the case. And the very core of what these platforms offer is the opportunity to communicate. But people don't seem to really be able to communicate in a way that's just not rife with presuppositions and biases that don't apply to the dynamics that are at play, such as, you're a guest in my house, I'm not a guest in your house, right? So if I'm at your house, I have to listen to what you say. If you're at my house, you have to forgive and forget. We set our own kind of rules in that way, depending on the dynamics that are at play.
Right.
And I constantly tell that to people. I say, look, what are you doing? You're coming to me. I'm not coming to you. But you can't, they won't listen to that. They won't listen. It's like I'm invading their phone or I'm invading their life because I'm doing a live stream. And then instead of, okay, tabling that, now let's have a conversation about this, or, you know, take a next step. What's the Buddhism deal? Why are you acting like that? It's constantly like whatever comes up that's agreed upon, it has to go back to this person's just random ego interpretation that just has to go on and on and on and on. And there's no stopping point. And it's the same for a lot of the people. When I was a monk, I spent 8 years as a monk. I gave hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of teachings to all these people. And then after I disrobed, and now with what I'm doing now, you know, nobody can say, well, let me reach out, let me communicate a little bit. You know, let me ask what this is about and what's going on, because people are just so lost in their own minds. They don't have faith in the Dharma or in these teachings. They don't, because they haven't really sacrificed themselves in the way that you have to replace your ego with this faith in, you know, suchness or whatever it would be. Because you haven't given yourself up. You haven't put yourself in that real position. I think somehow that Jim did, but with like someone like Angelo, he's never put himself in that position. It's always been kind of a, you know, an activity. And when you really get into spirituality, it's not an activity, it's a death sentence. There's only one place that yourself and your ego is going, and that's death. So you gain not this like complete separation from the ego, but you get this realization that the ego is subject to death. And so you don't make up all these little games and all these little stories just for the sake of themselves, which seems to be what Angelo is just perpetually doing. And I find it so fascinating how he puts another video every day. Every day we have to hear his little musings and his little show that he does. So I'd like to get my hands on it. But I know if I actually went to a retreat or if I was around that guy, my fucking my brain would fall out of my asshole. So
right. I mean, oh man. Yeah, I definitely have missed how funny you are.
Thank you very much. Somebody appreciates it.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciated you even when I would throw you off my Discord and stuff. I liked you. I just would, you know, like to troll you as much as you like to troll me. So, I was going to say, it's interesting, like, I think about how when I had that Discord, I must have spent thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of unpaid hours, like, debating with people where I got absolutely nothing out of it. But nobody was charged a fee, you know. Like, you got 7 hours worth of debating with me if you wanted.
Well, I think about that because people put me into this weird box where it's like, right, not only am I going through a tough time, not only am I, you know, have a difficulty in my life, but I'm totally inequipped to like do anything other than what I'm doing, just randomly live streaming and acting like an insane person, arguing with people, when, you know, I can 100%, you know, especially if I thought about it and I prioritized it, you know, I could 100% make some course, make some class, you know, go and scam some people out of money for my very informed, extremely informed Buddhist class. You know what I mean? But when you do that, if you do that, you lose all this access to all these people that could really benefit from those teachings and from that energy. And I do think that people benefit in a way, you know, that's maybe subconscious or not conscious. You know, I do have faith that I've really made contact with the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. And whether or not somebody wants to like do that themselves, they are doing that by contacting me. And whether they're making good karma or bad karma in the way that they're connecting with me, just that fact that they're connecting is going to benefit them in some way. you know, and maybe offer protection to like their children or the people that are like possible victims of their energy, you know, their confusion, their ignorance and attachment.
I was thinking about. I said this thing earlier about Henry saying this. He had some thing where he was talking about how he's a good teacher because he's a permanent student, right?
Yeah.
And then there was a pivot from that to Jim Newman being like an old school chatbot, like pre-LLM chatbot. And I feel like this is like it, because with Jim Newman, it seems like there is like there's something genuine there. So it's like not so bad, right? But if you get something like Angelo DeLulu and you get his feeling that he's done all the work, because I mean, like, to me, the main message I take out of that statement that Henry was making was to not ever delude yourself that you've done all the work. Because the second that you do, you like basically you solidify wherever your understanding currently is and then give it to other people like it's food. So you basically like congeal whatever understanding you left off at, and then you feed it down the throats of the unsuspecting public who doesn't know any better. So basically, like, Angelo DeLulu has, you know, maybe he's had some. I mean, I read his book, and I actually think that he believes that awakening is like a flow state or something. When that's just a completely preliminary state that has nothing to do with anything.
I looked at, I want to look a little bit more, but this Alexis non-duality, they made a little biopic kind of thing where they talked about their journey recently. And the way that they described their awakening was they were doing all these different practices, all these different exercises, and they were trying to get enlightened, and then they experienced that they weren't someone, or they thought that they weren't someone and entered into like a flow state. So it's almost like, and this would be the nightmare scenario, right? This would be the Resident Evil COVID-19 non-duality virus scenario, right? But it's almost like they experienced a little bit of samadhi, and the intellect then appropriated that and said, wait a minute, I'm not the story of myself, and then they thought that that was enlightenment. You know, it's almost like they formed an intellectual basis for enlightenment based on states of concentration, and all with the support of these mental viruses of these false non-dual, you know, these kind of false teachers, basically.
What's really funny is they'll talk about an awakening experience, which sounds like a temporary version of samadhi, right?
Yeah.
And then they'll actually give away during their talking that they haven't even learned to embody, like, it's just somatically have the samadhi be ongoing. So they'll actually reveal, like, oh, well, you know, basically just semantically they know that it's always awakening, but that's just a semantic statement. And, like, really they'll reveal all the time that the samadhi state was only temporary and then it went away. When actually embodying the samadhi state, like, is just all the time they're being samadhi, that's a preliminary understanding. And it's like, it's just very strange. It's like these people who are like very poor meditators they had like some natural samadhi, and like you said, they glued an awakening label to it. And I think I told you on the last call that we had that I feel like enormously blessed that the first experience that I ever had was like a kind of cessation experience. And the reason is because whenever I would encounter people talking like this Alexis non-duality person, I would always think that what they were saying had absolutely nothing to do with what I experienced in the shower. And I would be like, oh, so this person is confused. And so like I had some sort of interesting luck in not being like, but I can imagine if I was, if I hadn't been so lucky and I had a samadhi flow experience first, I might hear a person like that talking, and then that would have given me permission to give up. I would have went, oh, this person's talking about what happened to me, and so therefore somebody else knows what it is, and I can label it that too. And now I can just stop in my tracks, like right here, because it's all been verified by Alexis non-duality. And it just happens to be fortunate that there was some kind of like cessation-like thing that happened first, to where I couldn't attach that to like what the people were saying. But yeah, that's just like a matter of like weird luck. And I don't blame anybody who, like I said, I was saying they were disabled. It's like, I don't blame disabled people for their bad luck in terms of, you know, maybe they had a flow experience and then they see Alexis non-duality talking about it, and then they feel like the story's over. They're just like, all right, wrap it up. I've now heard what this is. I now can identify what happened to me, and I'm going to go to bed now.
Yeah.
Sorry. Don't know if I lost you.
No, it's a sad truth, but it was just coming to my mind about how it's also a sign that these people didn't have any good teachers. Like, they didn't come across anybody that really told them, like, you 100% at your core are fucking insane, and you cannot trust your mind at all. And you probably don't want to be a teacher, you know, that it doesn't work that way, and that, you know, this path is just punishment. You know, this total de-idealization of the path is one way to go about it. And this is such a shame. It's like the lack of access that people have to real teachers and real Sangha and real community. It's a real shame in America. And that's why some of these teachers are quite good. You know, somebody like Henry Schuckman, or I think Robert Spear is pretty good, but I think he's kind of a funny guy. He's kind of stupid to me, but, you know, he's just sitting there and meditating and doing his little poems. So that's great, but I don't care. You know, that's not that interesting to me. And it's like there's another guy I'm thinking of, but you can't collaborate with these people. Who the fuck do they think they are? They're the martyrs of Western spirituality. Why aren't you contactable? Why aren't you open and ready and willing to communicate? And my feeling, even though I know that it's very difficult, is that the more successful that you get in your spiritual path, the more open you should be for communication, for collaboration, for the benefit of all. I mean, you can't really put the Mahayana on other people, like the Bodhisattva view on other people, but you can when they proposition that view as what they embody. You know, and it's just so superficial, the kind of people that they platform, the kind of people that they bring on that are totally non-offensive, passive, kind of waxing poetic about how their path was so successful, and you can do that too as long as you keep following the program here. It's so not revolutionary. And I see the path as being, it can be internally revolutionary. It doesn't have to be like this social agenda that's done in a certain way. But it's this matter of absolute accessibility that's embodied. And I see so few Western teachers that have any connection to that at all.
I also think I like what you're saying about, like, the people that they'll wind up speaking to are like these safe kind of people who have, you know, there's not a challenging bone in their body, like anybody they talk to, right?
Well, they'll challenge people in particular that bring up a challenge to them, right? They'll do that, but their basis of operation and presentation isn't to be challenging. It's to kind of invite you to keep following whatever program is currently going on there. And I think that's just...
I think that I kind of miss in a way teachers like like if you're gonna be an Angelo Delulu, like if that's gonna be your scam, I wish that he took more inspiration from somebody like Rajneesh / Osho or whatever, where that guy would just say that he was like a fucking scumbag. And he would just tell you to your face, I'm a scumbag and I'm a rich guy who likes to take people's money. And he would just tell you that without any apologies. And like he'd say like he's a rich guy and he's about being rich. And I feel like that's a lot more honest than what these Angelo Delulu people are doing, where they're not drawing attention to the fact that they're a rich scumbag. They're actually like concealing it actively. And it's just like, I would rather a guy appear and say like, I am the scumbag. Because at least you would get some kind of like, maybe you could derive some sort of lesson about, some questions about whether awakening and morality like overlap.
Well,
because there's definitely interesting.
Yeah. I because they certainly don't overlap in an ordinary view, right? So the ordinary view of morality is totally story based, and this spiritual morality would probably be like in line with cessation, which is why the Buddha wasn't telling everybody to go around and bother people about being a good person. It's just if they came, he said, well, look, you do these kinds of things, it's going to be helpful for your meditation and just help you be a good person and you live a good life. Next time around, maybe you won't be so stupid. So the idea that I have about it has disappeared. So what were you saying? Angelo Delulu.
I was just saying, I was talking about Angelo Delulu versus somebody like Osho, right, or Rajneesh, or whatever you want to call him. He, to me, like I appreciate a lot more somebody saying that they're a scumbag.
Right.
Like
it's
up front.
It's just the special distinction about money that's problematic because the money is just a profit element, right? So there's the 8 worldly winds, which is profit and loss, praise and blame, fame and disrepute, and what's the other one? There's another one, and pain and pleasure, right? So you can be skillful. Right. You can be skillful at one of those things, but now you're feeding on the other one. So whether or not like Angelo Delulu is financially fine with like being a nitrous dealer or whatever it is that he does, it's not. That doesn't mean anything special about him as a teacher. Like just because you take money out of equation, it doesn't mean that you're not getting high on profit or fame. And so it's this total lack of subtlety in these teachers' relationships with the mind ground of themselves and the humbleness that goes along with that of being a lifelong student, and then how they're now propositioning themselves, whether or not they admit it, which that's what I was thinking when you said that. Like if Angelo Delulu admitted he was a Buddha, like he said, I'm a fucking Buddha, like I'm a fully enlightened being, then I would like him probably a lot more. I'd say, wow, this is a great guy. What a fucking freak show. But the problem is that it actually is a freak show. And so now instead of doing that, he's like platforming these random, sycophantic, totally shallow, pedantic, teachers that agree with him. And he's talking about how they're fully enlightened because, they're not as attached to the sense of the idea of self as people that are just coming in to fucking get help. You know what I mean? To learn. And so those people are arrogantly, playing around and using language and presenting themselves in different ways while actually not having much skill at all. And he's saying, wow, I was watching one of the little commentaries. wow, I'm so amazed when I look at the fully enlightened teachers that I'm platforming that are gonna have a call with you for $200 an hour. And that's the most ridiculous thing that he does is he platforms these teachers, and then you go to their website, and then to call them or talk to them, they want like $200 for an hour. $100 for a little hour talk or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder. I do get I do think it's funny how I know Henry does that, right? I know Henry actually does charge like $100 something an hour to people to do his training with them. And I think it's funny that because I asked him once, like, if other people like me and sort of just refuse to give you financial compensation, right? And I said, would you still teach them? And he was just like, no. And the idea is like, it's a weird kind of like, I think it's some kind of weird thing that maybe it comes from some tradition in Rinzai Zen, which is like this idea that if somebody hasn't had a Kensho experience yet, you're sort of wasting your time to like teach them anything. So like you just don't, like, the teaching can't occur until the person's had a Kensho experience, right? But I have questioned Henry like many times about whether that criteria is even valid or makes any sense, and I've never heard him say anything good about that. Like, everything he said kind of seems like it's pretty garbage, and I'm still confused about why that would.
Well, I think it gets into. Yeah. I think it gets into the Mahayana versus the Hinayana. So what the Buddha seemed to have kind of established by his skill, his health and wealth of his mind, his profundity, right, is that he made a deal. He made a deal with society. And it's really interesting to talk about this stuff. It's just that we're not it's almost irreverent to talk about it because of how people don't really care about this guy 2,600 years ago who's enlightened, started this tradition. They're not really that interested. And then so you bring them into like that dynamic, and it's almost a waste of breath. It almost spits on the face of the Buddha. But he made this deal where all of these people, all of these random people, whoever they were, could come and practice and live indefinitely, and he would teach them how to do that. As basically free agents, basically as millionaires of the time. I know one little monk, he would say like monks are the real hedonists or something like that. And so a part of that premise, seemingly how it's presented now, is that, and I don't think this is the Buddhist stuff, but that you have this group of people that sacrifice their personal outwardness to receive support to go inward, and we leave it at that. And the kind of interactions that happen, they're good, they're great, they're beneficial, but it's all inward focusing, right? And so in the Mahayana, in this bodhisattva view, it's like this utter empowerment comes about from this wish to benefit all beings. And that we will put off our own awakening, or put off our own peace, our own freedom, to save all beings everywhere. And so we take that vow, right? And that mentality has certain elements to it that allow us to challenge each other and invite each other and be creative in ways that if we were just working for our personal enlightenment, we would never do. So it's like an outward
reinversive, because when you practice like that, it actually can benefit your own practice a lot. You know, so it's almost a more inclusive renunciation practice where you're renouncing yourself and you're taking on everything with the wish to benefit, and then that also benefits you. And so a lot of these teachers, these modern teachers, are heavily leaning onto the Mahayana, but they're not really skillful or subtle in a way where they know how to work with all these different elements that they would otherwise not have to work with, right? So if Angelo Delulu was just a monk and he was just focusing on himself and then sharing when people approached him, you can't really, there's nothing that you can critique about that. But when you take on this view of Angelo Delulu doesn't deserve really to be brought up because he doesn't present himself in any reasonable way, and doesn't have conversations with anybody that's reasonable, and apparently never has from how he represents himself. But the level of subtlety going on, they're just not aware of how subtle the process, the practice, the development is and can be. And so they just keep propositioning themselves as being finished and complete, but actually they don't even know what that means because they're not willing to sacrifice themselves enough in a practical way to realize that. So I always say that with people, like there's all kinds of different meditation groups and meditation cults, right? And so generosity has this direct correlation with detachment. But people are going into these situations of meditation where they're not actually practicing detachment or generosity with their basic value points for their structural ego. So if somebody's not practicing generosity, donating money, donating time in practical ways that aren't just, meditation, they're really missing out on this way of practice that's going to destabilize their regular ego, which is what you have to do. And of course, we would never have to have this conversation if all of these lay people that aren't even lay people didn't want enlightenment, right? Like they don't want silver, they don't want copper, they don't want to be a better person and live a better life. All of these people want enlightenment, and that's where these non-duality, like Angelo, comes in, because he's giving them this quick track to enlightenment where they don't actually have to sacrifice the parts of their lives that matter, where actually that's essentially what they have to sacrifice. Otherwise, they're not going to have any real meaningful structural impact on their ego.
Yeah, I was thinking, you had made a comment earlier about like the Advaita people doing that like I am stuff, right?
Yeah.
I was thinking, I think somebody who, he already gets like a lot of credit, but I feel like he very clearly, even though the most famous book that was compiled about him, what's the guy's name? Nisargadatta. He's got that book with I am that, right?
Yeah.
The word I am is like right. The word I am is right in the book title. But actually, if you read enough of his interactions with people, his method was just absolute like contrarianism. So if you went to him and said that you were pure awareness, he would tell you that you weren't, and he would dismiss it. And if you went and said that you were Buddhist emptiness, he'd dismiss that and say that you were awareness. If you said you were awareness, he'd say that you're nothing. If you said you were nothing, he'd say you're everything, right? And he would just like, in fact, actually, if you look at that book, like he just, whatever people say, he just deny it. No matter what. I feel like there's like all these styles of teaching that have just been completely forgotten about or like dropped.
Because they've been capitalized on.
Yeah. Yeah, just because you think like, So, I mean, as far as I know, he actually didn't get like a dime from that book, even though it was like a huge best-selling book. He didn't like get any money. He just still lived in that shitty apartment, and then he would be a contrarian. But I feel like the thing is that the contrarian method, I feel like is actually like really the distilled and purified version of like what the Jim Newman method really should be, which is that like if a person appears saying that there's no individual and that they aren't anything, you should lean wholeheartedly into like personalism. and like basically your whole job is to just disrupt whatever spiritual identity is presented to you, no matter what. So if somebody presents a spiritual identity that seems like it's got the Jim Newman script, you disrupt it and you deny that. But if somebody does the opposite, you adopt the Jim Newman script. And you do that dynamically as opposed to like a chatbot. So like the idea is that your refusal to let people adorn a spiritual identity changes depending on the spiritual identity that you're presented with. So there's like a kind of Neo-Advaita spiritual identity, and there's a traditional Advaita one, there's a traditional Buddhist one, there's a Mahayana Buddhist one, there's a Zen spiritual identity, and like these things should all be ripped apart across the board. You shouldn't encourage people to settle into like, you know, a Neo-Advaita script or a Zen script or any kind of script whatsoever. And it's like you go on YouTube and you look at the Western and white purveyors of non-duality, and none of them have a contrarian teaching approach ever. They always have like a script approach. It's very weird. And you think like, well, how did that style just like fall off the map? Like, how did that happen? Anyway.
Well, it's capitalism, right? And it's trying to capitalize on whatever we think we have. So the reality for high-level spiritual teachers is that they're not invested in trying to teach people, right? They're invested in this way of giving and presence that is freely public, and then people can be helped as much as they want to be helped. You know, it's like when you're talking about Henry saying, you know, he's charging money and things like that for people to work with him. Well, for most people, they're not going to be able to understand what's going on if you do not present something to them that is transactional, right? And so the Dharma is not transactional. Of course, I think that's a very weird line to draw, where it's like you either give me money or I won't teach you. But there is some like how I do it. There's some core of accessibility and giving there that's saying I can only reach you, I can only support you as much as you're willing to empty your cup. And otherwise, I'm trying to manipulate you, I'm trying to indoctrinate you, I'm trying to therapize you, when that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just here to give. But if you can't meet me in that giving, like, what are you doing? And that's going to apply differently to different people. So if I know somebody has a bunch of money and they're a regular old Western person and they're coming here and they're taking refuge in me and they're taking hours and hours and hours and hours of my giving, what I'm sharing out, right? And they're not donating and they're not giving anything, that's a person that needs to be called out. At least to be seen, at least to be heard, right? Because if you were in a sangha or if you were in an intentional community and somebody was there like anonymously and constantly in their room hiding from everybody and just listening with a cup on the wall to all the Dharma talks, you know, and eating the food the spiritual food that's being provided, and also the material ones, and they're not doing anything, like, yeah, you don't necessarily have to force that person to create profit in the community or do anything, but you do have to bring that person out of that hole.
Well, actually, this is, by the way, so like the things that you're saying right now is like what Henry. It's what Henry will say actually about like why he charges people, because his explanation to me was something like the people who pay him are incredibly wealthy, like they're incredibly wealthy Silicon Valley like CEOs and like people who are part of like their
Soto
big
Zen,
tech.
Soto Zen cult.
Yeah. So he says that they will never understand anything, and they're gonna go nowhere. And this is something that they enjoy, I guess, for their ego or whatever.
Yeah.
And he feels like it's not harmful to take their money and then use it for his kids' medical stuff. And he just thinks that if they want to congratulate themselves and talk to their CEO friends about how they train with a Zen master, he just doesn't see any reason to stop them or prevent them from giving their money.
Well,
and then I guess like he's supposed to.
I
mean, then the point. Yeah. Right.
I still see it's like there's, for me, for the way that I work, right? There's a level of giving, there's a level of rawness and accessibility in like what I do that is totally different from what this from what somebody like Henry or a lot of these teachers do, where it's this contrived, controlled, scheduled accessibility or giving. You have to sign up. There's all these prerequisites. There's not really any emphasis to be available to people's dispositions that don't come from the background that you're trying to exploit or trying to teach to. So it's like you're limiting what you're doing in a particular way that's not actually necessary with the technology that we currently have. And so with that, it comes more there comes more space for critique. So like in what I'm doing, I'm using the most accessibly possible public or online space to show up and to give and to share and to listen and to say, hey, you, whoever you are, if you're serious, if you're real, go ahead and give me a call right now. It's this public dynamic. And I don't know how financially successful that's going to be. That's not really my intention. But of course, it would be great if I could physicalize this space and share that. But so it's like for somebody like my teacher, right? So during the coup in Myanmar, like he chose to side with the military regime. Not because he necessarily shared values with them, but simply because they had the bigger gun, period. And so, and that's I think that's a very elevated position where you say, okay, you've got somebody walking around with a big gun, and you've got some people either walking around with small guns or no guns. Whose hand would it be more skillful? What a more upaya, expedient means to hold? Well, the person with the gun. So that you can point that gun to the ground rather than at all these different people. And it's you say, okay, well, we're going to critique this guy. We're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about that. Well, how are you going to do that when this guy is providing housing, shelter, this kind of limitless accessibility for people in need? Whereas if you're doing the same thing for somebody that's more contrived, more controlled, more limited, there's a lot more space to do this critique in a practical way. And I remember when I was at Upaya, like even opening up the doors for Mexicans, which of course it's like New Mexico, it's like a Mexican city or whatever these people are, Hispanic city, is controversial. And it's the same with like Plum Village in California and Escondido, where I would talk to them. I'd say, what are we doing if we're having a Sunday day of mindfulness and there's not a regular children's program? There's all these monks and nuns. They got plenty of time, plenty of energy. We're supposed to be doing this. So why aren't we providing a regular children's program? Well, it depends on who's willing to do it. Well, aren't these supposed to be monks and nuns? You know, and so in that kind of environment, there seems to be a lot of place for criticism, whereas when you're more unlimited, there's a lot more space to challenge that criticism with the broadness of the invitation that's here. You know, so we can do that. If you want to do that, we can do that, but we can't force anybody to do anything. You know?
Right. What do you think about these people? Like, so I've seen.
And that, I'll just say this, and that is where I
Okay.
think Jim gets his strength. Because
Right.
he's opening the door, and when he does his things and stuff, he's saying, look, you know, I don't know why so few people are here, and I don't know why there aren't way more people here. You know what I mean? And then you can just call him and he'll tell you, you know, go fuck yourself. You don't get it. Right? And he will. He said that to me. He said that to me before. So that's where I think he gets some of his strength, is in that limitlessness of what he's doing, even if he's doing it in his own kind of consolidated way, or kind of small, you know, would seem to be small way from some point of view.
Right. Yeah, it's very open. What would you think? What would you say to somebody like? So I've seen Rupert Spira give a kind of argument, which is to say that, like, basically he has something like, I guess he has a team of people measure this or something.
Sorry, you're breaking up. You broke up a little bit there.
Now.
You're breaking up a little bit there. You have to go back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's better now.
You can hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say, what would you say to, like, so somebody like Rupert Spires made this argument, right? That I guess he has a team of people who measured this. I'm sure he didn't measure it himself, but you know, I've seen him make a kind of argument where he goes, look, I have released onto YouTube like 10,000 plus hours of free content, right? Where, like, basically any question that anybody's ever asked is sort of covered somewhere in this 10,000 hours of content, all right? And then so if you want to go on a vacation retreat to spend time with him in person, you pay the big bucks, but his defense is going to be something like, well, I've got 10,000 hours of free content that nobody's charged for. So that's like what I've seen him say, this exact thing.
So the way that I see it, because you could bring a similar thing to, like, any you know, outreaching Buddhist organization. Like, they definitely do have limits, they have priorities, and it's not black or white if they're right or wrong. Like, I can't tell somebody they should be doing something. Like, that's, even if they should, you know, I can't really do that. So the dynamic that comes up to mind for me is that it's a live way. It's like if the Buddha told his monks, make sure you write this down, this is really smart. Like, that's ridiculous. And so the embodiment of accessibility, the embodiment of availability, the embodiment of, you call me and you let me know what your situation is, and with all the health and wealth and abundancy that I've created because of my Dharma practice, I'm going to help you as much as you're ready to be helped. And that's where I draw the line. You know, that's what I see in my teacher Sayadaw, is that if 100 people were watching my live stream, and of course this probably won't ever happen, but if 100 people were watching my live stream and I said, all right, pause, you know, mindful, concentrated, devoted people who were open for anything, I said, all right, look, everybody, you know, somehow it spontaneously had, like, I really got on a rift or something. Some bodhisattva empowered me. I got picked up by the algorithm, and I was just, everybody was tuning in. What are we going to do? You know what I mean? And apparently this has happened in the past. This kind of stuff has happened, right? So, and they said, what are we going to do? I said, okay, we're going to go, because this is remarkable, we're going to go to Sayadaw. We're going to find out where Sayadaw is, and we're going to go there. And for whatever reason, we had the funds, we had the resources to all fly out there, right? He would immediately, there'd be no question in in his mind. I don't care if he's running this retreat or that retreat for these people or those donors or whatever, this project, that project. The moment that those people showed up, he would entirely transition what he was doing to figuring out what we are going to do. And so the total absence of we in modern spirituality seems to be its crucifixion point for me. Like, and I think it's a deep lack of technology that Westerners have, right? And maybe it's some kickback for like colonialism and for the slavery stuff, because like America in particular, there's like this super potent cross section of colonialism and genocide, right? And slavery. It's like this wonderful cross section. So there's kickbacks from that. Like there's tons of American wealthy, they're like patriarchs, like mine patriarchs that were like slave owners and rapists and like fucking totally insane people, you know what I mean? And I don't buy the idea that, I mean, maybe it was, but I don't think that most, after genociding all the Native Americans, bringing tons of black slaves in and fucking raping and torturing them and cutting off their genitals and raping their kids, that somehow the North was like magically not racist at this point in time. And then it magically became where, well, basically everybody's, I don't buy that. But that there's kickback to that. And I think the kickback to that is a total destabilization of we. And to actually and I think this also went into communism as well. And a lot of these like new gen revolutions that took place is that they did that in a way to destabilize this we-ness that was there. And so that's my main crux, is that I don't see Rupert Spira really saying we. And if he's willing to say me, which of course he is, right? And he's telling everybody it's okay to say me. It's okay to say me. Don't worry about the world. Don't worry about Buddhism. Don't worry about other teachers. Don't worry about anything else. It's okay to say me, right? That there's a gaping hole of selfishness in their teachings that of course is practical, but the way that they're operating is it's always going to be kind of less than profound from my perspective. I find profundity in we.
Yeah. Well, I think that's right. Can you spell the name? I mean, can you text or in the chat? Can you put the name of your teacher?
Yeah. He's a monster, man. And so a big part of, I'll tell you about this, a big part of what happened to me in India is that, because I told you, the way that he operates the we-ness, right, is he allows people to, from different backgrounds, if they connect, and of course it's mostly like Burmese and Myanmar and Asian, but if they connect with the Dharma and the idea, the vision, he allows them to do freely. So he's in a very rare way, like he's clipping the branches from people, because if they're showing up and they want to donate, even though they're a little bit wacky and conflict oriented and stuff, but they're following, they get the vision, he's mostly going to allow them to propagate. And so I was in that situation and I was like, I needed that safe space. I needed that refuge, and I wasn't able to have it around, in that environment because he wasn't really clipping, right? And so I got it in my mind when I had this like very deep empowerment in like the 5D field of my own mind, like visualizations and stuff. And so I tried to like defeat him in like the astral realm. You know what I mean? And of course I couldn't, and then I got all this kickback, and I think that's what probably sent me such into these deep realms of perpetual hell, because I like tried to defeat my teacher. But this guy is, and I think that's an important point too, and it's something I try to emphasize in my live streams and stuff, like everybody's safe, right? I don't know that they're watching this, I can't see them, I can't hear them, I don't know who they are really. They haven't paid anything. Like they're just freely coming by and hanging out. So as much as I'm like challenging people, they're not in a vulnerable state to be taken advantage of really. Like for them to take that position is a little bit ridiculous. And so in that dynamic, right, there's an importance of allowing people to challenge each other. And when we lose that, we can't really be dynamic in the way that we're relating to each other, because we're always waiting for our opportunity to clutch our pearls and say, oh my gosh, how that person acted at that time, and then justify our own egos. But the way that he does things is just, he's totally out of control, raw, and he's ready and willing to do anything, anywhere, all the time. I mean, he could have a multi-million-dollar retreat center wherever he wants in the world and just hang out there and meditate and teach people and do retreats and have hundreds and thousands of people come and participate. But instead, he just turning himself inside out constantly and saying, you know, let's do everything for anybody and let's have no limits. But let's do that without the contrivance of self. And then he embodies that and allows this whole process to keep taking place. And it really gives you a headache when you see the way that he does it. But I don't know anybody else that is doing anything close to him and the vision that he has in social work, or just the overall vision and willingness that he has to do these things, to collaborate with
Really
people. Great. Yeah, I mean it's hell. It'll give you hell, and I think that's a part of his teaching, is to give you hell, because I think that's one of those things that a lot of these shallow teachers haven't gone through, is this hell of self, this hell of ego, this hell of grasping onto whatever principles and practices and paradigms and dynamics we seem to take as being our right. Like it's our right to continue living the way that we're living. And it's not. And especially in this modern this modern environment that people are living in, how wonderful would it be to say, wait a minute. And this seemed to be there in the 60s and 70s and stuff when these people came down. And who can even say that these teachers were even that great? You know what I mean? And that there was this openness of we, and now there's not. It's because, I don't know, because everybody's trying to manipulate and exploit each other, that somehow that's like there's a lot of benefits in exploiting each other. It seems that that's what the culture is teaching, but there's not. It's much more rich. It's much more beneficial to collaborate with each other and support each other. And yeah, sometimes somebody is going to be eating fruit and somebody else is going to be depressed. But that's something we work with, that's just life. It's not about it's that equal thing as well. Everybody's equal to everybody else. No, they're not. Equality is stupid and fake. There's no such thing as equality. That's such a stupid idea, but it's poisoned people. It's like the left has burned their own feet. Like there's progressive people and stuff. It's because they couldn't go deeper in the ism dynamics, right? Because you have to base it on what the collective conscious aligns with as a position of value, right? So it's like, okay, so first it was men, right? It was like it was men were, okay, even though you're black and I'm white, we're both still men, and we can still kick each other's ass. But that woman can't kick anybody's ass, so she doesn't need to vote. And then it got down to women, right? The women kept bothering the men because the men wanted to have sex with them. So it was like, okay, feminism, sexism. But they couldn't take it further. The technology wasn't there, right? So they couldn't take it to childism. Right? And because you couldn't take it to childism, we couldn't take it to veganism or speciesism. And because we couldn't, I'm forgetting about people with disabilities. Because we couldn't take it to childism, we couldn't take it to ableism. Because we couldn't take it to ableism, we couldn't take it to speciesism. Because we couldn't take it to speciesism, we couldn't take it to environmentalism. And so because we didn't have the technology to do that, it's just like we fucking revolved and poisoned the whole situation. Gay men deserve to march with dildos. This is very important. And that's not the problem anymore. Nobody cares anymore. It's just they don't have anything else to care about, so they have to care about, you know, what the gay people are doing, what the trans people are doing, and sometimes that's not that bad of an idea. You know, we're, instead of talking about children's rights, we're talking about how we should sexualize children at a young age to pick a gender, when actually they shouldn't even be thinking about that stuff. You know, that's the whole ideal of the, you know, the LGBTQ plus, is that the, you know, the genders and stuff are not that solid. But now, like, we've got these trans people that have inverted their penises saying, you know, are you a boy or a girl? What do you think? And it's a simplification, you know, a gross simplification, but also people aren't that fucking smart.
I think it's interesting too how those groups have these enormously kind of contradictory ideas where they want to platform gender fluidity, which is like, I would say, more like what the state of being a child is, where it's like you're not a fixed identity. So like, of course, when I was a little boy, I could like take myself to be a little girl, like, easily. But the idea that I would like then solidify myself as a girl was just ridiculous. Like, why would I ever do that? Because I could be a frog the next day, because there's no distinction between perception and imagination when you're a child. So it's like, why would you? So it's like they'll have, on the one hand, they want to pay lip service to this kind of more fluid idea, but then they also want to pay lip service simultaneously to the idea that, no, you actually are solidly fixed as a gender of a specific kind. And it's like, those ideas are totally in conflict with one another.
It's
so
this
it's just
idea.
interesting to have
It's
Yeah.
this idea that, like, the 100% the consensus for many of these people is that the large majority of people are fundamentally brain broke, not intelligent, not informed. And yet somehow the idea of them being informed is not up for discussion. Like, just trust me, I'm informed. And in fact, it should be the opposite. It's like we should be going backwards and saying, well, how exactly are we informed? How did we become informed? Why do we become informed? And then this idea is brought up that we don't need to talk about that. We need to protest against Donald Trump. Well, from my perspective, if you're protesting against Donald Trump, you've already played into the hand of what's going on. You know,
Right.
you're just creating content for the algorithm to work through to see what's going to get more clicks. And it's training people to be more and more easily manipulated by wealthy people, by the people in charge, you know, by people who have more power and more access to power.
So this has been a super interesting and fun conversation, Monk, but I'm going to have to go now.
All right.
But it was really nice talking to you again.
Thank you, Jack Wes. You're the best, man, and you're a lot more fun to talk to than Jim Newman.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I hope you enjoyed my little performance with him.
Okay. Bye, Jack
All right,
Wes.
I'll talk.
Yeah, talk
Bye.
to you soon. See, I do know smart people. I am a smart guy, okay? I am smart. Don't get it twisted. I'm smart. So look, everybody. I I appreciate your donations. I appreciate your donations. I appreciate your generosity. But the reality of what we're working to do here, okay, is, we're looking to raise $300,000 to $500,000 minimum for our work and for our project. What we want to do, we want to create a meditation center here in Vietnam where it's very practical and there's a sense of richness in people coming to stay and live and practice and be a part of our community here in Vietnam. Now, we don't know where tomorrow is going to go, and we don't need to donate and to do these kinds of things. So, I mean, me and Hung's always consistently looking at properties and looking at different opportunities. We're looking at getting a place for ourselves. So it's nice to have a place that if you're paying rent, it's nice to be paying rent on something that you're going to own, you're going to buy, and hopefully something that's going to increase in value over time. And I do think that now is a good time to do that in Vietnam. I think there's a lot of economic development coming. But, Hung is kind of on both sides, but my priority is for us to build this meditation center for we. That's my priority right now. That's, because rent, it's not that expensive. I probably, certainly I could afford a better place than I live right now with the monthly donations and things that we receive on this channel with our work here. And so this is very real. This is very dynamic. This is very sincere. And I'm very impassioned about this. I'm very impassioned about teaching. I'm very impassioned about working with the people here and helping each and every one of you to become more empowered. And your presence and your attention and your energy and your money as well can help this work and this project and this group become more empowered. And it's not going to happen any other way. So I hope that somehow this message and this energy can reach the right people, reach the right ears, and that we can invest together. It's a tall ask, and I don't mean to put anybody on the spot or anybody out there, but I tell you, we can do this. We are in a position to do this. I'm telling you. 100%. Another thing that we'd like to do is once we do get a property, once we do get settled and it's open, having a summer camp for children, having a farm-like experience, having different animals, different beings that we can attend to, that we can care for. So that's our dream, that's our work, and I believe in doing it this way. Sometimes I have a doubt, but I have a lot more faith, and that doubt is important as well, because that doubt allows us to make conscious decisions with renunciation. So we're in this together. And this is not a game, this is not a show, this is life. This is mutual self-sacrifice. This is building Sangha. This is a 60s type situation, whether people like it or not, appreciate it or not. That is the kind of situation that we're in. There's no doubt about that.
if we can learn to, and we're setting the groundwork up for this right now, if we can learn to communicate with each other, okay? Doesn't mean that you're giving anybody money. It doesn't mean that you're following some script. What it does mean is you're not actively trying to develop a parasocial relationship with the idea of me. That's this physical expression of your idea of me. That's not going to work. Right? Now, yes, we live together, we practice together, we make some concessions. We're flexible. That's not an absolute, right? Because that's a necessity in life. But my work here is to create a home for our community where people can become empowered and help other people as our practice and as our way of doing good deeds with mindfulness and detachment. And I'm sorry, but Angelo Delulu does not compare to this or to me. Hold on, do my nitrous first. Hey, welcome everybody. So yeah, we're gonna do a retreat at a hotel, and it's gonna be great. So it's going to be $3,000, and we've got a great team here, and we're all going to sit around, and you're going to get it. If you don't get it now, you're going to get it then. This is really profound. This is really useful. And I'm not saying that to bolster myself. We're here to support each other and have conversations. It's not about being the teacher, this guy wants to be the Dharma teacher. No, I'm here to share. I'm here to facilitate. I'm here to support our community. And I can tell you, you're a 25-year-old millionaire, blonde-haired young man living in Spain. Drive your Bugatti down to Morocco. I'm not here to, go and have a good time, buddy. Enjoy yourself. But for a lot of us, there's a real lacking in our access to heal and to feel safe. And there's a real lack of access in our accessibility to help others with what we have, in a way that's not about a schedule, not about a job, not about a work structure, but rather that's based on this mutually consenting communication that doesn't rely on self, doesn't rely on ego. And, these doors are opened. I'm opening, it's not my doors, but, I'm here to open the doors for us to talk about this and collaborate. It's, and not to get stuck in the expectations, but to share the vision. I mean, if we had a millionaire or something like that, multi-millionaire that was ready to help us build this meditation center here in Vietnam, that's fantastic. That's great. That's wonderful. We need that. We're looking for that. That's very useful. But I don't need that. I don't need a meditation center. Doesn't mean that I'm hunky-dory and I'm living life on cloud nine, but I don't need that. And it's not about needing it. It's about this opportunity to give and to build and to co-create and to collaborate and communicate, to offer protection to people. But to really offer protection to people, we have to be willing to make sacrifices. Okay? If we're not willing to make sacrifices, we're not going to be able to offer anything to anybody. That's not just our egos. And people want to minimize. It doesn't need to be minimized. It doesn't need to be aggrandized. It just is what it is. It's within a context. Look at my background screen, okay? Look at this. What is that? Who are these people? No, no. It's not that way, right? It's not isa. You're alive. I'm alive. We're here. What do we want to do? How far can we go with we? That's where our humanity is as well. Our humanity isn't in selfishness or ourselves. Our humanity is in our we-ness. And your human right, your human power is directly correlated to your connection and relationship with we-ness. So how far can we take this? How far are we willing to take this? I can tell you the situation now. Vietnam is extremely, extremely open. And I expect that it's going to continue to be that way in the future. What does that mean? It means it would be very, very easy for most Westerners, okay, for most people in a Western country, to get a plane ticket to Vietnam, 3-month visa. It's very, very easy, very, very cheap. To fly over to Vietnam, live for 3 months, take a bus in and out of Vietnam, costs about $50, and get another 3-month visa. And to repeat that continuously, indefinitely. That's the current openness of Vietnam. So, that's a big part of why we're doing this meditation center here in Vietnam. It's very strong access to internet, very strong access to water and clean food, very strong access to nature. It's very exciting to think that we could build something like that together. Build a meditation center together, build a homestay together. It's a willingness to take on a burden. It's a willingness to sacrifice ourselves. It's a willingness to go into the unknown, to get the unknown. You can't really get the unknown, and that's the magic of it. You'll never get it. The unknown is simply an absence of you, that which can know. And for all of us here, us lesser people, which, as far as I know, most of us are lesser people. It's a shame, but we have to deal with the hand we're dealt. We have to find our own way to give. We have to find our own way to volunteer. We have to find our own way to elevate. But if we're just in this work of elevating ourselves, we're elevating the wrong thing. If you want to elevate yourself, keep doing what you're doing, according to what's being sold to you. And we can have ideas. How could we raise, $100,000 is going to be the minimum for meditations. And from the research that I've looked online, Me and Hung are not going to be able to get a loan from everything that we've seen. So we may have to be realistic. We may have to start with something that's a little bit more practical. But we shouldn't relegate our view or our vision and our ideals to that. We should try to figure it out. And it's so remarkable how little weight and little worth we're currently putting in our mutual capacities as human beings to collaborate, to work together, to develop something, to build something. And sure, to do that to make money. Anybody have any ideas? Let me know. We're here as we are now, raw. Why to give? Because you cannot hold on. Because your holding on is a dead-end street, while your giving is a limitless opportunity to know yourself, to reach yourself, your true self. I could gamble. I could make the money for the meditation center by gambling. That would be great. I just don't really trust gambling. I think it's kind of a rigged game, if you know what I mean. We say, well, how are people going to get this message, or how are people going to resonate with this when it's God only knows how long we're going to go on, but it's already about a 4-hour live stream. How are people going to be able to pick up this content? Well, that's what it takes. That's what it's going to take. And if we can collaborate together, 100% boohoo, smart, Mr. Smarty Pants is here. Use what they won't. Use what they don't want to use. Use what they don't dare to use. i.e. IPA. International perspective alignment. And what does everybody here need from me? You know what I need from you. I need $300,000. Right, and more so than that, I need somebody who has $300,000. What do you need from me? I'm sincerely asking. I'm not pulling your leg. What do you need from me? In our work that we do together, in the time that we spend together, you tell me, what do you need from me? Now I'm still not at the point where I'm willing to take on students, and maybe that's not. I mean, that's not how my teacher doesn't work with people like that. So maybe it's more in line with that. But I don't want to try to bring anybody into a position where, I'm saying that I'll be your teacher and you can be my student. You're welcome to be my student. You're welcome to allow me into your mind that way. Thank you. Yes, I thought I read that as Rob, but yeah, I'm also already a student. I'm seeing myself. I'm learning myself. The group meditation is a little bit of a last resort. If you're putting yourself in that position, I need you to practice meditation, right? I need you to be listening to Dharma talks. I need you to be taking on that responsibility. That's going to support me to take on that responsibility and practice that as well. Okay? But the kind of formal group meditation is a little bit more of a last resort. Why is that? Because, we don't need to think. You being manipulated by me. Well, let me share something with you. Who's going to manipulate me right now? Who's going to pull me into a wormhole or whatever it might be right now? What does that even mean? It doesn't mean I'm fully awakened or it doesn't need to mean that. This you position that we're taking on here is not thought-based, so we need to remember that. It's more practice-based for all of us where we're at. It's practice-based. Because we are going to have all kinds of thoughts. Now, sometimes these thoughts aren't so coarse. They don't stand out, right? And so we're not going to have this general disposition towards stopping thoughts because they're just normal thoughts. But actually, our practice of you as a member of the community is to bring thoughts down to zero, prevent further thoughts from arising, finding our own way of giving. Is that our personal practice? Is that our personal study? Is that our taking refuge in the community? Whatever it might be. It can be all kinds of different things. Is it how we bring our practice and these perspectives into work life? Is it our willingness to reach out and actually ask something from our hearts that's going on within us? That vulnerability to confess, I've been having these kinds of thoughts. I could say some of my thoughts to the people here that would make their heads explode. Right? More or less. Whereas any of the thoughts, our craziest thoughts, our most evil thoughts, our most confused thoughts, our most schizophrenic thought, yeah, it's scary. You should have a sense of intimacy, intensity, even fear. Fear is good. Fear is important. You should be afraid. You should feel fear. It would be inhuman not to. But if all of us brought all of our thoughts that we battle with, that we're confused by, that da-da-da-da-da-da-da, right? And we condensed them into a dense ball, right, with high density, like a neutron star, high temperature. And we flung that ball at, let's say, Sayadaw. But I'm looking at a few people that if we flung that ball, wouldn't even make an effect. That's compassion. That's wisdom. And we should embody being free to come and go. But that practice should be done with reverence. Not necessarily interpersonal reverence, but you can see where your willingness to come or go freely may be a way of avoiding a responsibility that's out there, which could be a practice point, which we don't need to do. We don't need to practice, but we can. How wonderful that is. We can see that side of ourselves that can meet our challenges and shift the paradigms and the dynamics. You don't need to go and actually do it, but you could, and you should know that. It's not about how long you can sit cross-legged practice meditation. That's a teaching method that the Buddha never taught. Right? And there's all kinds of different teaching methods. But what are we connected with? What are we taking refuge in? What are we willing to give our whole selves to, that we feel like we can do that, and that we will be heard, that we will be received? Communication is so key. And we all already speak English. So this doorway of communicate, but our ego gets so overwhelmed and confused. You know, and when your ego is overwhelmed and confused like that, the only thing that you should be thinking about is practicing. We're not skillful meditators. We can't do it. Giving with our teacher, giving with our Sangha. That's it. You're all worked up, whether it's positive or negative. Now you're coming to communicate with me or a fellow practitioner about something. Well, that's not going to work. It's when you are skillful in giving, in self-sacrifice, when that unstable, crazy mind is there, that you will then be able to communicate when you're passionate about something, when you really feel something deeply, without attachment. And this prerequisite training is so essential and so important. Well, so on one hand, you don't know about the context. On the other hand, you don't even believe in the validity of the context in which you're in. So you're not going to be a practical game changer or shifter in it. Well, that's a very high compliment, il nostalgico. This is my passion. This is my love. This is wonderful. Building a team here. How about that? How about building a team? You know, building not a community, a team. If anybody has an idea to make some money, we talk about it, but I think there's all kinds of people trying to think about that, you know. Yes. Yes, I do. Fairy world. Nivitri says, why is there no fan page on IG which posts daily reels of parts from the live streams? This is a total beginning point. Total beginning point. So in a few years, maybe we will have something like that, or be people like that. Total beginning point. But we have to think about that, right? Our success is an opportunity to give. Our success itself is not a positive, right? Somebody comes along, let's figure this out. Let's buy this meditation center. Is this the right one? Is this the right place? Well, let's just get it. There's no success in that. There's a superficial presentation of success where we can all, slap ourselves on our butts. But the success is in the solidification of our opportunity to give, the materialization of our opportunity to give, period. What else is there to do? I mean, I will hopefully be able to, I don't know the legality, but if it's legal, I'll hopefully be growing some poppy fields. Can you imagine? I mean, really, can you imagine scraping the sweet opium nectar off the poppy flowers and bringing them over to the teacher's pipe, the master's pipe, because nobody comes to the meditation center and smoking opium if it's legal. Maybe it's not legal, so then we won't do it here in Vietnam. Then we can say, oh, the wonderful success in our experience. But this success is just in more and more opportunities to give, to practice, to reach out, to have. I mean, this guy, Jack Wes, I've known him for a few years. He's a guy who had a big enlightenment experience when he was young. He didn't think for weeks. He's a cool guy. He's a smart guy. And he reached back out to me because he saw the Angelo Delulu video. And he was like, and this is a guy that kind of shrugged me off a while ago because I was doing the monk thing and we weren't really meeting in that way. And he saw the Angelo Delulu video and he was like, man, I thought that was so good. I thought that was so smart. And so sitting there and talking with that guy for 2 hours, what a boon that was in my life. I can't speak for anybody else, right? But if I could connect with me, and I want people to feel like that. I want people to feel like they're here on the phone with me, only more directly. Now, why do we not do Zoom meetings and stuff? Because people are busy. And we're still reaching out, And this is the modern technology. And I don't want to add other layers of contrivance or, telling people what to do. I don't think we need to tell anybody what to do. I think we need to stop, sit down, listen to each other. Boo-hoo, you should have $300,000. What are you doing here, boo-hoo? Where's your money? Such a smart talker. Instantaneously, in this moment, which is such a horrible thing. The present moment is disgusting. It's such a disgusting term. But in this moment, what is necessary to do? What is necessary to think? And no, it's not because I've, now I'm going to expose myself. Now I'm not going to get that $300,000. It's not because I've had a few beers. It's not because we got the hookah going, the kind of blue bubblegum, kind of oceanic hookah going. What is necessary to do? And now you're right. The mind says it's necessary to then respond with a comment. Angelo DeLulu is a bitch. He's nothing compared to me. The work that I'm doing. It doesn't mean that I'm higher than thou or holier than thou, because I'm certainly not. I'm very lazy and, by many accounts, mentally sick and mentally ill. But in this moment, the spiritual scene is impoverished. Oh my God. You see some of these guys, they make their little YouTube videos, they're uncontactable because their brains are black. And that's colorism, isn't it? Their brains are dehydrated. Their brains are dehydrated by ignorance and attachment. You can't talk to them. And it is gross. I mean, oh my God, these people, they're driving Audis in Europe and things like that. Hung doesn't have a very good passport. Hung is like my most devoted follower, really. And also my wife, I have to admit that. I have to accept that. We doing different things. So, I don't know what the visa situation is. I don't want anybody to get any ideas, but where's my Audi A8? And then we get all the McDonald's workers that show up, all the construction workers that show up that are never going to get promoted. Wish it. Yeah, we let go of that. Where's my community? That's a question we can ask. And it's true. I mean, if we're in a post-scarcity society, where is my Audi A8? They probably threw it away so they could get ready for the next years. I remember when I was graduating high school, my mom was asking me about a car, what I wanted or something like that. We didn't have a lot of money. I never came from money. I'm certainly way wealthier now than I've ever been before in my life. But not enough to drive an Audi A8, at least not here in Vietnam. And I said I want an Audi A8 with a body kit. But I like that kind of stuff. I like the cars. Drive a car. Well, it isn't. I'll dream it up. You know what I mean? Okay, Niverti is deleting their messages. Good idea, Niverti. Cover your tracks. They said, there's some saying, they said, the great sage, it wouldn't even walk over the river during a certain time of day out of fear that it would affect the flow. It affects something downstream. And then like Master Yonghua's Master Xinhua, something like that, right? He would say, what others want, I don't want. What others don't want, I'll take that. So that's a little bit more advanced than we can work with here, but we can get the idea of it. So what you can trust about me is that I'm someone you can talk to. Practically, clearly, specifically. All that money isn't good for anything. What are you going to use it for? Let me use it. No, it's a joke. Let's use it to make a meditation center. It's a funny thing how people can change depending on the environment that they're in, depending on the conditions that either facilitate or support their energy and their work. We come together, we can not only support each other, but we can challenge each other. But if we can't get over our schizophrenia, if we can't work on these basic principles, these deeper principles that, someone like Dr. Rob might know about or have researched or practiced with from his retinue of masters, then it's going to be a problem. Right? Because we don't listen. We haven't experienced listening. We haven't experienced sacrificing. And so it always goes back to our ego. Look, I'm not asking for anything special. Just give me a room to go when I don't want to deal with you people. And I'm sure you would ask for something, generally similar. But probably be better if you didn't. Sometimes that communal. I remember when I first went to live at the meditation center in 2014 when I was 20. It was really a godsend for me because I was really mentally unstable. I remember one day I woke up and I had like a root beer next to my bed, and this guy Shinzan came in to wake me up, because I was sleeping in or something. And he saw me with the root beer, the beer like next to my bed, and he said, I think you're going to have to go, man. You're drinking beers, you're waking up late. And I told him it was root beer, and he was like, oh. So you don't have to go because you drank a beer and woke up late. Who cares? What are we, the fucking Pope? Is this the fucking University of Ultimate Buddhism? No, it's some fucking random place. Some white supremacist cult. Some colonialist institution that happens to have a lot of good things going on that were stolen from a tradition that was never actually consulted about what they were doing. Anyways, when you first went there, you had to spend about a month in the tatami room. So you went through this interview process, and then you stayed in this room with these tatami mats, and then you had these little dividers. So you were in a room with about 3 people. You know, you didn't just stay alone, because it's oftentimes dangerous when we just stay alone. We go to our dark side. You know what I mean? See if we get Kieran on the phone here. The only kind of I've never had my ass kicked more than myself, and that's, in some sense, that is what's happening, right? That's why I said your virtue isn't strong enough. But you know, I'm slowly, you know, coming to terms with that guy, this like super ego, out of body version of myself. That's like a magic, psychic kind of guy. It's weird. I'm not going to go into it. But it's similar to what we're doing here. But generally, the only problems that I'm going to have, or that you have in taking refuge with me, you know, where I'm going to be in a little bit of a situation, is with hive minds or with enlightened masters. So as long as we're you know, and eventually the hive mind will be defeated, because they have false principles and practices, and that's not. They'd rather spend their time on a weaker target or an easier target. I wish they would have done something to Shiva, but they don't. You know, he seems to be too shallow of a character to get involved with that. But for witches and warlocks and this spirit and that spirit, unless they're empowered by enlightened entities, there's not going to be any issues there. And a lot of the hive minds, they make use of our disposition for schizophrenia to empower themselves. So I've dealt a lot with the schizophrenia. You know, like I've said, I've cured myself from schizophrenia. Which is very difficult. And still, these years from 30 to 40, these are very difficult years, because the body is still striving and stuff like that. The neuropsychiatry is very much in a time of striving, so it's a difficult period of practice. Once you get plus 40, I've heard that it'll be a little bit easier, and it's easier if we can support each other as well. You know, take a rest, relax, and we say, okay, well, we're not going to eat for 5 days, no problem. You know, I really appreciate Dr. Rob's Dharma talks and things like that. Oh, I'm going to help take care of the animals. You know, so now it's not a burden. We all fill in our space from our heart, not because we have to do anything. You know, and this gets into this dynamic where now we're creating an environment where there's so much abundancy of willingness, we can do all kinds of things. You see what I'm saying? So the money will come, but it's important that you come in the meantime, so that you're ready for when. And what money means, it means profit, it means excess resources, it means good situation, good environment, good dynamics. And this is, I can assure you, I can really say to everybody here, this is a 60s type of situation. And luckily, it doesn't have to be about me, because I look at my teachers over here, my monitor over here. Who am I? You know, I'm a facilitator. I'm an inviter. I'm a welcomer. I don't want to be anybody's guru. I don't want to deal with any of the people here. I don't want to not necessarily deal with any of the people here, right? But we want to come together as a way of giving, not because we want to be together. And then if we want to be together, we want to leverage that, right? So I like my wife very much. I love Hung very much, but I'm also leveraging that. I'm using that with detachment to do this work and to build this sangha. This is what I believe in. I love sharing about the Dharma. That's one of my big things I've mentioned so many times. Where are these people that are, these experienced people that have something to say, that reach out and call in and say, well, let's talk about this, that. So just because we're not sitting and meditating together every day, it doesn't mean that the dynamics here are not of value and are not real. Oh, these are all bodhisattvas, right? So Mahayana, these are high level bodhisattvas. White robe, that's Master Puaha Sumim. He's a Korean hermit, and these are people we have in our retinue. The sooner that we get to establishing our space, establishing our congruency of mental and material relationship, practicing together, the sooner we can go on pilgrimage. But we're not going to do it for fake. We're going to do it because we believe in this person's dharma. You're here because you believe in my dharma. And yeah, you like Dr. Rob, I like Hung, everybody likes everybody. But we're going to, we're going to take showers on our own. We're going to sit and suffer on our own. And we're not going to whine and complain because somebody else is this or that. We're going to internalize that. We're going to detach from that. We're going to say, oh, that's just schizophrenia. So also Lumpal from Wat Ram Bodhidham, Sayadaw Ashno Tamatara, Master Tikdang Tin from, I don't know how don't know his name, but he's a great master. He's in Jacksonville, Florida. So we can go to Myanmar, pilgrimage with Sayadaw. It's all just nonsense, right? But this is serious stuff. This is what I believe in. Does Dr. Rob like me or not? Blah, blah, blah. This is a good Dharma. I like this Dharma. I also like this Dharma. I like my teacher's Dharmas as well. We come together, we practice, we collaborate, we communicate, we support each other. Oh my God, that's dangerous. Are summer camps dangerous? Are schools dangerous? Are political parties dangerous? Yes. Okay, well, what's not dangerous? Me. If only everybody listened to me. And I say these things not because I want to be in control of people or how nice it's going to be. I've got a nice place. People listen to me. People believe in me. It's because I have experience in this field. I know that we can do it. I know that I can do it. That I can be in that position and take that role. I know that Hung can do it. I know that we can do it. If you can endure this, if you can deal with this, especially if you've experienced this transition, which somehow all these people seem to have disappeared. That's why they got their little Discord server taken away. Shout out to Caroline. We can do this. And you don't have to live it, well, what happens if I can't stay in Vietnam long term. Well, first of all, we're going to figure that out. We're going to make that happen. Okay, it's a hotel. Our place is a hotel in a rural area. Okay. Well, look, these sheets don't match. Give them some fucking money. Okay, so now we can help to get visas. We'll figure it out, whatever it is. Anyway, the current state of Vietnam is that people live here indefinitely. They just come in and go out on 3-month visas. Take a bus trip to Cambodia, they come back. It's not a big deal. But that we're creating a training ground where we can now become independent enough in our Dharma practice to be in the way of Dharma internationally. Okay? My teacher is opening up more and more centers in America. You can live there. You can stay there. Centers in Thailand. We'll figure it out. This is the invitation. We will figure it out. We'll do it. When we fight with the bigger guns, it means we're doing something alone. Your idea of the bigger guns is just an attachment fallacy. And these, like I said, these bigger guns only have power over you or whoever because of your attachment. Your non-purified virtue is a lack of mindfulness. A lack of mindfulness in daily life. So focus on 5 precepts. Don't focus on elevating. It's not necessary. It's not important. And it's not something you should do unless you're with the Sangha. You can do that with the Sangha. And the problem is that you're selfifying these appearances. These appearances don't have a self. They're just appearances. It's just a coming across. It's like a wave. And when you're high enough in the plane, which is where you really want to be, although you won't get there by wanting to be there, it's just the waves are still. You can't even see the waves moving. It looks like a picture. It looks like a painting. And in this Mahayana path, there is a want, but that want is overridden by a willingness to give. If you're alive, that heart wants to beat. Right? That body has affects, it has dynamics, it has preferences, doesn't want to feel pain, for example. You can train it to be free of that dynamic. That's just a trick. The subject, Kev, is you've got 4 hours of homework. That's the subject. So that's an aspect, that's a dynamic. I am in our meditation center right now. You are watching me at our meditation center right now, but you are not in the meditation center right now. So when you're in the meditation center, for example, Rain Tarot, and Boohoo, and anybody who happens to be around, go and take care of the compost toilet. Go and do the composting. Don't you like to cook? Don't you want to give back to the community? Go and cook. Go and sweep. Go and take care. Go and take a rest because you've been doing all these things. So you decouple the self-isness because you're a part of we. So then we don't have to unnecessarily emphasize the complications of mental phenomena, because we're bringing mental phenomena into our embodied mental reality that we're sharing communally. Feed the people, yeah. What does elevation mean? It's just the Zen answer. Like somebody like Master Young Hua would probably know about this, but the Zen answer is it's just like when you sit in when you sit down and you feel like you're expanding or you feel like you're shrinking or anything like that. So it's not something that needs to be emphasized to continue practicing, but it's probably something to be very informed about. All I know about it is that it can be very dangerous for your sense of self. And if you exert or go out of the body, let's say, with your concentration energy, but you don't have the moral background or the general mindful purification background, then you put yourself at a lot of risk for an unstable mind, for impractical views and ideas, and the ego to kind of, get a hold of you. Like I said, at a certain point, I pushed myself, felt like this, right? I pushed myself so out of my body in meditation that it was like my ego existed outside of my body, and my ego is like a wrathful deity. And it was very confusing. And then after that kind of subsided, I now had no boundary between my body and mind and the body and minds of others at all. So it's something that's good to be informed about, but we don't need to be informed about that to do our simple daily practice and play and laugh and give. It's not about working, it's about giving. This is where the communication comes into play. Because without communication, this opportunity to give becomes work because we're not collaborative enough. And that's life. Nobody needs to work. And the whole cope of the billionaire class is that they're pushing us towards the solution while creating all these problems. And that's lacking in wisdom. Simplify, stabilize, drop the big ideas. That's great. Who doesn't want a lot of money? But what are we going to use it for? Even if we just have a little bit of vision and intention, and is there any background for that being authentic, for that seeming to be true? I know Seattle needs millions and millions and millions of dollars for his projects and for his works. It's not buddy time. It's not happy time. It's a dharma ending age. And we kind of have to let go of the buddy idea. Yes. Yes. Very good. Very good. Well, we're grateful for your presence here, Makya. I know that. I can speak for the community in terms of that. If you really sit here and listen, and you're actually willing to have a conversation, then there's all kinds of different things that we can talk about. But this idea that we're only allowed to collaborate with each other on this basis of, I like that person, I don't like that person. Give people the opportunity to think for themselves. If you have to ask questions. But if your question is infused with bias, right, with this presupposition that what you think is inherently valid, then that's not much of a question, is it? It's more of an accusation. And that accusation may be built on this kind of worldview that's quite ridiculous, such as the very notion of people collaborating together is inherently inappropriate if you don't have a context for the subject matter around which they are collaborating together. It doesn't make any sense at all. 100%. And also, like people say, go and mind your own business. You want to protest about something, protest about the genocides, or protest for Donald Trump. What are you doing bothering me for? You say that this is not correct. According to who? According to you? Who are you? Why don't you stop by and introduce yourself? Let everybody know who you are, Mr. Smarty Pants. This guy looks like he's sweating.
Of thought and consciousness.
We got to keep pounding on this guy, and I think we're going to get him. He looks like he's sweating to me. I'm sorry to burden everybody here with all this, but share if you have any unique insights, please don't parrot what I have to say. Just take a look. Let's take a look at this here for a little bit. See what's going on here. Really just see it as it is, right? And see if you can pick anything up.
When I talk about unbound consciousness as a practice, and it's a practice, could consider it something like a jhana, if you understand that terminology. Although I don't think I align it with a specific one because I don't even know what they are linearly. I couldn't name them. It's my personal experience of it. But I have been able to transmit it to people, and people do realize it as a practice, understand how to do it, and reap the benefits of it ongoing. So that's why I talk about it. I don't rail on it. I talk about it periodically. But it's a little bit of a double-edged sword because it can be really challenging for people sometimes to dial into it. And that's simply because of the nature of thought and consciousness, the relationship between thought and consciousness, which is also the fundamental barrier between mind identification and awakening. So even though I know it can be frustrating for some people, practice-wise, or to really get what I'm saying, or to experientially get what I'm saying, and it takes time. When it clicks, it's very valuable practice-wise. And also a side effect of talking about it is that it can help people with the insight into the...
This is what I just picked up on this here. It seems to be, for me, that he's implying on a subtle level, on a subtle fundamental level, it seems to be that he's implying that what he's saying is fundamentally true. Whereas I lean more on the side of implying that what I'm saying is fundamentally false. But we're working with, it's a working approach to the situation that we find ourselves in. But I also note that he's conflating dhyana with this vague, apparently self-developed, self-realized practice that he transmutes to people, which is stupid and doesn't make any sense. Dhyana is a institutional practice and state and system of states that have been written extensively about for thousands of years. So him conflating dhyana with whatever it is that he's talking about, which is totally unclear, is a little bit ridiculous and nonsensical. Let's go back here.
When I talk about unbound consciousness as a practice, and it's a practice.
Unbound consciousness as a practice. So he's a retard. He's a total retard. Okay, let's go back to the beginning.
When I talk about unbound consciousness as a practice, and it's a practice, could consider it something like a jhana, if you understand that terminology. Although I don't think I align it with a specific one because I don't even know what they are linearly. I couldn't name them. It's my personal experience of it. But I have been able to transmit it to people, and people do realize it as a practice, understand how to do it, and reap the benefits of it ongoing. So that's why I talk.
Hold on, that didn't make any sense. What did he just say? He just says that he doesn't know what dhyanas are, which is fine. That's something you can say, but he just did something really weird there. Like I don't really fully, I don't get what the jhana, you know, what they're really describing or what they're talking about. Because it's something you have to work with an experiential lineage. Otherwise, it's just you know, ideas like Abhidhamma, yapping. But he did something really strange here.
I don't think I align it with a specific one because I don't even know what they are linear.
Okay, so he just said, I don't think I would align it with a specific one because I don't know what they are linearly. So then he couldn't. He would never be, I hope you would hope so, right, Boohoo? So he wouldn't be able to align it with a particular one because he just said he doesn't know what they are. So that doesn't make any sense. So his position is that he doesn't know what the jhanas are, but this state called unbounded retardism, is that what he said? No.
When I talk about unbound consciousness.
Unbound consciousness. I thought he said unbounded retardism. Okay. So he's conflating unbounded retardism, unbounded consciousness with dhyana, but he wouldn't put it in a particular dhyana because he doesn't know what the particular dhyanas are. But that's only in his direct experience. Is that what he said? He seems to be saying two things. He's saying I only know about dhyanas in my direct experience, and I don't know about dhyanas and I don't know what they are. Or he's saying something totally retarded, which I think is probably what he's saying.
This as a practice, and it's a practice. Could consider it something like a jhana, if you understand that terminology. Although I don't think I align it with a specific one because I don't even know what they are linearly. I couldn't name them. It's my personal experience of it. But I have been able to transmit it to people, and people do realize it as a practice, understand how to do it, and reap the benefits of it ongoing. So that's why I talk about it. I don't rail on it. I talk about it periodically. But it's a little bit of a double-edged sword because it can be really challenging for people sometimes to dial into it.
So this is manipulation and I don't like to go into this, everybody, because we have to remember there's nothing that's absolutely true. And the difference between me and does seem to be what he's doing. The difference between me and Angelo Delulu is if somebody made a video, if somebody was doing something like this for me, I would be absolutely flattered and honored and so curious about what they have to say. Whereas Angelo Delulu sends a direct message to me that says, you are seriously mentally ill. I hope you get mental help ASAP because you need it, because you're really messed up. Right, so I'm saying that you're a vulnerable, broken person. Right? And you need help. Then took my video and posted it on his Facebook page for all of his followers where he always posts memes. He's always making fun on that Facebook page. I've seen it before and so what does that have to do with non-duality? He's always posting stupid memes and stuff on there. So is now exposing me to his audience to make fun of me or whatever. But it seems that all he's doing here is conflating unbounded consciousness, which is just some stupid term that he made up, with dhyanas, which is a very specific textural tradition, philosophical, detailed tradition. But he's saying that it's kind of like a dhyana, but he doesn't know anything about dhyanas. He doesn't know what they are, which is also interesting, and he's going to continue on his. It seems like he's just using dhyanas as a way to proposition unbounded consciousness as a method. And look at him. He looks like he's sweating. I saw something in the ether like he's sweating. I think we might make another video about Angelo Delulu at some point.
that's simply because of the nature of thought and consciousness, the relationship between thought and consciousness, which is also the fundamental.
Now he's just yapping, which is what he does most of the time. But it sounds like something important. You know, it sounds like something essential. Now, how much am I describing myself in that? Well, somebody's going to have to make one of these videos about me.
Barrier between mind identification and awakening. So even though I know it can be frustrating for some people, practice-wise, or to really get what I'm saying, or to experientially get what I'm saying, and it takes time. When it clicks, it's very valuable practice-wise. And also a side effect of talking about it is that it can help people with the insight into the distinction between being identified.
The worst thing in the world is that he's probably just talking about concentrating. And that is how broken our world is. And combining that, because there's not really a Western scientific view of like training concentration, right? It's memorizing this, it's practicing that, it's going into all these different things, right? So he's just talking about concentrating and experiencing a little bit of distance or even vagueness when it comes to thoughts. That's actually what this guy's doing. It's just it's too real for that to be the situation, but it is. From where I can see. And so he's teaching people to concentrate and then combine that with this optical illusion of enlightenment. And then just all this smart speak about when it clicks, when you're concentrated. And he's talking like this, but he's basically that's what I'm picking up, is that he's basically rambling. He doesn't actually have a very deep and subtle relationship with his unconscious mind. And so he thinks that he's like purified his subconscious reactional field, which is actually what you do. Like your wisdom becomes so powerful that you purify your, I think it's called alaya consciousness, or your eighth consciousness, which is he doesn't even know what that, he just says consciousness, which is like the place where all the seeds of your experiences are that make you think in a certain way or make you react in a certain way. And so for people with trauma, that's a very impactful thing in their lives, right? Anxiety response, depression response, certain kinds of thoughts that you're not able to detach from. So it drives you crazy. Like, why am I thinking this,
Identified with thought and through thought and your own awake nature, which is first elucidated through consciousness itself. That's the first big shift, is realizing
consciousness is a stupid fucking term. Consciousness is a very, very stupid term. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything in a Western spiritual context. By itself, it doesn't inherently mean anything by itself. It's just nonsense by itself. So Angelo isn't really using it as a pointing basis. So sometimes we try to come up with because that concentration is not unbounded consciousness. That's so stupid. If that's what he's doing, that's so stupid. This is, hey everybody, you want to see unbounded consciousness? Well, maybe that is unbounded consciousness. Yeah, you could call it bias. That'd be a cool way to say it. And it's just the contrast here, the starkness, the problematicness is there are living teachers that fucking, this guy is a little shithead in comparison to. But he doesn't talk about any of those people, which is so frustrating. He needs a psychologist is what he needs. He needs a psychologist and an ass whooping. And I just happen to be a professional in both. Welcome in, Brother Asmiel.
Consciousness. Now, when I say that, that's not as a thought. You don't go, oh, I realize what consciousness is. Or if I'm talking to someone and I say, well, who are you? And they go, oh, I'm consciousness. That's a thought.
Positioning consciousness like this is pedantic. It's spiritually pedantic. And what he's doing as well is he's holding a weight behind this term consciousness, which has no common Western definition at all. Western science has no idea. Western science has no idea what consciousness is. So he's just appealing to and is a representative of this pseudo-spirituality that you find in America. It just happens, Rain Tarot. It just happens. Sometimes yes, sometimes yeah. Sometimes they do. If somebody was asking me today when I was out and about, if I could see like the spirits or the ghosts, and my answer was just trying to take them down a wormhole that they didn't have time for. But Hung, they asked Hung as well, and Hung answered them and says sometimes they can see, sometimes not. It just depends, different each time. Yeah, so using that as a talking point or as a practice and describing and encapsulating like that is not correct at all. And it's something that's exploitative to do it that way, especially when you're claiming to have a grasp on it, which is what he's doing. I have grasped this practice of ungraspable consciousness, and I can transmit it to people. Are you kidding me, Angelo? Is that what he's saying? Because that's illegal. And look, you want to sit here and you want to pat Dr. Rob on the back and hee-haw? You better be making a video of, I want to see a video of this about me, okay, where you're taking a dig on me.
Do you know what you mean by that? That's the key, right? So as a side effect of talking about the practice, sometimes it just hits people and dawns on them. I think it happened like at dinner yesterday to someone or something like that. Anyway.
It hits people and it dawns on them. He's just rambling as well. He's not in any position to be leading a retreat like this. There's no idea what he's doing. He's just playing games with people. Whether he knows it or not is irrelevant to the fact that that's what he's doing. And there's no art in it, right? I mean, because I'm thinking about myself in this and well. So I say, okay, well, this, that, what about, at least there's some art in this. There's some absurdity in this. There's some outroots in this. I say, look, I was just, you blame those people. But this guy is actively presenting himself, has convinced himself that he's a living Buddha. This guy is the mold on the cream of the corn soup. Yes, nonlinear. Oh, you're lucky to come back. That's one of these things. If you go into the sphere when your morality is not purified and you have no community, you don't know the Dharma, you don't know the Sangha, you very well may never come back. You may never get what Angelo Delulu calls access to unbreakable, whatever the hell he's talking about, just being able to concentrate and be aware. May never come back to that, ever. Now, some Dharma teachers will push you there. They'll push you into that. Yes, yes. I'll push you into that. We'll go together. All right, here we go.
So it's a bit of a double-edged sword. And part of this talk is to just settle anyone's concerns if they're like, I don't get it. I don't get the unbound.
How is it a double-edged sword? And that's the other thing as well. You think you want to go on this journey. It's not realistic for me or for you. We're never going to do it this way. We're never going to do it for real. Maybe Jim Newman, maybe he did it for real. Is unique, there's all kinds of unique characters out there. But if you were to really do it for real, and you can't even talk about it at this point, right? But let's just say you can't even talk about it at this point. But let's just say this living, breathing body that you think could become enlightened, which is not true, which is impossible, you will die. You might die. That you think is your body might die. So that's something that might happen if you actually went all the way to, Arahatship or something like that. You burned down the house, you burned down the it's very romantic, but we have no business talking about something like that. We're going to turn out like Angelo Delulu. We start talking about that. But you will die regardless. So that's something to keep in mind. How did he say it was a double-edged sword? Why is he saying it's a double? Let's listen to this again. Again.
When I talk about unbound consciousness as a practice, and it's a practice, could consider it something like a jhana, if you understand that terminology.
This might be nitpicking, but would a jhana be a practice or an absorption state? I would say it was an absorption. I think Ajahn Brahm would say it was an absorption state as well. Right? Ajahn Brahm seems to tell people that cessation is jhana. It seems like that's what he's doing. All right, just listen for the wrongness and then bring it up, okay?
I don't think I align it with a specific one because I don't even know what they are linearly.
Well, then how could you line it up with a specific one, Angelo? Why would you say that? What did he say?
If you understand that terminology. Although I don't think I align it with a specific one because I don't even know what they are linearly. I couldn't name them. It's my personal experience of it.
You couldn't name them. First jhana, second jhana, third jhana, fourth jhana. What do you mean you couldn't name them? Okay, here's my special practice. Here's my special practice, everybody. It's called being a retard. You might compare it to being a sane person, but actually, I don't know what kind of sane person it would be because I don't really even know what a sane person is linearly. Anyways, back to my retard ideas. All right. Let's stop interrupting, Angelo, and let's listen to this closely.
When I talk about unbound consciousness as a practice, and it's a practice, could consider it something like a jhana, if you understand that terminology. Although I don't think I align it with a specific one because I don't even know what they are linearly. I couldn't name them. It's my personal experience of it. But I have been able to transmit it to people, and people do realize it as a practice, understand how to do it, and reap the benefits of it ongoing. So that's why I talk about it. I don't rail on it. I talk about it periodically. But it's a little bit of a double-edged sword because it can be really challenging for people sometimes to dial into it. And that's simply because of the nature of thought and consciousness, the relationship between thought and consciousness, which is also the fundamental barrier between mind identification and awakening. So even though I know it can be frustrating for some people, practice-wise, or to really get what I'm saying, or to experientially get what I'm saying, and it takes time. When it clicks, it's very valuable practice-wise. And also a side effect of talking about it is that it can help people with the insight into the distinction between being identified with thought and through thought and your own awake nature, which is first elucidated through consciousness itself. That's the first big shift, is realizing consciousness. Now, when I say that, that's not as a thought. You don't go, oh, I realize what consciousness is. Or if I'm talking to someone and I say, well, who are you? And they go, oh, I'm consciousness. That's a thought. Do you know what you mean by that? That's the key, right? So as a side effect of talking about the practice, sometimes it just hits people and dawns on them. I think it happened like at dinner yesterday to someone or something like that. Anyway, so it's a bit of a double-edged sword. And part of this talk is to just settle anyone's concerns if they're like, I don't get it. I don't get the unbound consciousness thing. It's like frustrating. I can't focus right. I don't have that, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. That's not what wakes you up. What wakes you up is intention. What wakes you up is being willing to forego all of
Not a brown person in sight. Not a child or a younger person in sight. All middle-aged, pedantic, sycophantic white people. I've got something to say to them.
those strategies to control. Those insistences that the view I have of reality is reality. That's what wakes you up. What wakes you up is exactly what Nisargadatta said, that he realized he was not what he took himself to be. His teacher said, you are not what you take yourself to be. And then gave him an instruction. But I will tell you, you are not what you take yourself to be. Even if you're awake, even if you've had this shift, then you know, of course. No thought that moves through the mind defines anything about who you are, what reality is. They're ghosts, those thoughts. But they don't feel like ghosts when you're identified with them. They feel like reality. And that identification is strong and pervasive for a while. It will interpret everything I'm saying in its own context and turn it into thoughts until I say something that penetrates that, or until the tree says something that penetrates that, or until you have a tragedy in your life where you just don't have that luxury anymore.
This is stupid because as much as you can use consciousness as any kind of standardized term, you can say that this is happening all the time to everyone already. So this way of specializing awareness or recognition is just so stupid because it's I-ifying it. It's nonsense. It's absolute not. That's already happening all the time. It's like as if you could carry your thoughts with you. It's a bad teaching, and he knows. He's not totally ignorant. Yeah. 100%. Right there, RLH. This is the real Shiva. This is like the real version of Shiva if he wasn't such a lazy, money-hungry fool. So that's such a stupid way to teach people. The way that your mind is already operating is broken, but also what I'm pointing to. And so if you recognize the way that your mind is already operating, that's recognition, that's awareness, that's awakening. And yet, he's not saying that. He's saying a much stupider version of that. He's implying that you could exist. Which you couldn't. The very notion of yourself is nonsense. Let alone that somehow that thought could grasp other thoughts. Sure. Sure it can. Sure it could.
To keep insisting that the reality, the way you want it to be, is the way it is.
He's very unrefined. He's very, very unrefined. That I can say about Angelo Delulu, is he's exceedingly unrefined.
So you do suffer before awakening. You do suffer from that illusion, that what you take yourself to be, but you also benefit from it. That's critical to see. The benefit is dissociation. Dissociation's horrible, but like a benzodiazepine, feels great the first time you do it. Feels really horrible when you're addicted to them for 40 years or 20 years or whatever, right?
Disassociation is also a vague Western psychological term that has no value at all. It's just nonsense.
Yeah, dissociation, that's the benefit in the short term. A little bit of backing away, a little bit of numbness, a little bit of, oh, I can go into my inner world and pretend life's not happening. You don't think that way though, right? It's totally innocent. It starts very young.
Life isn't happening. Ever new impermanent nature is happening. You call me anytime. You reach out anytime. Look at how much I'm bothering you. And look at how much I bother people around the world. Send me a message on WhatsApp. Yo, Rob. Yo, Rob. Yo, Rob. Introduce yourself. Let me know what's going on. Let me know that you want to talk. Send it once a day. It's not a big deal. It's fine.
But it becomes a very complex system of thought, identification, and reactivity to thought. And it becomes a veil, literally a veil, through which you see everything. It's a paint that paints everything into duality, paints everything into better and worse, more and less important, priority, not priority. So when I say make awakening your top priority, or I don't really say that. I say when it's the most important thing to you, Yeah. That's when you see that that whole system of priorities itself is distorted. It's wrong. So you do make insight and realization the most important thing. In a way, you recognize the call, as Alma said about 30 times in a row yesterday during the guided meditation. This is an opportunity that may never come again. Don't squander it. That means stop playing the game with yourself, right? The game of hide and seek using thought. Why? Because it makes you suffer. And so some of this is about seeing that, yes, it does give you some benefit, but the benefit it gives you is far outweighed by the suffering it causes. And also the benefit it gives you most of the time isn't actually giving you. It's an illusion. So do you want to live without illusion? Because it's possible. That's what it comes down to. That's yearning for insight right now and putting all.
This is an unrefined, undeveloped buffoon who is absolutely misrepresenting the path. Absolutely. He has done nothing but create an egoic field of conditionality in which he can function well. And he has taken that to be Sammasambodhi. And it is most certainly not. I can see right through him. But I'd love to have a conversation with him, if he wasn't so sick in his head with his ego and his karma. Well, you never know. You just don't know. You just don't know. And this is kind of an offshoot practice. This is a Zen practice. It's not done much anymore today. It was previously done more when Buddhism was institutionalized in China and things like that. But we really don't know. You know what I mean? We don't really know. But is that the case? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's ridiculous. We know by his activities that that's absolutely not the case. And if it were, well, that wouldn't make much of a difference, right? A dream is a dream is a dream is a dream. But this is not when he exposes it. He exposes himself when he works with people. We're gonna get this guy. Don't worry about that.
The bullshit aside. And only you know what your bullshit is. Right? We all have our own bullshit, but there's categories of bullshit, and then there's your own personal bullshit. Just put it aside. It's not helping you. It's distracting, right? So yeah, if anything I say, especially when I'm doing some sort of guided meditation or a certain practice type meditatively, you don't need that to wake up. You don't need it as a daily practice either. There are so many people here with different types of daily practices. Some people here don't have daily practices probably, or they have sporadic practices or whatever, meditatively speaking. It doesn't matter. It's fine. The intention is really what matters the most. So perhaps I disagree with the Pali Canon. I disagree with Buddha in that way that, direct inquiry into the nature of reality is equal to meditative concentration. I think they can definitely go hand in hand for many people. Once the insights clarify, and the intention is really what matters the most. So perhaps I disagree with the Pali Canon. I disagree with Buddha in that way that, you know,
He is an irredeemable fool. And he will have major karmic retributions in his life. I can tell you that for sure. Absolutely irredeemable fool. The Pali Canon. I disagree with Buddha. He's a sycophantic, pedantic, parasocial agent, and at his core, he's a colonialist. We are witnessing right here Buddhist colonialism. Disagree with Buddha. You know, he likes that's his resume, that he likes Adyashanti and he's been on some meditation retreats. That's his resume. Well, these Asian people don't know what they're talking about. I don't need to look into that. I'm not going to listen. I'm not going to talk to an Asian person. The message is not necessarily wrong, but he is fake. He's disingenuous. He is deeply problematic and deeply confused and totally wrong. I disagree with the Buddha.
direct inquiry into the nature of reality is equal to meditative concentration. I think they can definitely go hand in hand for many people. Once the insights clarify, once the insights dawn, it becomes more obvious that living with a state of calmer body, calmer mind, more equanimity energetically is it makes more sense. It's more aligned with the insight and so forth. So there's value to practice. There's value to
He's like a necrophiliac mortician. That's all. He's a necrophiliac mortician. It's so sick. It's so disgusting that this is what the modern Western world has produced spiritually. And he's basically one of a kind. There aren't a lot of people like that, in this realm that have reach. And these people saying, what a relief. It's all sycophantism. It's all pedanticism in the comments. Wow, loved that. Give me more, please. And that's why I'm keeping an eye on my students and my followers. You don't talk like this. You don't act like this. Unless there's a little bit of money on it. Then you can act the way that you want to act. But it's just creating this stupid spiritual philosophy under the guise of an enlightened teacher. And he's totally claiming to be enlightened. Oh my God. He's claiming to be he doesn't even know what he's claiming. That's what's so stupid about it. He thinks that this all just fucking fell on his lap, that he came out of fucking God's asshole and decided to find out about spirituality because he saw Adyashanti on YouTube or something like that. And Adyashanti is also the part of the problem. Adyashanti's in the same situation. These people talk well, they convince well, and then 20 years later, they can't leave their fucking house because of how broken they are. And apparently that's what happened to Adyashanti. Apparently, this is just what I've heard, okay? But everybody knows that Adyashanti was running around with his little skinny ass, telling everybody how good looking he was and how pleasant he was and how much he got it. And then whoopsie woo, 10 years later, 15 years later, he's stricken by physical karmas that he needs to process. You can go and look into this. And, this mysterious condition that he has, he's fucking crazy. He's a lunatic. He's a madman. Where's Adyashanti? Where's Adyashanti's fucking Angelo Delulu YouTube channel? And once the nitrous supply, and this is literally true, this is literally the situation, I promise you that, okay? Because I know the kind of people that are going to be able to not fall prey to these situations, and they don't look anything, they don't talk like it, they don't act like anything like this. You take him away from his nitrous bottle, and you're going to see a whole new version of this enlightened fucking guru. Yeah, that's true, boohoo. But it's gonna just turn into this Hinayana path at best, And then he's so stupid he doesn't understand the difference between the Hinayana and the Mahayana. It's very subtle. I don't fully have access to that, but. And so when you get this guy in real situations, that's when he shows how fucking stupid he is, and how wrong he is, and how unenlightened he is. Okay, we've just received some private documents here. Let's take a look at these. All right. Yeah, this is his little performance fucking thing. So we need to turn that off. We need to corner him. And see, that's what these people don't share. They don't share their situations when they're cornered. Here we go. Oh, this is the young Angelo Delulu. Well, he looks a lot younger. He's aging fast because of all the nitrous and because of all the posturing in that he's not allowed to do. I'm not aging at all. I've functionally stopped aging. The only thing that's aging me is all the cigarettes and the beer. I don't drink very often, but it's very good to drink. I do smoke cigarettes often. You want to be spiritual? Look at this. Oh my God. This guy is a sick guy. Awakening story, breaking the glass. If only you could see the thumbnail of this image. It's absolutely disgusting. Look at Angelo like this. This is unbelievable. This is 7 years ago. Is this what happens in your 40s or 30s or something? 7 years goes by, you look... how old is Angelo? I'm 33. Okay, everybody, here we go.
So how long ago did we meet?
I think 6 months.
Yeah.
Or 5.
Yeah. And so what have we been talking about this whole time?
This guy's an absolute freak. Look at this. I need our community to look at this. This guy's an absolute freak.
So how long ago did we meet?
I think 6 months.
And this woman is just some random whore. And he's platformed her as some kind of fully awakened teacher. And she's just some whore for this guy, some slut for this guy. It is absolutely disgusting what we're looking at here.
Yeah.
Or 5.
Yeah. And so what have we been talking about this whole time?
We need to get a zoom in here. 99 Soul Rebel, don't do that, okay? Just be quiet and listen, okay? And don't be offended. Look at this guy.
So how long ago did we meet?
I think 6 months
Yeah.
or 5.
Yeah. And so what have we been talking about this whole time?
I w-
That's who we're dealing with. This is who we're dealing with. This guy is sick. 99 Soul Rebel, we're not doing that, okay?
would say we haven't been talking about much.
Right. So what do you think someone would say if they were sort of listening to the conversations we had? What subject do you think they would say this was about?
I think if I were to tell anybody, I would just say it's about life.
Yeah.
And I think that's what most people would say as well.
Yeah. So have you noticed a transition since we've been talking?
Yes. I think it's kind of noticeable after the fact.
Mm.
So it's like a force that's moving.
Chanath, your analysis here is not entirely correct from what I can see so far. We're going to see how this goes, but this woman is a co-conspirator. This is a dangerous woman. This is what we call a Western slut and a Western whore. So there's no leading on here. This is a part of her trick. She's basically a prostitute, which is fine, but not as a nun or a monk or a true spiritual practitioner is not a prostitute.
Subconsciously. And the effects come way after in the timeline, if you want to speak in that way.
Yeah. So what do you mean by the timeline? So what is the timeline?
So this is a common misconception, but I'm very informed about women. This is a whore, and she's doing her whoring. She's doing her slutting. So she's 100% co-conspirator, but she's playing this role that she's being guided, she's being coached or something. She was looking for something big and thick and hard and wide, and she found it. And the moment that she found it, she stopped thinking. So that was her insight. She's absolutely full of spirits and demons. She's a horrible, evil woman. I've seen her work. I've seen her activities. Currently in modern day, she's a 100% evil woman. She's had no insight at all. And we need to look at this. We need to watch this. We need to understand this, okay? If you are a woman, you have a natural advantage to the way of loving kindness. And so you need to be held to a higher standard, right? My breasts don't produce milk, okay? So yours do, all right? Your body is for the children. Your body is not for yourself. And so when a woman takes a role of a Western slut and a Western whore, she's got to answer for that, okay? And this is just some slut game and whore game from some little freak nitrous addict. See, this is before the B12 problem happened. So this is 7 years ago, and this is when he was starting his nitrous thing, and so it caught up with him. He's had a B12 deficiency for some time, and so now the hair's gone white, and he's aged very quickly. You shouldn't age that much in 7 years. 7 years from now, I will look exactly like this. I won't look a single bit different in 7 years. I can promise you that. Okay? We need to watch this. We need to understand this. Okay?
Time as in days, months, weeks
Yeah.
in the storyline.
The storyline.
Yes.
These people are sick and they need to be stopped. He's been doing this game for a long, long time. The problem is that these Westerners don't have any education and they're disgusting people at their core. They're, slave traders. They don't care really. They just want better for themselves and their people. No, this is a little bit deeper than the you get it right. This is a deeper dynamic. This is a deeper paradigm. This is the dark circle of Angelo DeLulu. This is the you get it right is a group exercise that got out of hand. This is Angelo's true persona, which is a freak retard monster, and we need to look at this in the view of how dark it actually is, how evil it actually is, how evil these are evil people. So the title of this, the description of this video is, this is a conversation with a young woman who had gone through an awakening, in parentheses, a fundamental shift in identity. So if awakening for you, this is what he wrote, and he's supposed to be the fucking king of the castle. If awakening for you is a fundamental shift in identity, boy, oh boy, are there some lucky ladies out there. Okay? Because I've got a ECT machine. It's an electroconvulsion therapy machine. And lucky men out there as well. And talk about a shift in identity. Okay? He looks like he's 55 the way that he looks. It's too much nitrous.
Whose story is it? So how would you explain that to somebody?
In the storyline.
The storyline.
Yes.
Whose story is it?
In the storyline. Whose story is it? Yeah, you believe the idea that you're not a person. What are you, a fucking retard? A lot of people are missing this. A lot of people are missing this. A lot of people are taking offshoots here. I'm going right to the core.
I believe I'm not a person. I really believe it. I've changed my identity. Whose story is it? What are we doing here?
So, how would you explain that to somebody who has never been involved in a conversation like this? How would you explain what you mean when you say storyline? Because you're not talking about a storybook, right?
No, I would say storyline as in what this body mind seems to do and how it can interpret that later after what's been.
She has been coached. Her answers are coached. And this is not the way that you test somebody. This is the stupidest thing that I've ever seen in my life. Here, let's try it with our audience. Let's try it with our audience. Do you have a story? Yeah, she's been groomed. This guy's a monster. This guy's a nitrous groomer. Do you have a story? Do you have a story? We're going to, Rain Tarot, your test is in process, all right? Whoever it is that's got all that money, may they go to the Pure Land, okay? As soon as possible. Or just talk to them. Maybe they'll give it to you sooner than that. That'll be your test, okay? That's a good test. So this man is a criminal. This Angelo Delulu guy is a criminal. And these people have been doing this for a while. This didn't come out of the blue. This has been happening for a while, this whole situation. I've heard bits and whispers of it. Absolutely not. That's my answer. Absolutely not. Oh, very good. Very good, dear. Very good, dear. Well, we love it. We love it. I remember, I never forgot Katie, and I was looking around for you, and I was saying, what's going on with Katie? You know, that was, I really appreciated that. And Katie's back, everybody. Let's get some W's in the chat for Katie, everybody. Yes. Be specific. You be specific. You confess unto me, okay? That's going to help you. Oh my gosh. Tell me what happened. No. This is just your schizophrenia coming back again. But that's okay. It's a good message, right? Yes. Oh, that's a good one. Good. Oh my goodness. So precious. Yes. I haven't defeated Mara, but it's slowly becoming more friendlier. I tell you what, when you piss this guy off, it's not fun. Oh my goodness. Well, we can't give too much into the no, they're in the know, because it's just your mind. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What a joy. On the SSRIs. Very exciting. Beautiful. Yes, you're very accepted. Yes. As Thich Nhat Hanh said, If you practice meditation, if you practice mindfulness seriously, you might still need to take those fucking meds, but you can take less. I mean, who do we think these people are? These fucking lobotomists. You have to take this dose. Break that fucking pill in half, throw the other half in the toilet, and fucking ride the wave, baby. That's how it all works. Oh my goodness, Chanath, psychic powers, huh? Very, very good. Yes. Well, they don't want to deal with crazy people, as I'm sure you can imagine. You come and you listen and you practice and you come home and you're here, you're a member of the community. Oh, tricky, nonlinear. You've been back around for a while. I've been smelling something over there. And it turned out I was smelling Katie. So it's all good, Katie. Everything is in line. Everything is going through the process very well. And we're back on track. And Thich Nhat Hanh, everybody. Do I need to type this down? Thich Nhat Hanh. Listen, you want to go to the mental hospital, you want to become schizophrenic, go for it, okay? But if you want to avoid that, you don't just run around and do your own little thing and live your own little life. You type in Thich Nhat Hanh on YouTube and you listen. You'll become less schizophrenic and you won't have to deal with so much schizophrenia when you eat more feces. Thich Nhat Hanh has very good human feces for you to eat. Okay, and it'll probably be easier to listen to him than to eat human feces. Okay? Yeah. The voices told me to do it, all right? The voices told me to eat human feces. All right, here we go. Let's continue listening, all right, everybody? Let's focus here.
Happening. So the idea of the ideas of life. So if we're talking,
Why do you think that Zen masters would speak in riddles and enchantments and in performative arts? Why do you think that in Tibetan Buddhism, Dzogchen and teachings on the nature of the mind were secret teachings, esoteric teachings? Because of these people here. Because this is what it looks like when you get the idea and you make the idea your awakening. Okay? So you come and I'll help you be more schizophrenic and more unstable. Then go and listen to Thich Nhat Hanh and eat that shit. Okay? You're going to bed at night. Instead of being a fucking schizophrenic crazy person because it's time to go to bed and driving yourself insane, just listen to Thich Nhat Hanh. I'm not talking to anybody specifically. This is a great practice to do. Okay? You can also sit up and meditate. Just listen to Thich Nhat Hanh. It's not that complicated. Take refuge.
about life, we're always talking about right now. However, there seems to be the ability to remember. And if I remember as right now I am, I would say there's a storyline. But again, I can only talk about that as an idea that I'm recalling right now.
Right. So the storyline that you're referring to might be like Alma's past and her problems and her successes and the events of her life. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, kind of like the movements that she's doing, that she's going about.
Right.
the way that things manifest for her,
Yeah.
the way things look, again, all interpretations, but it's like saying that this looks pink.
Yeah.
That's kind of what
So
I
you're
would say.
saying that the events of Alma's life, the storyline that you can recall now in this moment, right? Or that can be
Yeah.
recalled. Yeah, it would be called a story. So are you saying it's not real? That story, like that story itself, the story of Alma, her life and her past, is that real, or is it?
It's as real as it can be right now.
Yeah.
Not sure how real it is.
Yeah.
If it's real only right now.
So that's an authentic wrong answer, which would be right if you were actually trying to guide that person. If you look at this Alma lady right here, she's slutting, right? She's trying to seduce.
Not sure how real it is.
Yeah.
If it's real only right now.
Right. Do you think that
But she's been groomed to do that. She's been groomed to do that, to slut and to whore for Angelo's mind, for Angelo's mind dynamics, his belief in his system. So, that was actually an authentic answer, which was totally wrong, totally bad. Even to say it was bad would be wrong because it wasn't even an answer. But it was true for her. Okay? Angelo here is now going to try to guide her into a better answer, which is exactly what he shouldn't be doing. He should be pointing her back to her own mind, to look at her own mind. He can't point her to her own mind. It's only that she can turn her mind around and look at her own mind. But he's trying to get involved in that process because he has a big ego. He has a big self. Yeah, she's trying to defend. Yeah, maybe slutting would be, look at the fur in the background, the low tapered dress. She's just a slut and a whore, if you ask me. And 7 years later, she's not doing too well. I saw this recent retreat when she was sitting up on the stage. And and so now he's going to coach her into the right answer. And this has been a cult. This has been an online group that's been doing these kinds of things for a while. It's probably an offshoot of that, where they try to talk you into recognition or realization. And it's absolutely inappropriate. It's absolutely incorrect. Shiva, you will never be successful in what you do. And you should be absolutely ashamed of yourself. You're welcome here. You're a friend here, but you should be absolutely ashamed of yourself, your spiritual status, your financial status, your parasocial grifting, your delusions to be some kind of content creator, that you would be as superficial as you could to get what you want, which is money and profit and fame. You would sacrifice anything to get that, which makes you absolutely wrong in everything that you do, Shiva. And the next time that we go live together, I'm going to have a big thing. I'm going to have a lot of things to share with you. And I always have to draw a line with people. If people want to masturbate and watch you play a little game and put on a little parasocial show because you're in a relationship with me, go ahead and do that. But anyone equalizing me and you, I always have to call them out, and I have to make it clear that this guy has totally different values than me. Totally different values, totally different perspectives. The news out now is that you were lying to scam for a children's charity. So put on your little outfit, Go and put on your little outfit and wear your hair in the same way that you always wear your hair, instead of doing something interesting with your hair because you're so ashamed of yourself. You're so embarrassed about who you really are. Go and get yourself set up, okay? And then you send me a message and, hey, I like making money too. You like values. You like sucking your own ass is what you like to do, Shiva. Okay, let's get back to our attention point here.
Perception was the same way when we met?
Not sure how real it is.
Yeah.
If
in her past, is that real or is it?
It's also a very stupid question to ask somebody.
So are you saying it's not real? That story was life.
the way things look, again, all interpretations, but it's like saying that this looks pink.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I
So you're saying that the events of Alma's life, the storyline that you can recall now in this moment, right? Or that can be recalled, it would be called a story. So are you saying it's not real? That story, like that story itself, the story of Alma, her life and her past, is that real or is it?
It's as real as it can be right now.
Yeah.
Not sure how real it is.
Yeah.
If it's real only right now.
Right. Do you think that the perception was the same way when we met?
No, when we met, it was different. It was more. It seemed more solid.
Mm-hmm.
Real teachers do not work like this. That is not how real teachers work. You need to understand that. America, I want to talk a little bit about America. America was founded and created by a group of genocidal, holocaustal, insane people. Okay? The wealthy class in England did not want to go, the intellectual, wealthy, religious, whatever class of England did not want to go to some fucking country to get butchered by brown people. They sent the lowest common denominator, whether they were the workers or the people who are going to be in charge, and somehow it worked out. Then they went on a campaign of genocide, slavery, and Holocaust. Okay? Then they realized that they could push out the people in England because they could be in charge, and then they manipulated the lower people, the lower white people, okay, to be against black and brown people and be against England to fight this war so that they would have more power. The government, these fucking sick slave-owning landowners would have more power, okay? Couldn't be more immoral. Couldn't be more sick and vile and disgusting and uneducated, okay? After that, you had a group of insane people that were continuing this genocide and this slavery and, collecting scalps of Native American children because they'd get $5, which was a lot of money at that time. And then you had all these people going around that believed anything that they could fucking get their hands on.
My name is Mr. Joseph Smith. I found the golden tablets in the sky, and the power of God came down and gave me the magical power, and we have to go to Utah.
No problem. Everybody believed it. Okay? All the while, we're still fucking raping and murdering Native American and black children. Okay? All the while. And all these other cults and fucking freak people, insane people, all right? American heritage, all right, of the past 300 years can be encapsulated by that. Holocaust, genocide, private wealth consolidation, and fucking retard maxing. I'm sorry, right? I'm sorry, but that's the case. That's American culture, right? And so these colonialist children, not to put a bad word on children, okay? These colonialist children, Angelo DeLulu, this colonialist sycophant, all right, has somehow magically, out of the blue and with no training from anybody and no connection to anybody, has realized the ultimate truth. And now he's liberating other people, okay? Didn't bother connecting with Buddhists or monasteries or Vipassana elders or anything like that, okay? So what do you think is more likely? That this is another one of the crop from his culture, or that he is a self-realized Buddha? He's above a Buddha. He doesn't even agree with the Buddha. He doesn't even understand the notion of what Buddha represents, which is not just Siddhartha Gautama. Oh, now he's a fucking Theravadan practitioner. Which one sounds more likely? I can't take it. I can't take how vapid and dead and dry and inaccessible the spiritual scene is. Did the 60s ever even happen? Maybe MK Ultra was real, right? Maybe they figured out how to do psychic mind control from the 5G towers by giving a bunch of LSD to goats and fucking Air Forcemen. And they created a reprogramming. I'm the bad boy of American Buddhism. Okay, well, let's focus less on that and focus more on getting that money. Rain Tarot. I am the bad boy of American Buddhism. As far as I know, as far as anybody knows. There's this guy, this little black gay guy, this little twink. He was he went to Empty Cloud, which is one of the preeminent Western monastic communities with just a couple people. It's just a little thing in New Jersey. He was there for like 2 months. Him and another little friend who was a novice, I think they were both novices, they ran off in the middle of the night because they didn't like their teachers after a month of being novices or something like that. Something ridiculous. They went over to California. They got ordained as monks with some random fucking freak monk. Some random, maybe it was a good monk, but some random monk. Month or two later, they disrobed. This guy's got an Instagram. He's got articles on Lion's Roar claiming to be this former Buddhist monk. We've got to have some practical definition here. Well, I don't think he seems very smart. I think he seems crazy. I was a Buddhist monk for 8 goddamn years. Venerable Panyavati's going around saying I'm like a sundoer, saying I'm a very special person. I met the woman a couple times. No, I'm not an arahat. Okay, I don't need to be an arahat to kick ass. We need $300,000 minimum. And now the lobotomized paratroopers start flowing in. Mac G. When I'm literally detailing how I'm like the most non-poser fucking Buddhist young person in America, this guy comes in, flows in, and say this guy's a poser. The chair broke, yeah. Now, will someone donate? There is no why, okay? You ask me why when you send me $10,000 minimum, $500, $3,000 minimum, $1,000 minimum. That's when you ask me why. This, she say, just take off today, right? Yeah. She good, but it's difficult because so many energy, you know, so many different energies. So it's very difficult, and I cannot talk myself. So now I have to tell someone else to take my energy and give to someone else. But people cannot do that.
I know.
Even you cannot do that.
Because the children and the teacher.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's another topic. Thank you so much. That's another topic. Thank you very much.
Why had he not heard me?
Because you talk about something else, but I need to do this work.
What's the ow? Had he not hear all?
I need to ask Google Gemini if I can grow opium in Vietnam. Okay, in a completely non-illegal way, can I grow opium poppies that could seep out the opium juice if I was living in Vietnam and growing them for totally legal purposes? Would that itself be illegal?
It's important to understand that growing opium poppies in Vietnam is strictly prohibited. The government banned all opium production back in 1992 as part of its efforts to combat drug abuse and trafficking. While there have been historical exceptions for government-supervised programs, there is no legal pathway for an ordinary individual to cultivate them, regardless of the intended purpose. Is there another plant you're interested in learning about?
And now we have the joy of the schizophrenic lobotomized people flying in. Welcome, welcome. Nothing better than a schizophrenic lobotomized person. Don't forget to like and subscribe, everybody. All right, let's continue. Let's continue listening here. I don't think anybody's going to notice we have a couple opium poppies, all right, for a season or two.
Seem to be like
Growing opium poppies in Vietnam.
Shut up.
like a bag
Shut up.
full of heavy rocks.
Yeah.
That's what it seemed like in that moment. Presently, it seemed like there was a burden being carried, and it seemed like we were talking to unload that burden. That's what it seemed like.
Right.
And that's something that I'm recalling right now
Mm-hmm.
as a story.
Yeah. So who's recalling that story? Because, you know, when you say it's a story, like Alma's life is a story, it almost sounds like it's not your story, whoever's recalling it right now.
Well, it's not, because
This woman is nothing other than a whore. Okay? There's nothing wrong with not liking somebody. Okay? I probably wouldn't like you either, Nabi Shmurda. But that doesn't mean we need to fight or that there's something special about that. That's a stupid thing. People say, I don't like this. Okay. Do you like eating raw onions? You fucking retard idiot. Yeah, probably. But then they get pulled into these lower teachers and these lower paradigms. So we're done watching. We're not going to watch that anymore. Where's Shiva? Shiva, where are you? He's probably pissy because I talked to him. He didn't get the respect that he felt he deserved. He doesn't deserve anything. People need to stop giving him money. There's people that give money, the stupidest people. We have to form an energetic connection with our teacher, with each other, support each other, practice with each other. Where's Adyashanti's live streams? Where's his new stuff? Members only. And now he's grifting people for money when he's supposed to have been the fucking preeminent fucking guy for years and years and years. He's written 11 books. And also his bio, his description has nothing of note there. Mukti. We need to look at Adyashanti's wife. They're failures. I'm not going to be a failure. Yeah, okay, this is Adyashanti's wife. Okay, so she's teaching, and she's teaching with Adyashanti. This will be interesting, right? Let's get some W's in the chat, everybody. Let's get some donations. Let's start to get some donations going. I just want to see those colors, everybody. All right, well, let's turn that 10 euros into 100 euros. Come on, everybody. Let's get some cash flow here. Remember, I work for you. You decide how much I'm worth, how much my energy is worth a month. And for all those poor people out there, find a way to encourage the other people to pick up the slack. Do it, pretend, right? Just pretend. Dr. Rob, I wish I could donate. You're so great. You help me so much. If you've got the extra cash, I'm just talking about if you got the extra cash. I would donate to you. Not talking about people putting themselves out on a limb. If you do put yourself out on a limb, let me know so I can buy you some fucking dinner and whatever it is, okay? I'm going to buy it for you. No, I need help with this. Okay, I'm here to help you with this. Now let's look at this and let's experience this. Big W's in the chat. You know, all these people, they have standards that don't mean anything. Well, you know, those people don't exist. You don't have the paradigm access. Yeah, what are you fucking talking about? Who was the Buddhist monk for 8 years? I was. All right? I was a Buddhist monk for 8 years. All right, let's let go of that. Let's move on. This is Adyashanti being forced by his wife to come and sit with him.
Although the thought of a separate self is illusory, we do each.
Hold on, I need to put this on my Bluetooth speaker. I just bought this Bluetooth speaker, everybody. I went for the Gen 2 instead of the Gen 3. I'm sorry, but my, talk about stinginess. I don't think I'd call Hung stingy. She's not stingy, but I'm stingy. And Hung's very mindful of money. And anyway, I got this Bluetooth speaker here. And it's good. I think it's good. But music is poisonous. Music is evil. Hung? Look, we need people who are able to take their schizophrenia meds and bring that money here to Vietnam, okay? And we'll figure it out from there. Okay, okay. There's nothing wrong with having some, you know what I mean? And look, you come here and you sit and you wait for the Dharma. Well, we're going to go and see ourselves, okay, everybody? We're going to talk about it. We're going to think about it. We're going to sit down in a way of meditation. We're going to look at all this. We love children, don't we? There's a way to be with children that is mindful, that is detached, that facilitates the expansion of their minds rather than the contraction of their minds. And in fact, we have to disorient romantic love. It's just nonsense. We need to watch this as a community. I need people to get serious here. Talking about this and that. Playing games. My wife talking about the beers that I drink. This is the medicine for my work. I should have hid the beers. Throw away the beers. She won't know how many I drank. Chanath gets it. We need to build a home for Chanath and Chanath's family as well. Here in Vietnam. If you can get a visa for Canada, you can get a visa for Vietnam. All right, here we go. That's enough. That is absolutely enough. That is absolutely enough. Yeah, everybody here is going to get it. And everybody's going to pay their debt as well. There's no gifts. There's only paying back your debt. It's a sad truth, and it's a sad world. We need to watch this. $300,000. We need $300,000 for the meditation center. We need to sit down and we need to talk about this. Hung specializes in certain things. I specialize in certain things. A collaborative effort of mutual willingness to self-sacrifice. You don't need to explain anything. Kill. Somehow you shut your mouth. Humans have a right to kill. You don't like somebody? Kill them. That's been human life for a long time. Is no one here interested? Is no one here excited? Does no one here realize this little prideful freak Shiva? This is my comeback stream. This is my comeback stream. We need donors. We need donations. We need colors. God only knows what's going to happen in the next few hours. Adyashanti is one of the preeminent Western spiritual teachers. But he seems to have fallen off. And even on his own channel, he just posts recorded videos from years ago. But his wife wants to be a spiritual teacher too. She's leveraging his success. She's forcing him to sit next to her when she does her little talk. So why don't we listen to this? Isn't this exciting? Isn't this interesting? Mukti source, Mukti my ass. She's nothing compared to me, and I'm going to prove it. Yeah. Yap, 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 yap. All right, who's ready? Who's ready? W's in the chat if you're ready. And what do we have? What are we being manipulated? Is the number of people watching this being manipulated? When I say W's in the chat, I need everybody who's watching this to go into their little computer and type down a W and send it in the live chat. Now. One, two, three, four, five, six. The usual suspects. 7. Who else? It says there's 37 people here. Fucking Rotten Tomatoes. Well, that's our hope, boo-hoo. That's our hope. But we really don't know. Could just be 7 people here. All right, here we go. Let's take a look. Hold on. live streaming to 7 people like I'm some freak. All right, here we go. And I am a funny guy. Yeah, we don't know though. It's probably some people are freaks. People are crazy. We need to get people here in person. Here's this isn't complicated, is it? Get your credit score as high as possible. Buy gold bullion with your credit card and bring it to me. There's nothing worse than thinking that you were an arahat when you never were, which is exactly Adyashanti's situation, which is exactly Angelo DeLulu's situation. What a disaster. What an absolute disaster. Because there's no such thing as an arahat. Here we go. The reality is that these are not these people necessarily, but stupid, selfish people.
Although the thought of a separate self is illusory, we do each have a distinct form. And initially in meditation, it can be helpful to bring attention to your body.
No, we do not. No, we do not. I'm not being a contrarian here. I'm telling her. Now we got somebody calling in here. I need to buy makeup. I should have bought that makeup that day. I just can only do so much with 2 hands.
And to get a sense of its distinct place. The very seat which you're taking for meditation. To feel a sense of inhabiting form energetically, consciously.
Trash. Absolutely trash. And that's why one of my students, who I'm not going to name, one time they messaged me about Adyashanti. I said, are you kidding? I said, contrived, garbage, superficial, pedantic, same fucking bullshit. And look at Adyashanti there sitting and trying to meditate. I'm not watching this. There ain't nothing here. 2 old Bix and Sally's sitting at home on their fucking couch with their little lamps in the background. What a stupid lamp. What are you, fucking trying to sell your house? Huh? You planning to sell your house? Is that why you bought a lamp like that? Any single person who thinks that that's a nice lamp, watch the fuck out. Okay? No, we're not watching that shit. "7 minutes of silence. I'm helping you." Yeah, you're helping me. Who? Who is the most powerful spiritual teacher that you knew? Who is the most wise spiritual teacher that you know? Well, I'm going to help you, all right. I'm going to help you take your head out of your ass. You little shit. You little freak. The Beingness channel, what the fuck is this? It's a Facebook group. It comes from a Facebook group. God forbid. Look at these people. Sick people. I should be their teacher. Whoever their teacher is, they should take me as their teacher. That's right. That's right, Mommy. That's exactly where we're headed now. To reach the teens.
Stissan schambinemer, som sen.
Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your fucking mouth. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. This is an English-speaking server. You're breaking the rules by talking that French talk. Never gonna happen.
Alright, so Dr. Rob, listen to me. This guy is actually a wimp because
I don't care who's a wimp. I don't care who's a wimp. I don't care who's a wimp. Shut your fucking mouth. I don't know what little fucking tirade, little game we were playing before I got in here. But guess what? We don't play that fucking game here. Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Is that the little game that you're playing here? Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Talking in French talk? Huh? Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Calm down.
You tell me what fucking game that is.
Chill, dog, chill.
No, it's 7. No, it's 7.
Sub 3 Dr. Brutal.
Bro, he's a fucking idiot muted me. Fuck it, bro. Like, shut up. Fuck ass fucking Dr. Rob, bro. Anyways, it's over for you, Ghostface. Where'd you live again?
It's good. Very, very good. No, it's just young people being young people. You got to think about the environment that they grow up in. There's no option. There's no opportunity. What can they do? Hold on. Go sleep. We need more resolution. We need a clearer resolution. have breakfast?
Cookie? Huh? A cooking? Honey order a cookie?
I order for the matcha and snack. I got it, Shiva. I got it, Shiva. I got it. Okay. But I've got to set up my stuff too. It's not just all about you and your little game. Okay? Little spiritual game. And we will have a conversation, Shiva, because I got a lot of things to say to somebody like you. I have a large amount of things to say to somebody like you, Shiva. Ah, Shiva, I am on my way, man. I'm on my way to you. Hold on. Hold on a sec. We're going to be doing some really interesting things here, everybody. Let's get some W's in the chat. We're not getting any donations in the chat. We're not getting any donations in the chat, so let's get some W's in the chat. Courage, you got a lot of homework to do, honey. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm on my way. You let your ego get the best of you. That's the problem. Shiva, you let your ego get the best of you, man. And that's messed up. Now join my live stream, Shiva. I'm joining yours. You little bitch. What? I joined the live stream with Shiva. What the fuck? What are you wearing? He's doing his pickup artist stuff. I told him to start doing this again. He's doing his like pickup artist outfit and stuff. But why is your red nose matching your shirt? Why are you doing that?
Oh my God!
He's doing his pickup artist stuff. His peacocking. Shiva's peacocking. Shiva, look, man, I'm going to be honest with you. You are not going to like the way that it goes today. I'd be careful about, going live. If you're not ready for it, man, you should change up your dynamics or something, because, I mean, this is ridiculous what you're wearing. What are you wearing? And why is your nose red in a way that matches this little shirt that you're wearing? That's so weird, man.
Anyways, finish your audio, otherwise I'm leaving the live stream.
Shiva, you're not leaving anything. Just like you're not using copper to drink out of. Just like you're not using copper to drink out of, man. You are messed up, man.
You put on your headphones and put on a microphone and properly have a dialogue with me. I'm just going to do this live stream. I'm going to do this live stream. Alright, that's me chosen. I'll see you later. I'll see you next time. All right, we have a special we have a special show today because my friend Dr. Rob has sent me a package, and here's the package. Okay, I want to reveal any kind of information, but basically here's a package, as you can see, and I don't know what's inside the package. I have not inquired into the package. I have not looked into the package. I have not touched the package. I have not read the instruction manual on the package. I literally have no idea what it is, except that it's quite on the larger side. So we are going to open it live for all of you to see. And if somebody here donates $100 super chat, we are going to open this live. If nobody donates, I'm going to throw it in the trash.
What the boy is he that?
He's like got this idea that he's like strong and he's smart and he's independent or something. He's acting super stupid.
Anyways, you're going to congratulate me on 15,000 subscribers. It's a big milestone. I'm very proud of myself.
The only reason that you have 15,000 subscribers is because of me.
Can we all appreciate Dr. Rob's low production quality? He has to continuously mute his microphone every single time that I speak because he can't invest in a simple headset. But, man, I don't know how to talk to Dr. Rob. I don't know what the dynamics here is. I just trust comfortably normally for the first time because I'm done with just playing.
You remember you asked me, what is that?
And we're going to have a genuine live.
I'm going to piss on my phone. I'm going to piss on my phone.
People are wondering why my face is red, my nose is red, because I was outside the entire day doing yard work, and I didn't wear a hat or sunscreen. I wouldn't wear sunscreen even if somebody paid me, but I wear a zinc sunscreen, which is made from zinc.
and it's not an oil derivative. So, yeah, we are going to open this package that Dr. Rob sent me. We're going to see what it is. If somebody donates $100, we are going to open it up. And if not, then it will just stay here forever. And nobody's gonna touch it. But I have no idea what it is. It's sent by a friend of ours, Shelly. Shelly Be Free, thank you so much. Well, I can't thank you yet because I don't know what's inside, but we are going to see what's inside this package. And once we do, there is no unseeing it. Apparently, it is.
What happened? You know, Siva?
Who wants me to open this package? Let me know. It might be some kind of poison toxic chemical that Dr. Rob has sent me. I wouldn't put it past him. But yeah. So we are going to open it up very, very, very soon. I will never know. Okay, so who wants me to open it up and who wants me to just leave it alone?
What happened?
This is a good idea. This is a package sent from Dr. Rob to open it up and we're going to see what's inside. All right, let's go ahead. Should I open it up or should I wait or what do you think I should do? Wow. Wow. What?
Hello, hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but not on my end.
Hold on. All right, Shiva, can you hear me?
Not on this end.
What do you mean not on this end? This is my end.
Yeah, on your end I can hear you.
Why can't you? Oh my God. This is production quality. This is production value. I was raided. I was assaulted. I was assaulted in Australia. Hello?
Yeah.
I was assaulted in Australia. I was assaulted in Australia. I was cyber stalked and I was assaulted in Australia. I was cyber stalked and I was assaulted in Australia. And that time, it gave me a conjunction. It gave me a conjunction condition where I bought this one instead of the other one. But I should have bought the other one. Because these are in my ears. I don't like things in my ears like this. I can't do this. I can't be in this kind of space and this kind of dynamic. So look, everybody here who thinks that they're a smart guy, they're a cool guy, they're doing this, they're doing that, I got news for you. You're not. That's non-duality. That's spirituality. I might as well have been gang stalked in Australia the way that I was treated. I was lied about. They lied about me in Australia.
Alright, so should I open the package or not?
Open it up, you little punk.
Who wants me to open it up? Who's going to send me $100 donation?
I'll open you up. I'm going to open you up, Shiva.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time. Alright, here we go, baby. Let's get some W's in the chat.
Can somebody send something here? Can somebody send something? So what if I have poop on my forehead? If that was the case, so what? Everybody poops. It's not that big of a deal. It's not that weird. Everybody poops, don't they? It's in your body, isn't it? So it's in your body. It's in the outside of my body. What's the big deal? Shut up. You're not that guy, buddy. You're definitely not that guy. No, let me know how my microphone quality is. Let me know how my microphone quality is. That's what I want to know. How is my microphone quality? I mean, what do you think? You think there's something wrong with, like, holding your feces in your hand and examining it? Make sure you're healthy. Make sure you have a healthy biome and stuff. There's nothing wrong with that. You wash your hands afterwards. It's not that big of a deal. All right, open up that package, man. Stop being a weirdo. Just open up. I'm not saying it's not odd, but it's not dangerous to look through your poop. Okay, open up the package, man. Let's see it. Everybody's here. Shelly's here. I'm here. Everybody's here. Just open up that package, man. Isles is here. You know what? Pause for a sec. Seraph, haven't you been fucking wetting this motherfucker's whistle for days and days and days and pumping him? So why don't you come over here and pay me the money that you owe me? You've been pumping this guy every day like a well in the fucking West Bank. And yet somehow you're still sending money, sending yellow super chats to him when I'm doing live streams after I took a week-long sabbatical. Come over here and make a sincere donation. You've been pumping him and pumping him and pumping him with your little games and your little money games over there. Come over here and make a serious donation. You've already spoiled the whole situation by doing that. Go ahead, Shiva. Keep opening up the package. The Money Man, Shiva Kailash Shambho. Go ahead.
Special card is a special edition, limited edition. And the back says, great things never come from comfort zones. It also has many stickers, so I'm going to be using stickers to incentivize my subscribers like Seraph Null, which will get a yellow sticker. Thank you so much, Seraph. Thank you so much. We have this tiny package. We want to investigate this. Let's put this to the side. And I'm opening it up very gently inside of a little paper, piece of paper, and it is also substantial. Oh, it is a tiny Buddha. Now, as far as tiny Buddhas go, this is a nice one. This is an energetic spiritual one. This is going to go into my altar, and I'm going to cherish it, and I'm going to protect it, and it's going to protect me. So W's in the chat for a nice, consecrated, beautiful, energized, properly done.
I took a week-long sabbatical. There should be people raining money upon me. There should be one super chat coming after another super chat, coming after another super chat, coming after another super chat, because I took a week-long sabbatical and now I'm back, and so people want to show me and want to share with me that wealth and that value that they made over the last week. This is absolutely inappropriate. This is absolutely wrong and incorrect. I should be showered
Actually,
with generosity. I should be showered with super chats. I should be showered with donations.
right. We are going to open up the biggest package, the most substantial package. I don't know what's inside. It's a black package, and your donations and super chats are always welcome. And should we open this up, or should we wait for a $100 donation, a red super chat, to show Dr. Rob that he actually doesn't deserve any super chats, and then in fact I deserve all the super chats? Whoops.
How did something substantial? Are you a retard, Shiva? How did a substantial package that you said could be a stuffed animal turn into a little tiny card? And a letter. Hello, Shiva. Hello, Shiva. Why don't you answer me that? How did you just have a package in your hand that you said could be a stuffed animal that magically turned into a little fucking trading card? Are you fucking retarded? What the fuck are you doing, man?
The main package
You
is in
just
here.
opened. You just picked up a package and said, "Wow, this is something substantial. This is could be a stuffed animal." And then you said, "Oh, and here's a letter, and look, here's a trading card." And now you're saying, "And here's another package. Wow, this is the substantial package." Hello, Shiva, are you home? Are you home, Shiva? That's the package that you were opening when you found a letter that had a card in it. Hello, anybody home? Now we have a new package? The substantial package that could have been a stuffed teddy bear, you said, has turned into a little trading card? How'd that happen? Open up the package, Mr. Smarty Pants.
We're waiting for substantial donations.
You've gotten
to open a
another
substantial
package. One package has become two. Shiva has broken bread. One piece of bread has become multiple. One piece of fish has become many. Let's get W's in the chat for Shiva, the Jesus package man. Just open it. Or not. It's up to you. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to force you to do anything. I'm just saying, man, you said it was that package, and now magically that package became another package. So just open it up. Go ahead. Just open it up, man. Package Jesus, man.
This is a substantial package. I don't know what it is yet. I'm just still holding it. I'm investigating with my sensations. And for a large enough super chat donation, a red or above, we are going to open up this package and see what's inside.
Shiva, you are the stupid man spiritual guru. You got to figure out a way to monetize that, man, because there's all kinds of absolute trailer park people that show up here and say, wow, look how patient that guy is. He's not getting angry at all. You got to figure out how to monetize that. How to be the guru for stupid people, man. He's a fool. That's why he's sitting there in silence, because he's a fool. Okay? And you're a fool too.
more, 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 more. Beyond the limits, beyond the standards that have been set. Keep your standards on Shiva's side, okay? This is a place to burn your money, okay? This is a place to burn your money. It's not a place to play little games, okay? All right, go ahead, Shiva. And the stupid people feel so important. Yeah, Dr. Rob, a stupid one. Dr. Rob, not smart. Shiva, my smart guy.
That looks a fool is Rob, grow up, flop.
Okay, I'm gonna open the packet up.
Here we go.
Should I?
Da 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 da. Never under pressure. The same as this little freak. Yeah, the freaks are coming out. The retard paratroopers are coming out. Never under pressure. Gregory Baloney. Meg Oss. There's another one here I saw. The Enlightened Master. Nobody gives a fuck. You have no relevance here at all. At all. Nobody cares. You might as well be a random person saying, that Shiva guy's got good patience. You're that fucking stupid. You're that fucking retarded. And that's exactly the position on the totem pole that you have here. We don't think about you. We don't consider you. You're not a member of the community. Your only uniqueness is that for whatever reason, with how stupid you are, you love Dr. Wab and you love Shiva. You love to hate them. Nobody cares. You're some trailer park brain-broken retard that comes here and tries to pretend that they're, did anybody read my message? It's me, the Enlightened Master again. Shiva, what do you think? Shiva, these people don't even pay you money. They're too poor to give anybody money. That Rob is talking me. I mean I'm smart and good. Rob taught me well. Rob taught me good. That's how I know. That's how I know. What do you know? What are you talking about? That's how I know. About what? You're some random fucking retard that makes comments and that's known to watch these. Nobody cares. Nobody here in the audience knows who you are. Me and Shiva don't know who you are. We don't care. It's just interesting that, you know, you're this retard that comes up and is around.
At Seraph _Null donated 6 Israeli new shekels and 90 agarot. That's how I know.
That's how I know. He hid my message. That's how I know.
Know what? What are you talking about? What do you know? That you're watch this? That you follow this? That you're a retard? Enlightened Master? There's quite a few people like that. What do you know?
That's how I know. That's how I know.
Know what?
That's how I know what I think is true. Stupid. That's how I know that what I think is true.
No, I'm trying to give you a little attention because you're the retard in the group. I'm not... What's there to know? You're some fucking retard that has a username that posts stupid messages, like boilerplate 0 point stupid messages in the chat, but thinks that they're like a part of something going on here. Shiva doesn't know who you are. I don't know who you are. Nobody in the audience knows who you are.
That's how I know that what I'm doing is true.
Australian dollars and 99 cents.
What's there to know? I'm giving you attention because you're a retard. Same with Demon Mashmaroni. Yeah, you're brain broken. What do you want?
Pro knows nothing about religion.
What are you, fucking retarded? Who talks like that? You okay, Shiva? You scared? What do you got there, buddy? Yeah, you're too stupid to understand what's going on here. That's why you continuously show up, pretend that you're known or a part of something when Shiva has zero idea who you are. You're just some retard freak that regularly comes around, like 100%. Same with me, but somehow you're a part of something.
I'm the rebellion. I'm the intellectual rebellion.
Yeah, sure you are. You're the retard rebellion leader. Keep it up, buddy. Keep rebelling. Jen, I was a Buddhist monk for 8 years, okay? So if you're seeking enlightenment, you're going to be talking to me about it. I'm not going to be talking to you about it.
None of this makes sense. We are the group of them guys. They're stupid guys. Blah!
You're a retard. Same with Gregory Baloney. He's even worse than the Enlightened Master. At least the Enlightened Master is like, in some sense, knows that he's not allowed to be serious about anything because how stupid he is. But this Gregory Baloney guy is like full on demented.
What a self-entitled goof that claims to be a monk. No, there's nothing to talk about at all. That's a self-entitled. He's a self-entitled.
You're stupid.
Bro, there hasn't been true Buddhist monks in years. The last of the true monks died a long time ago. I have no idea about Buddhism or meditation or monks, but I know I'm a retard.
And it makes you sick how stupid a lot of the people who hang out around here are.
Wherever I go, I'm quite smart.
Yeah, sure you are, you fuckhead retard idiot.
Wherever I go, I'm quite smart.
Did you tell your mom the story about how you called the police on a rooster at a cheap hotel in Vietnam? I think your mom hasn't heard that story, has she? You're not as brazen about your activities as you claim to be, are you? So next time that you live stream with your mom, I'm going to call up and tell her a little story about her little Shiva poo.
Tell us about the things the boo we got you again. We got him, boys. We're gonna be out of this group home any minute now. Wah, 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 wah. He thought us he could smart with the metal words. Nah, we're smart one too. Ah!
Full on retards. Like literally full on unconscious retards. It's amazing. But it will make you sick. You sit here and just sit around, especially because you're begging people for money in general. Like total stupid people. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being stupid.
And Sir Kramzu donated $2. Jesus Christ loves you, Robert.
The crazy thing about it, though, is they're so stupid that even to talk to them is doing a disservice to them. Like, it's not appropriate to try and speak with them directly because of how brain broken they are, how disassociated they are from, like, the actual situation, anything close to the actual situation that's going on. Yeah, nomadic, you're stupid. What do you want? A fucking cookie? You're not intelligent. You didn't get a degree. You don't have a specialized job. You are not smart. I don't know what else to tell to these people. You're not intelligent. I don't know what else to say. Just ignore them? Well, what kind of bodhisattva would I be if I just ignored them? I mean, these people need to be killed. Let's be honest about it, right? Honestly. In a video game or something, you know what I mean? I can't believe how fucking stupid these people are. It's driving me insane. But the thing is, you can't communicate with them. Goddamn cheap-ass fucking parking chairs. You can't communicate with these people. 100%. That's something that'll actually get it. You cannot communicate with these people. And that's something maybe it's going to take you some time to learn, Shiva. Yeah. So you're good at doing that. Because they really just want to talk with themselves. They don't want to have a conversation with anybody that's not as stupid as they are. Everybody subscribe. Don't leave a comment if you don't subscribe, okay? I want everybody to subscribe. Well, Sarah, no, send me $1,000. Send me a lot of money. What are we talking about here, Sarah? You'll subscribe or you'll get banned. I'll ban you from my channel. I'll ban you from my community. It's today, Sarah. My birthday's today. How about that? Why don't you, Sarah, PayPal works in Israel, okay? Use PayPal. I'll send you a link. Somehow they always figure out a way to win. And that's why you can't communicate with them. Because you can't speak with them in a way that's like, let's have a conversation. Because they have a chance to not be inherently correct about how fucking stupid they are. It's like people that think Dunkin' Donuts is good coffee. Good coffee? You mean drink poop? There's no such thing as good coffee, you stupid guy. I get it from McDonald's sometimes, I get it from Dunkin' Donuts sometimes. It's good. These are literally real people. I'm not even joking with you. Good coffee. Folgers in my cup. What do you mean Folgers isn't good coffee? You're a communist. Literally, that's what these people live like. And the fact that I even have access to them, I should be arrested. I should not be allowed to talk to these people. Dave Moon, why are you on Shiva's channel? Why aren't you donating? I was away for a week. Why aren't people drowning me in donations?
I'm an anonymous person. Someone listen to me. We are the group. We are the group watch the stream show. Well, listen to me.
And that's why, I'll tell you, Shiva, that's why when I talk like this, you get the numbers going up and you get these people to stay around a little bit because they feel like they're actually being talked to as a human being again. No one's ever talked to them like this. Now they disassociated into their little role-played life of their identity. And it's like,
I'm the smart one wherever I go. This is YouTube on my phone, so I'm in control.
we love the Israeli people here. We fully support the Israeli people here.
Hi, my name's Crystal the Retard. This reminds me of Luke and his wisdom. Wait. I watch YouTube live streams. Luke, yeah, everyone knows Luke.
It's too much, Shiva. These people are too fucking stupid. I can't do it. I absolutely cannot do it, man. I can't do it. These people are too fucking stupid.
I'm the smart guy. This is on my phone. I'm in control here.
Yeah, that's called childism, greened out. This greened out guy said bald guy is a raging child. Who's committed all the genocides? Who's committed all of the pollution on the planet Earth? Who is the people that abuses children and harms the children? It's adults. So children are not inherently less than adults. I can't do it. I can't take it. It's too much. It's absolutely, unequivocally too much, Shiva. And I wish you luck in your parasocial retard farming endeavors. But I'm never going to be involved with that.
Wait. Okay.
Oh yeah, the vegan beekeeper is offended. Oh no, the vegan beekeeper is offended. Oh my gosh, what am I gonna do morally?
I like Siva because Siva not wob. He sit there and he make the funny face, the face that I would make if I was there. He make the same face. Siva's so smart, he not the wob guy. I wonder what the Siva guy do. I wonder who he is to sit across from this guy.
Meanwhile, me and Shiva are collaborators. Duh, you fucking retard idiot. We're both doing a show. We're both live.
They got me a little bit. I'm getting out of here.
Oh my God. These people are gross. And I'm just being a mirror for these people.
This guy's mental for sure. Time to go to work at AutoZone. Lord, I lift your name up high. Lord, I love to sing your... Yeah, I'm a Christian. The Bible, that's the communist stuff. But I love God. Church, that's the communists made that.
Total retards. Total retards. You can't talk to them.
And if I was to say, hey, any retards here who have something important to say, call me on WhatsApp. Hi, join our Discord call, join our Google Meet call, join our Zoom meeting, and come in and speak your piece. And then Shiva's thing where he does faces to create a parasocial empathization with him as somebody who's not me. It's so fucking dumb.
He's having an angry outburst. Yeah, he's the one at my school. Why'd you come here? Why'd you come to my...
Hello, retards. You are coming here. It's your imperative to do research about what this is.
No, I'm the teacher at the school on my phone, and he came in here and having an angry outburst. What is he doing on my phone?
Give me a goddamn headache. Is what you're doing. You got it, Vin Diesel. Send me $5 or something, Vin Diesel. You can't be that poor. Participate, man. And this is why I can't live stream with you, man, because this is like where you find your, like, this is your community, right? Like, how many retards can we get in a box and we just kind of act like,
well, here talking about the things, and I'm Shiva. Whoa, my outfit, eh? Well, it's a part of my religion.
I can't do that, man. I can't. I can't sustain that. My tongue is too sensitive. I don't know what to tell you, man. Ugly, stupid, nasty people. Oh my God. And this is Shiva's like wellspring.
My name's Shiva Kai West. Welcome to the show. You heard about the news lately, all kinds of things going on. Send a super chat and we'll talk about it.
I mean, good for you, man. You're a bodhisattva in that way. But I just can't, you know. I can't not call it out for what it is. Okay. Here you go, Genevieve.
Where'd your hair go?
Here you go, Genevieve. This is the link right here. Send as much as you can. So, yeah, the paratroopers. We call them the lobotomized paratroopers, and they're here on a mission to lobotomize anybody that they come across. And so the big question mark is, how did lobotomized, well, what are they doing paratrooping anyway, but how did they learn how to give other people lobotomies? That's the big question.
I'm the retard. You can be retarded too. Just read my comment and believe it.
And then Shiva's role usually is just to parasocially identify with everything going on.
Well, hello everybody, this is Eva Kaiwaso.
You know? And of course, retarded people are not retarded in that way. But we assume that they are, right? We project that they are. So this is an opportunity to turn the mirror back onto themselves. There's no like capacity to say, I don't know what's going on here, because they're here on a mission, right? They're lobotomized, they're retards, and they're here on a mission to retardize everybody else that's here. There's no recognition that like they don't know what's going on here, right? That's not allowed. For retards, they have to always know what's going on. So they're not allowed to not know what's going on. So they have to, in their own way, whatever they can come up with. And then if you try to talk to them, unless you talk to them like a retard, which Shiva's great at being a retard. Carmine Himes, young lady, I promise you, people are more stupid than you can even comprehend. Because you were raised to be stupid. When you were a child, you had to forcefully disassociate yourself because of how stupid the adults around you were. And how they put you through these arbitrarily authoritative, stupid paradigms and dynamics to condition you to be as stupid as they are. And so we kind of learn to be stupid, or we're trained to be stupid. You know? And all these people that were here, well, where did you go? Why didn't you call in on WhatsApp?
It was a trap. He tried to trap me by having a conversation like I was a human being. Ha 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 ha. I was too smart. I was too smart for that. I was too smart to have a conversation with him. He tried to trick me. Little did you know, I am one of the smartest people in the world.
So how do you feel about this, Shiva, for our comeback stream?
I like it.
Great, right? Yeah. Yeah, Carmine, you're very stupid. You're uninformed, you're uneducated, you're uncultured, you're uninformed. You don't care about the context here. You don't care. You don't need to know the context. You don't need to have a relationship with the context here. There's no need. Because your work here, your business here is to just be your stupid self. There's no other reason for you to be here. Well, then you've got a lot of research to do, Carmine. You're on a YouTube channel. My YouTube channel is called Monk Life Meditation. Well, I've been up all night. I probably do need sleep, right? That would only make sense. There is no we here, Carmen. How is there a we when you don't know anybody here? You don't even know me or Shiva. What's the we here? You tell me that. What's the we here?
The people watching, of course.
Okay. Well, are you also we with the people that are taking a shit right now? It's an arbitrary distinction, especially when there's no awareness of the context here. Okay, XT Jungen says, how can you love people and speak of them this way? It's because I really love people. They shouldn't act like this. They should be called out. They should have a mirror presented to themselves. They're acting very, very stupid. Me and Shiva are not I mean, I guess we could have a conversation. It's not that deep of a principle, but it's certainly deep enough for everybody here. You are arriving at a place where something's happening. It has nothing to do with you. It's not about you. It's not in reference to you, right? So that's Shiva's home. This is Dr. Rob's home. You're either on my YouTube channel or you're on Shiva's YouTube channel. So it's rough and it's hard, but the intention is kindness and compassion. And Western people need to hear this because they're criminals. They're mind criminals. They need to be attacked. There's no two ways about it. These people are coming in here and they're acting stupid as all fuck. Hello, anybody there? And then when they come in, yeah, Shiva, you just made $10. Whoop-de-doo. What? Let me burn $100 bills on the live stream, you little money-hungry weasel. Hello, anybody home? And these people come in here and they talk strong and they talk rough. This guy's that way, that guy's this way. In somebody else's home, then you say, okay, well, why don't you give me a call? We'll have a conversation about it. And somehow they disappear. Wow, how'd that happen? Oh, because they're just here to act like little fucking retards.
Of course, we're the trollers. We're the trollers. I'm representing the people here. I'm representing the people that I don't know here. I'm representing the people that I don't know here.
No, you're not. You're representing how stupid you are. You don't know what other people are doing here. That's right, Fisho. That's why that person needs to be culled, okay? I'm the lion. Fisho said, society walks as slow as its slowest person. Of course, that's not true. That's very not true at all. Society would be a lot better if it worked that way. But I am the lion to cull the slow people. And you can see, anybody who's serious about being here, all those people who said smart things, they've disappeared. So they weren't that smart after all, were they? Okay. More. That's pink. That's not red. More. And you need to keep an eye. You need to give Shiva this contrast of how excited he is about $2 bills and then pump him by donating to me. The best way to pump Shiva is by donating to me because he's literally counting his pennies and his dimes as he's trying to have $10,000 in his bank account. That's his vision right now. Shiva's vision is to put $10,000 in his bank account. That's what everybody here is donate. If you donate to Shiva, that's what you're donating to, FYI. Shiva's vision of having $10,000. So, I don't know. I'm not going to be donating to that. That sounds pretty stupid to me. Pump Shiva by donating to me on these live streams. There's no better way to get him rounded out, to get him smoothed out. Yes, thank you, Seraph. Whatever the situation is. And Seraph's a sneaky little weasel too, Shiva. That's why he was so cozied up with you. So we'll see if we can't. Maybe he's got a plan. He's got these ideas. That's fine. But really, I need you to fly in with that money. Because I need help. We need help. We need $300,000 to get this meditation center that we want. $300,000. And the retard paratroop, the lobotomized paratroopers are about to fly in. Come on. Fly in quick, guys. Oh my God, these people are so disgusting. Anyways, they'll learn when they slowly find out that Shiva is doing nothing besides, presenting himself in a parasocially appealing way to put money in his bank account. So this student of war is one of those lobotomized. We'll get it reversed, student of war, as we have for many of Shiva's little losers, little freaks. But take you a little bit of time, student of war. You got a lot of work to do. You have a big stupid ego. You're too proud. What are you proud about, man? What have you done in your life to be proud about, honestly?
I'm not sick and I'm not dead and I work at AutoZone.
Yeah, be proud of that. There's one of our lobotomized paratroopers in disguise right there.
How are you, bro?
Better than you, retard. I told you, man, do something with... I loved it. I was there on the live stream. I'm not becoming a member on Shiva's channel. And we need to look at those statistics as well. We need to see the analytics from after he does his live streams, how many people are actually watching them. I think the number is probably not a very good sign. And also we want to know about the number of memberships that he's gotten since he did his mom live stream, because that's his big new project. So that's going to be a big sign as well. But that's information he's not quite willing to share with us. He's saying,
it's time to forget memberships, guys. You know what it means if I put my mom's live stream behind the paywall.
This walking water freak. Shiva not only uses his mom for her home, but also for content. Beautiful. Very, very pristine and very fine.
What Gregory the retard says, working at AutoZone is respectable. Live streaming and insulting people, very bad. The gods and the Michelangelo is always watching and listening.
Thanks a lot, Gregory. When we want to learn how to be a total freak in life and have a better living situation when we're walking through the woods than living in community and working with other people, we'll give you a call, okay, Gregory Baloney? Why don't you go and live in a fucking, what's it called? A water crevice or whatever. What is it? A water, it's a cylindrical kind of thing that water flows through. Go and live in one of those, you fucking freak. How clear do you have to be with these people that they are not informed? And how can you be more clear about it? I'm sorry that most people are very vapid and shallow. Shiva, why are you not drinking out of your copper vestibules? Why are you drinking out of a decorative glass cup that probably has glass that is not clean? That's not clean glass, man. That's like a fake antique replica performance piece. It's not safe to drink out of that, man. Drink out of your copper vestibules that you have. That is not a drinking vase. There wasn't an artisan that says, you know, it would be really good for me to use clean glass to make a big fake beer mug for a spiritual person to drink out of. That's not clean glass, man. You know what I'm talking about. Shiva knows what I'm talking about. Maybe some other people here don't. That's not like glass to drink out of. That's decorative glass. You ever seen those like glass purses that they make? Do you want to drink out of one of those? Do you think that that's healthy or make safe? Where are your copper vestibules? Vegetables. And now student war, and this is the beautiful dynamic that Shiva, and he knows that's exactly what's happening. Shiva has zero idea who this guy is at all, nor has he ever like considered who this guy is at all. And now this total fucking isolated weirdo freak has parasocially identified with me and Shiva and is now donating to Shiva to give me a middle finger. Good luck, man. I don't know. You could have reached out and asked me why I banned you. This is precisely why I banned you from my channel. Because you are a fucking freak. And you don't listen. Because you have a weirdo ego. And I'm glad that Shigo can profit from it. I don't need your money. Right? But this kind of parasocial way of, this is my way of being a part of what's going on, is absolutely not good for you.
I'm giving money to Shiva because Rob is boopy!
Wow. You're on the rainbow road, brother. We call it the beauty path. You found a way to densify this experience into a little peyote capsule and take it and go the beauty way. You're a real smart guy, buddy. And it's beautiful because you can see how insane these people are.
Wob is a good guy and Shiva guy. I like Wob. He banned me. I don't like Shiva. The money. Here you go, Dr. Wob, a jealous guy.
Yeah, Shiva, play into it, man. Play into it. This is your bread and butter, man. This is when you make a move on these guys.
I could give money, but I don't.
Play into it, man. This is your bread and butter. Guys like this. That's $40. That ain't cheap. That's like 100 Canadian.
Rob would like to have it, but he made the mistake of banning me.
I don't want your money, you fucking freak. You're lucky I gave you a little snippet of attention, student of war. Shiva doesn't know who you are. I don't know who you are either. I just know you're some freak that started to realize that Dr. Rob knew what he was talking about.
Dr. Rob banned me bad.
There's nothing else going on here. Right? So your like retard story that you're making up is what? You parasocially creating a little idea about what's going on? Hello, me and Shiva are thick as thieves, you fucking retard idiot. We talk off stream all the time. We're the best of fucking friends. He's going to be the best man at my wedding, retard idiot. You're not, I'm on the Shiva side now. Or maybe that's how fucking stupid you are. I'm on Shiva's side now. I'm keeping the donation coming because I'm actually not that stupid, and it's just a game for me too, just like Shiva and Rob. We're on the same group. We're not on the same group. And anyways, nobody knows who you are, and nobody fucking cares. Shiva has no idea who you are. What's wrong with you? You fucking lunatic. But I am giving the dollars. He knows that. Is that how small your brain is? I am giving the dollars, and he knows that. What are you doing? Here, the dollars. It's a game show. It's a game show. I'm a part of it. Yeah, I'm not. You feel like I'm talking to you because you're parasocially, well, part is because you're parasocially identified with what's going on here, whilst having nothing to do with what's going on here. The more realer side is that I'm able to speak directly to you because I'm above you. And so you are playing this little fiddle. Student of war, here I am. I'm a part. Yes, I also think that women should be virgins. That's why I donate to Shiva. And I don't like Wob. I don't care if you give Shiva money. Give him a bunch of fucking money. What do I care? We're thick as thieves, you fucking loser freak. He's my best friend. He is my best friend. Functionally. Practically. You're not involved in our friendship. I'm gonna go to Costa Rica with Shiva. What are you talking about? Thank you, Hecky Goose. Welcome to your membership. I mean, I don't know what we're talking about here. Shiva has no idea who you are. I have no idea who you are. No one in the community. That's right, I'm the anonymous specter! It seems like it always somehow works out where your ego is in a stable, confident position. Right? Same with Botanical Ambrosia. Nobody knows who the fuck you are. I'm the anonymous specter! Oh, where'd that come from? I'm the anonymous specter! Shiva, here's another $20. I don't even care about it. I'm the anonymous specter! No, you're not. You're not the anonymous specter. You're a freak. And you're looking for community, and you're looking for meaning in your life, and you don't know how to find it. That's it. And Shiva doesn't care about you. He's just trying to get $10,000. He doesn't know you. He doesn't have a capacity to care about. Who's there to care about? The anonymous specter! And that's what I was saying about Seraph Null. You know, get your act together, man. You know, you don't need to be the anonymous specter, even though, you know, you're a little bit more connected. Let's connect with each other. Let's reach out with each other. That's not really Shiva's modus operandi, but I think he's not totally against that. Shiva's more interested in using people for content. He's not connecting. He's kind of got a little bit of a situation going on with all that, with like connecting with other people. But he's a very, you know, you can see he's a nice guy. He's a great guy, but he doesn't like bring people in. He doesn't have the capacity for it. The anonymous specter has come back again. I haven't even heard a single one of your little super chats that you've sent, anonymous specter. I mean, it's a sad state for a lot of us if we really look at our lives. You know, how much are we giving? How much are we helping others? How many meaningful relationships do we have with other people that aren't shallow? Yeah, so you don't have to feel lonely in that. That was like a pity donation, right? You're like, I don't really care, but I'm still here. It's a sad life. It's a sad world for a lot of us. Doesn't mean we should give up. If Shiva was happy, healthy, and wealthy, he would be live streaming more. When he's not live streaming, he's not doing anything. He's going through cycles of like depression and overly being tired and stuff like that. And, you know, self-doubt. What am I doing? You know, then he comes back to, well, I want the money, baby. I want to get the money, baby. And then he just rolls on with it. Did you hear about this? He set up a fake charity and he stole $200 from people. That can get you in trouble, man. You just don't care at this point. It's all a meme for you. You can't pretend that you're giving $200 to a charity and then just not do that.
And the student who donated $5. We all want balance and prosperity and people to get along. I think you are a cool rock that just plays your game.
Okay, well then send me $1,000 on PayPal, you little fucking stingy motherfucking bitch. You fucking pussy. And of course, I don't have anything against anybody. I'm just trying to open up that dynamic, open up that ego, open up that self. You know what I mean? And make a little bit of cash along the way, but I'm sorry, I'm not in the same economic bracket as Shiva. So you're not going to impress me with $2, $20 or $50. Doesn't mean nothing for me. I appreciate it, depends on who it's coming from. But if you got the money and you're sending $20, you're disrespecting me. And you're disrespecting work. And I certainly don't appreciate that.
Honey! Honey, now why honey do that? Huh? This is not good. Why did you again? Huh? Take another chair. Honey, not do that.
I've broken 3 chairs and 1 floor. And these lolcow people are so, yeah, you're a freak. Good for you. What do you want? You want people to recognize that you're a freak? I work a construction job and I love the people that are lower than me. Great. What do you want, a fucking award? Whatever helps you sleep at night, freaks. No, I could have a stand-up career. Oh my God, people, just the general people are so stupid and vile and disgusting. It's beyond the pale. It's beyond the pale. It's nothing against anybody. It's just like
100%. It's uncomprehendable how stupid and ugly people's minds are, and how like unequipped they are to have a conversation or communicate about anything that isn't them fucking wailing into their own ears. And I'm supposed to be stupid because I said, okay, you have a view, you have a position, right? You have something you think is worthwhile to share. Let's talk about it.
What, this Morty guy, he tried me smart, he didn't know he's stupid.
Like, what are you fucking talking about?
No, I'm actually the royal prince of the Jews, and you have been sentenced. Don't ever try to talk me.
What's your high horse made out of? Your own shit? Your own solidified shit? And that's a cop-out, right? Then they say,
I was a triggering point all along. I'm the anonymous spectre.
no, you're not. You're a real fucking person. And anything that calls you out, or makes you think, or makes you like relook at your perspective or your dynamic is immediately disassociated from, and you take up a new identity where you're invulnerably right. Okay, then use the money that you got from your dead daddy and put some money in my fucking PayPal, student of war.
I'm a smart guy. Hi, everybody, I'm a smart guy. Listen to what I say.
I'm gonna cross your line when I change out your intravenous antibiotics with fucking anthrax because you thought you were such a smarty pants because you're so fat and unhealthy, eating all that processed food. Okay?
Are you really gonna let him talk to your supporters like that? What's going on?
You're the mark. That's what's going on. Let's get some W's in the chat for Shiva, Kailash, Shambo, the Predator. Which is what he wants to be, just FYI. This is the greatest common denominator that he could find to prey upon people. Just FYI. Not because that's the kind of guy he is, but because that's what his egoic framework allows him to do currently. You should be ashamed of yourself, Sheila. He doesn't have anything to stand up about. He loves this. He doesn't care. Just like he doesn't, like when I say he has no idea who Student of War is, he doesn't care who he is. He didn't know who he was before. He doesn't know who he is now. He's like, for a second, he said, I think I'm supposed to actually look into who this guy is and maybe try to help him in some way. But actually, I'm not going to make money by doing that. He doesn't care. He because of his ego dynamics right now. He's trying to make money and fame and praise. So if that's happening, he doesn't need to do anything else. And good for him. If we could all only be so honest as that. But he kind of has to waver about his honesty because, he wants to grift people. You don't grift people by being honest, I'll tell you that right now.
Okay. We're back. And his real name is Steven, by the way. His name's not Shiva, his name is Steven. That's what they called him in high school, isn't it? Steven the Midget. Steven the Freak. Steven the Loner. Steven the Wannabe. And this is why he doesn't usually wear his regular clothes, because that's Steven. He doesn't want anybody to see Steven. Hey, look, I don't want anybody to mess with me either, but I'm not going around to other people's houses, saying nonsense.
Yeah, you're a good person. And I'm a good, stupid person. And I'm your friend, Siva, and I'll support you through thick and thin.
All right, everybody. Well, this is coming to an end. I've had enough of this. I've been live streaming now for 8 hours. Unless somebody sends me a red super chat. Somebody sends me a red super chat, we'll keep this game going. You can become a member. You can send a red super chat. Okay, well then send me some money, Cocoa Puff, you little monkey.
Ha! I was right. Grifter's gonna grift. I gotta empty out those piss bottles.
Send me the money. Send me the money right now. That's not enough, Smith, but that's a good start. Let's double that. Let's double that $5 donation. We'll make a wave, everybody. We'll make a wave. Oh my God, I'm so tired. Send it on PayPal, everybody. Send it on PayPal. Your donation will get text to speech, okay? Your donation will get text to speech. What the fuck? Your donation will get text to speech, okay? Your donation will get text to speech. Hello? Oh, that's this thing here. I'm sorry. That's the other dude's PayPal, Varelli, right there. That's his PayPal. It's still not enough, Smith. Add another 0 onto that 5. That's such a stupid color, right? That light green color. It's like a stupid color. Let's get a deep red color. Let's get a dynamic color in here. We appreciate it, but we'd appreciate it more if we take it to the next level. Okay, this is Shiva's channel. If you can see my finger pointing at you, this is Shiva's channel, okay? This is Shiva's channel. I love the comments about Shiva's beard and how like weird. Just ignore that. Just ignore that. There's no need to hear what this guy's saying. This guy's totally stupid. When people comment about how ridiculous it is that Shiva has grown out that ultra thin beard, and then the funniest thing is that he's so self-conscious. Thank you, Cocoa Puff. He's so self-conscious that he won't like do anything he won't even like put a rubber band around his beard. That's not even close to enough, Smith. Come on, buddy. Let's stop playing this game. Yes, 100% I will, Avery. Send me $50 and I will. Send me $50 and I will. I'll say any word that you can think of. I'm not against any words. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous beard, right? It's an absolutely ridiculous beard. La 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 la. I'm not listening to some stupid idiot send $2 super chats so he can feel like he's a part of the group. It's so stupid. What? I order the breakfast, but not come. What a day to be alive. What a day to realize I'm not dead. What a day to give a damn. What a day to die trying. So Shiva, what are you going to use the money for? What are you going to use the money for that you're asking for? Huh? They call me the retard hunter. Yeah, that's what they call me, Shiva. Ooh, sleepy guy side. Nobody cares. Just shut up. Adol Wolf, you're very stupid. And more importantly than that, you're entirely irrelevant. What the hell's that? Hello? Shiva, was that you? How much money have you made on this live stream? Tell everybody that. It's right there on your screen. How about we ask this question, everybody? How much money has this guy made on this live stream? It's right there on his phone. It's right there on his screen. So what, we're not allowed to ask how much money he's made? We're not allowed to know how much money you've stolen from people on this live stream? Come on, everybody, ask. Ask the question. Everybody ask the question. How much money have you made on this live stream, Shiva? Gregory, please, man, crawl into a culvert. Crawl into any kind of place where water tends to flow and just lay down there, man. Set up a tent, go and live somewhere in the dirt, man. Go back to the earth and the land, man. Do something. Oh, and now we got some slut sending, some dumb whore sending you money. How much did they send you, Shiva? $50? How far off am I, Shiva? Because this is my psychic power. How far off am I, Shiva? $50? That how much they sent you? Little gift? Little sweet gift for the sweet boy? Sitting there looking like a fucking idiot.
Shiva's a very tolerant man. He's very tolerant.
Come on, Shiva. How much did that slut send you? He'll tell me after the live stream. We laugh about you people, honestly. We talk about you people and we laugh. I love how he's months and months on still doing this little game where he pretends like we're not doing this together. And that we're making this money together. You people are so stupid. Yeah. Oh, some trailer park people laugh about me. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true. What the hell is this? Yeah. Yeah. Do that face again, Shiva. Do that little retard face. That little parasocial retard face again. Come on, let's hoard them. Let's gather them up like bees. Somehow anybody who's in any degree serious donor, serious person that's head isn't full of vegan beeswax, somehow they always gravitate towards me. They're reaching out to me. They're sending private donations to me. Why don't you explain that, Shiva? But somehow the stupidest people that have been in your, revolving around you for so long, never come close to, never move towards me. What's that about? Max Enlightened. I didn't mean to put Max out there like that, but he's definitely a fucking lunatic. Gregory Baloney, right? There's one of them. Who's another one? Let's see. And like these absolute freaks that don't come near me, but are very... Luke Hawks, total, like literally eating out of Coke cans and things like that. Who else? Gregory Baloney, of course. It's one of the worst ones. Who else? Of course, we add the new, what's that guy's name? Idiot Man. My daddy died, man. Who else? It's not even anybody there, right? It's just this constant flow of random people that you're... Hey, everybody! It's the Late Show with Shiva Kaila Sambo. Don't think too hard about what's going on. Well, I got your positive energy right here, but you're going to pay for it. Yes, go eat your own projection again and again and again and again and again. You fucking stupid people. And then Shiva